take the I'm looking forward to seeing what 4 people can do with ISO posted up.
Well, it all starts with whether or not anybody wants to check their corner, and I don't think they want to do that because ISOs are on 3, and well, that really just spells the entirety of the round.
Power Drone's gonna go down. They don't know Noodle's there. Noodle almost finding a kill. He does find. Oh my goodness! Noodle finds 3. Put it in the highlight reel.
This situation now from LJ. There's a lot of ground to cover, not a lot of time, and 2 members of Penguin Polo Patrol to post up. And LJ getting cheeky with a nice peek, doesn't know where the last one is. Does he make the better of this? Oh my god, wow. What a dance around that smoke, and it's almost light work from LJ, and that just sets us apart by 1 mediocre round ahead.
It seems like Demon saw one person and is deciding to continue to hold that angle. Whoa, that was a surprising shot to get onto Senti there, but then follows it up with a nice shot into Edgy. I mean, you'd never guess that that was a problem to go ahead with that Marshall.
Not making out there. Zodi giving the better of the counterpart. Ooh, Jay! Galactical transition. That nice shot onto Uni. Gets another one onto Obi and the dash. And now Blazestorm. Do we get the dash in the sky? 1.
Oh,
we can expect more.
Ace.
Let's go.
Oh, he man! No, Jay. No. They're gonna go for it. Jay!
Oh. Best crosshair placed with the pre-aim. This could be it, my friend. Illumina in a 3v1. Zyklone got a peek. They hear him on short. He gets the diffuser. It's a half.
Oh. Are they gonna get it?
Don't tell me.
Oh, 0.94 seconds.
Oh. Orbital. That could have gone easily belly side up. Good discipline and patience, but man, what a game.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Pit of Valor Invitational, brought to you by MSI. I am Becky, joined by the lovely Azula. Say hello to the people, Azula.
Hello, everybody. I am so excited to get into the Pit of Valor Invitational, but Becky, we have kind of a different layout compared to the normal Wednesday Pit of Valor. Well, you see, a bigger prize pool, and that I think is something on its own to mention. You see, first place, we'll get $100 and 5 MSI keyboards. Insane. And then second place, we'll get $50 to top that off. So, the stakes are a little bit higher for this Pit of Valor Invitational, Becky, and already off the bat, I'm super excited.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is something that I've been looking forward to all week for basically the last 5 weeks while we've been sponsored by MSI and we've been adding people to this Pit of Valor Invitational. If you are unaware, if you got into this tournament, it likely means that the team, well, it does mean, it means that the team won a Pit of Valor. That's the only way you could get into this Pit of Valor Invitational. And this tournament, much like our Pit of Valor, is single elimination. All rounds are going to be best of one, except for because the stakes are a little bit higher, we are adding a best of 3 grand finals to this Pit of Valor Invitational. We have 32 teams getting all set up and stacked, ready to go for your entertainment today. And our first match of the day is going to be a Fluid versus Nightblood Gaming.
Wow, Nightblood Gaming. Now, we've seen them often in each Pit of Valor, but if you want to be in the Pit of Valors often, I think the solution is to get a GLG Country Club membership. Now, that's been something introduced a little bit or like at the beginning of the year, so I don't know when, but the thing that helps out when you have that membership, $10 a month for a basic membership, basically $2 per player to ensure that you get into each weekly Pit of Valor on Wednesday and then possibly win it so that you can then come on to compete in these invitationals. But then interesting thing now that we have our gaming lounge opening up, if you have that InstaLock membership, you can get into the gaming lounge for 3 months for the price of one.
Well, I mean, that's just good value. I mean, talk about saving your credits and really getting the most out of them. You're basically a chamber or a jet with those numbers, the way you're talking. And we love to hear that. And if you're interested in some more tournaments that we bring to you, check out our Pit of Valor that is every Wednesday, as well as sometimes we do a little bit of Val and Chill on the weekends. But we are also going to do a manager and coach only tournament. I mean, sounds kind of sweet, right? It's going to be a special charity tournament just for managers and coaches, people who are behind the scenes who don't normally get to get that little bit of glory that we love to give here at GLG, and finally going to give that little bit to the people who don't normally get seen. So love that's going to be something to keep an eye on our socials and our Discord if you want to know more information about that. And speaking of which, you can do ! Discord or ! Twitter in chat to find GLG on our socials. And it looks like with that, we are ready to go. The teams have said we are ready to send it. What are you hoping to see? We are going to be going to Breeze for our first map here.
Yeah, so we are going to have Nightblood Gaming on the defense for Breeze, which means off the bat, you really want to think about how can you set yourself up for a successful first half that will lead you into a successful second half. Now, Agent Select is on the board, so if we look at what we're possibly going to get, I believe I saw a Neon lock in. And so already, Becky, when you have Neons on the board or any other agents, it's almost terrifying to see because you're not used to playing them. But Breeze is that map where if you just bring in an agent that can quick rotations and then the utility to stun, it's almost an initiator put into a duelist.
And beautifully put. And if you've got something like an initiator in the form of that KO to back it up, you're getting that little bit of flashes along there as well. So it looks like we are going to see Nightblood Gaming go ahead with that Neon, whereas Durlia for Fluid is going to go ahead with that Jet. So I think that's going to be the only difference between these two teams. And how do you feel about picking up a different duelist, especially with these Jet nerfs?
Yeah, well, this is the Jet nerf. You have to be really precise with how you use her utility. And if you are going to click it and try to dash away, you have to predict it. The double tap is not always as consistent. And while we might be able to play around in unrated comp to test it out, if you're on the main stage for this invitational, you can't afford to just play around and test it out. You have to be definite with using that jet dash since the nerf is here. So I'm honestly going to lean towards the fact that a team is bringing in Neon to be so unpredictable. I think it could be better set out for the squad.
And to start us off, we are going to be seeing Fluid Gaming on the attacking side, posturing themselves, getting ready to go for what looks like a quick push onto A, but we do see one member over towards that B site. It is that Chamber going to be utilizing that Headhunter, trying to get some long-range business happening on that side of the map, potentially going to be able to draw some people over there, go for this little bit of a lurk, you know, just normal Chamber things that we see get done so well as this toxic screen has gone down from this attacking side. Viper and started things off very nicely, but the first to draw blood is actually altered. We mentioned that Footy was going for that little bit of a lurk, but is immediately caught out. Chamber to take down Chamber, but some nice back and forth happening. Roompa with a very nice shock dart kill. McNutty also on that screen, and Justin actually takes down 3 before going down to Poppy there, but the 2 remaining in this Viper and Chamber will make this a first quick round for the defensive side of Nightblood Gaming.
So decisive, Becky, and I'm impressed to say off the bat, just if you look at the Nightblood Gaming squad, they have a coordinated defensive structure now with McNutty all the way on A side alone holding it down, is able to delay, but it's not alone because this toxic screen, I believe it was an attacker toxic screen, that did help out the defenders. And then the thing to point out is really the utility that was layered up. The snake bites and the shock darts, because shock darts have been nerfed to do less damage, I believe. And so because of that, as you get that vulnerability, the shock dart will do twice as much damage.
Certainly something that's going to help out quite a bit as Justin continued to hold on to this Sheriff from the previous round. Unfortunately, that dash is not going to be bringing too much to fruition. McNutty gets a nice little double trade there and brings so many down with that spray from that Spectre. Absolutely beautifully done. Can we find McNutty this ace? 4 kills on the round, and just has to find Footy to be able to finish this one off for a second round ace.
That's so much pressure on the back of Footy, because you don't want to give over that ace. If you can collect those ultimate orbs, then that null command will be online to just demolish the attack on their buy phase. But then at the same time, an ace counter just started off. That sound cue that they're collecting the orb will be given over to the defenders, and now they're just toying with it, trying to bait out the player.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta imagine that they're just trying to go for this hunt, trying to find Footy, and was caught out by that recon bolt, so it looks like this Silva's gonna be the first one to try and at least figure out where Footy is. Roompa's gonna peek up over that little bit of a rope and immediately get taken down by Footy with this Headhunter. 4 bullets still in this chamber and waiting to see if we can get some other peeks. 20 seconds still ticking down on this clock. I don't think that Footy is gonna be going for a spike plant, but is certainly going to be just running around the map and finally running down that chute right into McNutty, who collects the ace on this second round.
Amazing showing, and to have an ace come through in the second round. Look at this. The ultimate 4KO is online, and just like I mentioned a little bit before the ace came online, if you have an ultimate in that second round, although you might have dropped a few players that have to rebuy, if you choose to invest it, you can really turn the tides of that buy round. Traditionally, that would have been guaranteed for Fluid Gaming, will now have to be carefully fought over. Becky.
And I mean, back on to that same thought process, we are going to go ahead and see Koof kind of hold this really close angle with this Sheriff. Looks like to be saving for another round. We might be seeing a Neon with an Operator. That would be quite different, but you know, somebody's got to take up that mantle. And speaking of taking up the mantle, we saw McNutty get some crazy kills last round, and now Koof is saying, hey, I can do that exact same thing as Slam's picking up one of these Vandals, and you know, the rest of the team can come pick some up too off of those 3 very nice headshots that came out. Footy is able to get that little bit of a trade back, but Koof has just made so much damage to the side of Fluid Gaming here.
Ooh, they're trying to clean it up, but they're letting themselves get a bit exposed, and so they're over-aggressing. They can't be careful to give away the advantage, but they're toying with the attackers now, and they're just jumping up. Poppy gonna take down Footy, but it's so late, so little time, and just not enough space that Deliria can work with Poppy to close it out for a third round. That buy round just demolished.
I mean, it's just so rough. We got to see McNutty get an ace in that second round, just be able to spray all of the members of Fluid Gaming just completely down, and then that third round where Koof just got to have everybody line up into those sheriff shots. I mean, obviously Koof has the correct crosshair placement alongside that, but the way that everyone from Fluid Gaming is just trying to play together and funnel into all these situations, it's just not working out from them. And if it continues to kind of go in this fashion, we might be seeing a very swift game as once again Koof is off to a great start with 2 kills, but Justin is trying to hold down this fort despite the damage that is coming out from Koof and the rest of this squad. Altered taking that 4th kill away from Koof, but not too bad here as once again Footy is the final player remaining for Fluid Gaming.
Yeah, he's always holding the back line, but now he's been pushed to the back line himself as Koof just hunting for that 4th kill. Will secure it. But they're so aggressive, Nightblood Gaming, because they've tried and tested this lineup, obviously. And that Neon pick, I think it's been in the question a little bit, Becky, as like, oh, Neon over Jet. Well, I love Jet. Her abilities to open up space are unmatched is the argument. But now the dash, it just seems a little bit more difficult. And when you have players such as KO to enable Neon to go in, flashes do nothing against someone who's just going to slide on in. They can get that space, and with a stun themselves, you can try to go aggressive against them, but Neon has almost every way to get out of there. They're not limited to one dash, Becky.
And with this, I mean, you've got to feel like this is getting really out of hand. There's barely any kills for the side of Fluid Gaming. The most they've been able to do is get 3 kills in a round so far, and like it's just really rough. I like that Fluid Gaming is taking this moment to take this time out and figure out before things get any more out of hand exactly where they're going wrong and come up with a new game plan and a new strategy for how to attack this. And I see that we have this ace counter over on the side here. I'm going to quickly poke prod and say that we've already had an ace. So I know that we're only 4 rounds in, and it's a little crazy to think that there would be an ace counter on here already. But thank you. All right, beautiful. Chef's kiss. It just was beautiful. Anytime I see a Spectre just get to spray down so many people, it gives me a warm fuzzy feeling inside, though I know that some of us might have some PTSD from previous
You want
Spectre,
to play? Let's play.
power levels.
Yeah, quick power levels, but that Recon Dart now going to push Nightblood Gaming a little bit more passive this round, but Footy's working his way up, Becky, and that Tour de Force is online, so if anyone peeks them, they're as good as dead. Of course, though, no immediate aggression, but they're working through this Hall's position.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of why we've been seeing Footy be the last person remaining in every single one of these rounds, is that Footy's just trying to get some of these long-range angle kills. And it's just not always working out for Footy, but I mean, so far, so good. Some of the distractions coming out from that mid does allow for Footy to pick up that first kill, and then last Squall able to pick up 2 there. And for once in this game, we are seeing Fluid Gaming finally with a little bit of a leg up here. The bomb is going to be able to go down, and it is not in a very default position, so they are going to be able to get a little bit of mental equity here as well, as we are going to see Koof and Altered try to get themselves on it to this site, waiting for that door to go up, potentially going to wait for the distraction to come from Altered, and then for Koof to be able to come in and clean up, just making sure that everything is clear in this cave area before they dedicate themselves onto this site. But that bomb is ticking fast, and we might actually just see them go for some exit frags here in a sec.
Yeah, trying to hold it down, because when you invest so much, Fluid Gaming, they can't afford to lose these rifles. They just have to push the back lines and attempt to save it. Koof will go in to try to tap the spike, and I think they maybe backed off a little bit just in time that Koof can't actually stick the spike, but now he's chosen to die to it, and Altered is just holding that back line, taking 1 down. They didn't choose to save those rifles, and while they have plenty of money, you never really want to give free kills over to your enemies. The price might not have been worth it, but that last round, they grouped up together, Fluid Gaming, and I almost mentioned in the pregame that the way to attack onto A site, in my opinion, is to have someone come through halls or doors, and then also through that main selection. It just targets the defenders into a position where they don't know where to look, and it forces unfair angles. That is exactly what Fluid Gaming did last round. So now Nightblood Gaming has to go on an aggressive push to counter it.
And they've really spread themselves in a very different direction, definitely anticipating that if you're going to push on to B, this elbow place is a great way to watch the normal entrance to B, and also if people are potentially going to go through mid, and I like this little bit of a buddy system that we're seeing Coop and Altered use as well. It didn't end up working out super well on the last round, but with a whole flurry of utility coming up from the attackers, we do see Footy and Justin flying up onto that kill feed, able to take down Rupa and Poppy, who fall, and the Viper's Pit also descends upon a Breeze here, and that's going to make it that much more difficult. Koof and Altered, once again, the final two remaining, but Koof quickly to fall to Footy there, who has picked up an operator going into this round, and now it is up to Altered, trying to figure out if there's a way to even get into this pit and get that bomb defused. This is certainly a tall order, and I bet we're likely to see Altered just go for some exit frags once again.
There's just no way into the pit, and while they might have done a little bit of damage just now, the recon dart will give away Altered's position. That allows them to just hunt him down, and they can go into his sideline. Clean headshot, but the flash is just delaying Altered and one bullet in the chamber. He might try to go for that one tap, but cannot land it. So 2 rounds now for Fluid Gaming, as the pace change had surely quickened. Although, might not have been Altered's goal to fully die to an enemy, but to force his enemies to die to the spike removes their weapons. And so this is preventing the stabilization of an economy for Fluid Gaming. Of course, though, your economy doesn't need to be stable if you're winning rounds, but it needs to be stable enough to be able to secure a full buy. And so light shields is not always the ideal purchase for an attacking squad. They have to be a little bit more careful with how they attempt to play and to make sure they don't give away any advantages.
Yeah, and I think that Altered was even more okay with going for that death and trying to deal that damage to the economy in the previous round, because we see now this tour de force ready to go, and watching this long angle is going to be made known by that owl drone, safely going to be able to push back, and thankfully going to a safe corner here as that KO has made it so that tour de force is no longer in action. Last Squall is going to be able to get this spike planted, and it's going to be a hunt for Altered, who's just trying to run away as fast as possible, forced into an up close and personal scenario, but it doesn't matter when you've got Roompa as your backup. 2 kills, and then Koof to follow as well, just jousting around this corner. Finally gonna be able to get onto the board for Fluid with Durlia there, and then finally Koof shooting through this wall, the only one remaining, but knows where Durilla is and knows where the last player is as well, but the peak just doesn't go Koof's way, and Fluid are getting that much closer to evening this up.
They're giving too much respect to the side of Fluid Gaming, I believe, when they attempt to take site. Their site is almost only ever guarded by one person. They hold down every position. They're scared of that Hall's site take because it's happened 2 rounds in a row for the first 2 on the board for Fluid. But because they give away the entire site control, retaking it is that much more difficult. Members will fall because their uncoordinated attacks just aren't quick enough per round. So if you let them take site actively, you're going to be at a disadvantage immediately.
And speaking of being at a disadvantage, we do see that the defensive side of Nightblood Gaming are making a few adjustments to how they're holding on this defensive side since losing these last 3 rounds. The recon bolt to start, pings out Koof, forced to swing, goes right into Kaiwu, who's able to pick that one up very nicely. Gonna be able to grab that ultimate orb onto this Viper, get that much closer to Viper's pit. And some trades are just trying to be clawed back by the side of Nightblood Gaming, who are on a save round for the most part. We are seeing 2 of those sheriffs be able to take down 2 members of Fluid Gaming, but now in a 2v3 situation, make it a 2v2 as Altered gets that extra kill, but Kaiwu 3 kills on the board, and now all left up to just Rupa, who's maybe caught a little bit with the gun out and falls to last Squall.
I think it's interesting to see that Fluid Gaming they're now taking a more proactive stance, but because they're not on the attacking side, they're almost 3 initiator style composition. I'm going to include Neon as an initiator, partially just because of her stun, but it's allowing them to just hold it down, and they have to then force an aggression, but with no real destination to plant spike. they aggress too far, and that's what pulls them. Then their string is like, hey, you have to come back. You have to ring it in a little bit, but it's not always the ideal chance to go through.
Ooh, this Viper's Pit was able to get off before Tribal could pop that null command, so it is down, and it is allowing for McNutty and Roompa and Poppy to all get onto that kill feed, and what a quick round, and that's just one of the reasons that you don't always want to push through a Viper's Pit.
I blinked and I missed it, Becky, because it went so quickly. You know, first blood fell, and then suddenly the entire attacking squad is dead. They try to get the advantage in those rounds, but really it's Nightblood Gaming and the ultimate that secured that lucky point. You can't force the Viper's Pit on B side without proper utility. They did not drone through it, which they possibly in hindsight should have. And then that 0.9 just did not get anyone to take that utility off the map. This time they have to ring it in again because they're too shocked to attempt another quick push.
And look at that, just as you mentioned, gonna this time go ahead with that owl drone to gather that information before just blazing onto site and alter. And this time gets caught out by that 0 point, but thankfully this time has a Vandal to back it up, is getting into a little bit of a kerfuffle with that Jet with those knives, and eventually the switch into the Classic ends up going Justin's way, who's able to pick off Altered there. Koof now waiting since that toxic screen has fallen, throws out those shocks and is trying to find some action. Footy gonna be able to sit very nicely in this corner despite some of those snake fights, at least for a moment, until being forced to stay in that corner and punished by McNutty. Last Squall picking off one before being traded off by Roompa, and just like that, Nightblood Gaming have found their stride once again and have taken the lead with 2 points.
I love the relay bolt use that that Koof brings to the table. You force someone into an uncomfortable corner of the map, and Last Squall couldn't go anywhere. If they had the chance and they weren't stunned, they could have done a few crazy flicks to secure a clutch, possibly, but instead this relay bolt stuns them up, and it's almost impossible to dodge because of how it bounces off the wall. It's so carefully placed that this neon utility, it's unmatched to a level. Jet just brings something different to the table, and so Nightblood Gaming, when they play their own game, they're getting round after round.
And just like that, if they're able to keep up this momentum, as you've mentioned, they should be able to bring themselves to an 8-4 half. However, Fluid Gaming on this horizon still able to make it evened up if they're able to keep that kind of same level of adaptation that we know they're able to make. We saw them take that timeout and be able to get those 4 points back, even the score for just a moment. Very nicely able to destroy that owl drone, and then Rendezvous out of there before too much damage is dealt, but a lot of information is gathered as Fluid Gaming now with this toxic screen, the Cloudburst getting onto this side. Last Squall first to say onto Poppy there, headshot very nicely connected, but Nightblood Gaming once again between McNutty and Roompa able to get a whole lot done. Dorilla and Footy though trying to get themselves into this conversation, and just like that with that kill, Dorilla's able to also pop out this Viper's Pit. The pit is opened up, and we're gonna see what Nightblood Gaming have to get themselves in on it.
I love that Viper is able to get her Viper's Pit online so quickly, because then they have to try to force their way into site so many different times. Although right now they're just struggling and the time is running down, Becky.
It's really running down, but trying to tap that spike does force a nice little peek from 2 members of Fluid Gaming, and that means that Alter's able to clean both of those up. Now knows where Dorilla is, but because of those snake bites is not able to defuse, forced to aggress onto Dorilla, and Dorilla to clutch it up. A 6-5 and final round in this half. Will Fluid Gaming be able to even it up, or will Nightblood Gaming come out with the advantage before going to the attacking side? I love that we've been able to see Fluid Gaming do a great job at coming back, and just like it was rough when it was a 4-0 start and every single round was just so swift by Nightblood Gaming. We saw an ace, we saw 4K, within the first 3 rounds, it's just so great that we've been able to see Fluid Gaming adapt and be able to come back into this game and be this close before the half. And I'm definitely excited to see what Fluid Gaming is going to bring to the defensive side as well. Speaking of here, Poppy forced to play a little bit of a bob and weave, but actually it's going to be Dorilla who unfortunately is in Last Squall's way and actually gets taken out by that Hunter's Fury. Not what you would hope to have happened. And just like that, with Dorilla falling there as well, alongside 2 kills from an aggressive push, we are seeing Fluid Gaming now in a 2v4 situation, and Footy just trying to see if this long-range weapon can kind of even this up in any sort of way.
Ooh, yeah, because now this 2v4, it's a little bit difficult. They have to try to get onto site to plant the spike, but just the weapons aren't in their advantage. They have an operator, they'll push into Poppy, and you can't react quick enough, so McNutty will finally close it out to 6-5.
Switching sides.
Or I believe 7-5 now. And so because of that, it's a little bit more difficult for the actual squad. 7-5 on the attacking half, Becky. I really think that Nightblood Gaming has been pushed into a prime position. I like that it's being pushed into a prime position because that 3 initiator lineup, I will not call Neon a duelist because of her stun, but at the same time, she does have that dash. And so it's a game changer on the attacking half.
I'm actually so excited to see Koof utilize this Neon on the attacking side. Like, we were able to see exactly what the Jet does, and the Jet does the same thing time and time again. You throw the cloud burst into certain areas that you want to block off, you make the dashes into the cloud burst, you're completely covered, and you get onto site without really being seen, and then you have an advantage, especially alongside something like the KO to do the pop flashes out of your own smokes or out of some other smokes that have been created. It's kind of tried and tested, and yeah, it's good, but at some point, I want to see a switch up, so I'm very excited to see this Neon be utilized alongside the rest of the team, and unfortunately, losing that KO is going to make it that much more difficult. The flashes are now down for the side of Nightblood Gaming, and a very nice long-range shot from Footy with this Headhunter, and now knows that people are kind of hanging out towards B. Here's a few footsteps potentially, but also people hearing footsteps are going to be Kaiwu and this Jet as well, who are now just waiting around these corners for the attacking side. Justin's able to pick up one. The flash around the corner allows for Kaiwu to pick up Oompa as well, and now Altered to fall as well. Poppy was a little bit far, gets Kaiwu, but is now in a 1v3 situation, doesn't have the bomb, and this is not where you want to be. Is just going to go ahead and try to collect some ult points and get some amount of equity out of this round, but maybe not how Nightblood Gaming wanted to start off their attacking half.
30 seconds
Definitely
left.
not, because, well, actually, Poppy's trying to get that ultimate online as soon as possible, because now they have, I believe, 5 out of 8 or 4 out of 7. You know, I can't count, but because of that, there are 20 seconds left on the clock. Just planting the spike is completely out of the question, Becky. But to be able to get their ultimate on so soon, that was a game changer in the first half. Every time there's a Viper spin online, the round almost always went the side of the team that invested it. This time, though, with a pistol round in favor of Fluid Gaming, they should have a minor advantage. But again, Vipers hit 5 out of 7 online. Super close. So countering it, it could come online in the 3rd round. That buy phase will be extra strong, and it could flip the tides, because before the first half, it was very one team will get a lot of rounds, then the next team will trade it out and even it out. This time, though, you have to make a stance. You can't let the score even out too many times.
Yeah, and I mean, like you've mentioned, we are on a bit of a tech pause here. Also, quick little aside before I go on this small rant here. With Poppy being 2 points off of that ultimate, we could very likely see some aggressive pushes, be able to pick up an ult orb, as well as be the person to get the bomb down on a certain area and then immediately follow it up with that Viper's Pit. So that could be the play that we're going to see, but considering how many pings we're seeing towards this mid area, I don't know how I feel about Nightblood Gaming going for a mid push. If you know that you're going to be on lower guns, it scares me a little bit to want to go for a play through mid. There's just so many long range angles, and like, sure, the guns for the side of Fluid Gaming are going to be like mostly Spectres, but that's still a pretty big gun difference, and that Spectre is certainly a lot better at long range situations than something like the Frenzy or the Classics that we're seeing Nightblood Gaming currently rocking. So unless we're going to see some insane headshots from some
somebody like Koof or Poppy on sheriffs like we've seen on previous rounds, which it would be a big invest for Koof to go ahead and buy a sheriff, so I don't know that we're likely to see it. Poppy able to buy that up because of the amount of kills gathered in the previous round, but it'll be interesting to see what Nightblood Gaming decides to do. I don't know if I personally would go for the long-range mid-push, but it certainly would take my defensive side off guard if I'd previously won the last round.
And like we saw it last half when Fluid was on the attack, they'd lost the pistol, and then they go for this mid push. What happened in that mid push? Well, you saw McNutty, I believe it was McNutty, who got the ace. And so to know that beforehand, it's a little bit like there's a high chance that just someone with a Spectre, close combat, can demolish the entire attacking half or the entire attacking side that round. And it's not a good stance, but you have to really use Breeze to its best ability when you're on the attack. Now, when we look at it as a map, it's a very long range map. We know this as a fact, but going mid, you have the chance of a long range engagement, or you can rush through doors and try to plant spike as quickly as possible. And so that's a goal that the team could have, and they don't have to really risk entering from someone who has a Marshall, an op, etc. Even so, that's not possible in this first half. It's a little bit more difficult. And when you use that shorter range angles, you can have an advantage, but you put a lot of things up to chance.
And speaking of things being up to chance, we don't know when Dorilla is going to come back into this game. From this tab screen, you can see that is the reason that we have this tech pause. We are waiting for Dorilla to come back and reconnect into this game. And so I'm sorry that you're having to listen to Azula and I buffer. I'm not really sorry. Like, we're insightful people giving a lot of facts. Yeah, what's the idea? Let's go.
Well, so before I say the idea, I think, what would make the idea even better is if we both had a pair of GLG socks, or if everyone had a pair of GLG socks. But the idea is, how many leaves do you think are on Breeze's map? Because ignoring these trees, which have too many leaves to count, the palm trees, that would be a game in itself to try to count them.
All right. If Fade will do... Oh, wait, I didn't know there was a bear up here. Also, bless Fade for observing and bringing us to all the bears. This bear's angry. I don't know why that bear is angry. He's angry because he's not on site. He's like, look, also all of my trees are 2D. How am I supposed to climb trees and do normal bear things if all the trees are 2D?
Oh. Yeah, no, I don't like that anymore, It's okay, but, if you ever wanted to become like a professional rock climber, that bear is now at a disadvantage. It's like when your team baits you onto site, and although it might be nice to have someone who's lurking, that bear is probably just very angry that their lurking figure has not been able to apply pressure on the map. And I think that was a fault that Altered had on the first half. They couldn't really apply pressure on B site when the team was aggressing A site.
Oh my gosh, wait, there's one in an inner tube too. Bear overboard.
Whoa. That's a little bit rough falling out of the boat.
Yeah, but I mean, anytime you have a captain on a boat, you usually have a first mate, and those people are obligated to do person overboard trainings. So, you gotta at least believe that you're in good hands, as long as the captain is nearby. Though I don't know if there's a captain of that little boat that bear is by, but we're gonna hope so that bear can get a little bit rescued here.
Yeah, and then just there's so many animals on this map, all experiencing. Is that a snake or a worm?
It's a worm. It's from Worms Armageddon.
Oh my God.
Let me know in chat if you remember the game Worms Armageddon. We were talking about it before coming on the mic. I'm sorry we have nothing more Valorant related to talk about. We've been through it. We're kind of just ad-libbing until we get this reconnect from Dorilla. I apologize, but yeah, let me know in chat if you remember the fire game that is Worms Armageddon. Azula, a little too young to know the game, but we've educated. We've talked about it. Can we release this bear? Yeah. Why is this bear in a cage? I do not like it.
That bear in the cage feels like my knowledge about Worms Armageddon. As a zoomer of the crew, I did not know what this game was. You see, everyone was talking about it in the green room. They're like, oh my God, I love Worms Armageddon or something. And I was like, is that like the worm I accidentally biked over a few days ago on my way to school?
Oh. All right, and it looks like we are going to be going back to desk here because this reconnect is taking quite a bit of time. So we're going to save fade some of the cute animal spotting and just get to look at us for a little bit. I could, my dog is over here. I could maybe get his attention. He could do some tricks for us.
Ooh, yeah,
He is asleep
well,
though. I'd feel bad waking him up.
Oh yeah, no, you can't wake up the dog like that. But Becky, if we were to imagine American Ninja Warrior, you know that TV show? But
Yes,
imagine
I love
the
that show.
agents, Valorant agents doing American Ninja Warrior. If you were to rank
Neon
your
would be the
top
best.
3,
Okay.
yeah,
top
Neon
3?
I think would do, top 3 who would place from first to like third.
Okay, I think Neon comes in first. I think Neon is sick Ninja Warrior. Okay. I want to say Jet next, but I actually feel like Jet would be too cocky and she'd like fall somewhere. It's like when you forget to like double hit the space bar to like glide, she'd do that and then just fall into the water.
I think she would do that, but like the toadstools, she'd fall off like there as she was like running up. She'd be like forget to jump or something.
The first round, do you think Jet's falling? Dang, okay. All right, let's go right back into our game. But before we go back into this game, I mean, we can go down. But while we're doing it, I'm going to continue to think about Chambers' pants are too tight. He wouldn't do very well. I think KO would actually do well, and it's just because KO would be like, if I fall into the water, I'm going to be a toaster in water. So that's not good. So KO also is like literally a robot, probably could just like program Ninja Warrior into KO's brain and he'd be golden. So I think that KO is one. Justin to start off with a very nice kill. Footy also with a very nice long range kill here as well. Just blazing on to this. Who do I think would be my final agent to conquer American Ninja Warrior? Footy picking up another kill as well onto McNutty, and all of a sudden a flawless round. It's not been an ace, but we are seeing a 3K from Footy there. Very nicely done, and an even score now, 7-7 for both of our teams here. Whew. It's gonna play.
Footy heard what you said about American Ninja Warrior, because now they're really stepping up for the team, holding down B site, because while they might have not been able to apply a lot of pressure to prevent rotations, while on the attacking half, their defensive half with this chamber utility is a little bit better, in my opinion. They're really just getting everything out of it. And so they're able to say, hey, look at this. You cannot go into A site. The trademarks are applying pressure in mid. Where else can you go? You're funneled out just to nowhere.
All right, and with that, we'll see if they're able to adapt. Now, bigger guns on the side of the attackers in Nightblood Gaming, and they're a little bit spread all across the board, but not to worry. The slide comes through, but is not going to be able to convert to a kill. Thankfully, McNutty there to back up Koof, so Koof does fall. The attackers with a slight advantage here, 4-3, and the bomb down for the side of Nightblood Gaming. Justin has this dash ready to go, all queued up, but not going to find a way to use it exactly how you might have previously wanted to use it there. And now onto site, waiting for the rest of the defenders to join in to do this collapse, and unfortunately that initial peek from Justin does not go his way. Roompa to find that nice headshot, and now Last Squall actually going to be the one on the lurk here, is going to be rewarded with this kill onto Roompa. Knowledge about that long range person towards that B long, and now ping's coming out to let everyone know that Last Squall is hanging out there as well. The trademark is going to catch him out alongside being left at bay by that grenade, and with that it is going to be the bomb just ticking too fast for the defensive side. McNutty getting caught in. Kaiwu with a nice little exit frag though does fall to alter. Not going to be too bad for Kaiwu though, who was on that bonus round.
It definitely was a good bonus round for Fluid Gaming, because they were able to take down, I believe, 2 or 3 members of the attacking squad. But then in addition to that, they're mixing up the strategy and testing out how many players they can allocate towards one site over another. They've figured out that they can give up mid control and retake pretty well. If they had better weapons, they probably could have committed to it a little bit more. But then they're also learning of where Nightblood Gaming is positioning after their post-plant round. They might have lost the bonus, but a victory in their eyes.
and slowly trying to figure out how they're putting themselves into an advantageous position. Nightblood Gaming able to pick up that last round, so have a single round lead, but we're on an even playing field now, and a little bit of a lurk towards this B site. Gonna leave behind some of that chamber utility. I'd like using this buddy system for that chamber lurk at least this early into the round. That toxic screen is gonna go down from the attackers on towards this A site and be able to block off a lot of that deep angles that can be found towards the A side. Alter trying to rotate on with the rest of the team, but gets caught out by Last Squall, who's now going to be able to run up this hall. Koof caught out trying to get that high ground by Justin, and it looks like finally the 3 remaining attackers going to be able to try to make something happen alongside of this Viper's Pit, trying to peek through here as McNutty watching this other pyramid on this side, gonna be able to pop flash around it, allows for Roomba to pick up a kill on to Footy as well as Kai Wu. Very nicely done, 7 bullets, but that should be enough as McNutty a kill with the Guardian onto Last Squall. 2v2 situation. That Viper's Pit did go down, but the peaks are just so good from McNutty. 2 headshots, 3 kills, and 9 rounds for Nightblood Gaming.
Spectacular showing, to say the least, because Nightblood Gaming, they're getting a little bit over antsy, maybe a little bit nervous as they secure it, but McNutty is just the player to watch for the map, and overall he's been unmatched in his skill and performance so far. No one is able to really claim space or hold off on rotations like he has. He's been applying pressure with those flashes and that 0 point to take away utility that could possibly counter him. Now look at this squad. Nightblood Gaming has to claw, fight, and by every possible chance they can to secure the map win to continue on. But they're doing it in a fashion that's pretty stylish for McNutty.
Owl Drone to start this off, and it's going to be followed up by Koof. Fast lane going on to this site, going to be able to go all the way to the back here, waiting for a chance to peek out. The fast lane falls, so does Kai Wu, going to be able to get that kill through the box on a Footy as well before going down to Last Squall. But a 2-for-1 has got to be feeling pretty good for the side of Nightblood Gaming, as Poppy with a very nice headshot onto Dorilla over the side of those pipes. Going to be very great here. Justin also alongside with this Sheriff, trusty Sheriff. It's high noon and it's looking good with these blades in hand. 1 attacker remains, but 2 for Fluid Gaming on this defensive side. Unfortunately, this Hunter's Fury, I mean, is more than enough damage to be able to take any one of them down if only it could land. But in the end, it is the blades that are true, and Last Squall will get the defuse.
He tried to back up a little bit to be able to use the Hunter's Fury, but Roomba just wasn't able to get that proper positioning, because if he went too far away from the spike, he wouldn't know if they had halved it or anything. They could have gotten off at half and then just danced around the ultimate. Instead, he canceled that 1 round and hoping for the aim to secure that victory. Instead, the aim just falling a little bit too shaky and allowing Fluid Gaming to get their 8th round on the board. This game, it didn't look close in the first few rounds of that first half, but now this is just so much closer than anyone could have predicted. And these are victors, so they're very good at winning rounds. They've won previous Pit of Valors, so it's definitely something you can predict.
Ooh, fast lane into overdrive. This is what we've been wanting to see from the Neon. The Palpatine fingers are good for this first kill onto Dorilla, but a lot of damage put onto Koof. 33 HP, and now just kind of running around. Gonna be able to drop a gun, actually, for the teammate there, and now Suppressed not gonna be able to pull that overdrive back out. Justin picks up 1. The grenade actually gonna do Koof in. Justin and Footy all just flying up here. The retake is looking so good compared to the save round that we're seeing from Nightblood Gaming, and once again, we've seen it time and time again. An even game at 9-9.
It's too even that the fact they struggle to counter one over the other. When they face this 9-9, 9-8 scoreline and one team's on the save, you have to predict that it's going to be a victory or a round secured for them. And the ultimates that they use to try to possibly change the tides, like that overdrive, It's good enough to get one kill, but it's very slow at killing enemies, in my opinion. It's pretty easy to counter and just doing damage with the other utilities such as shock darts, fragment, everything else. It takes them off the map. It's such a close scoreline that no one's economy is stabilized and they aren't able to get guns every round. It's a save by round.
So far, so good. Walks into the fast lane only to get punished. Poppy to finish off Footy, who has been an absolute mainstay for the side of Fluid Gaming. So a great player to clean off of the map. But Justin trying to get a little bit of vengeance right back here. Picks off one as well. But Koof to have a say right back. Justin now a little bit revealed by that first kill and is forced to play a little bit of footsie here with Altered, who does have that tour de force. So a little bit of a spooky game to be playing, but Kaiwu's going to be able to drop away and try to catch the side of the attackers who are rotating on towards this A site. Oh, this could potentially go
and he's
so
predicted it to
bad.
Kaiwu.
Oh, all right, dancing around
holding
this
my breath.
orange box. Oh my gosh, Kaiwu 7 bullets, 2 is able to connect nonetheless, and the bomb is down here, and now Altered, the one remaining, doesn't have that tour de force anywhere, just has a classic, well, has the headhunter too, so I guess there's that, is now going to be forced into this 1v1, but we know with the bomb down that Kaiwu has the advantage, could be able to pick up a gun here. So little time left. We're going to have to
10
see such
seconds
a
left.
quick move. Has started to run. Is not looking back towards that orange box anymore. Has to plant with 4 seconds left on the clock. And Kaiwu's just trying to run and have something to say here. So far, so safe. The pyramid, the reload and jump. Why would, oh my gosh. And it will be Kaiwu to get that kill onto Alt. And that gave me so much anxiety. Literally so much anxiety.
Just watching that, the tension was building, and Kaiwu predicted that rotation. Nightblood Gaming, they didn't have any real presence in the other map, so when they completely fall back off of B, it's predicted that it's going to go through spawn. They've cleared out the defender spawn, so where else is Rampa going to choose to go? They have that option to go A site, and Kaiwu just a little bit of a better position offered. So if we play off of that, we can now infer that I think a solution to help Nightblood Gaming is really to work on their applied pressure elsewhere, because if they completely withdraw from a site, then the defenders, Fluid Gaming, will know exactly where they're going. But if they don't have a withdrawal, they're going to die fighting for one site.
And hoping to not let that happen, Nightblood Gaming taking this moment, taking a little bit of a time out. They've been ahead most of this game, and this is one of the first times that they've really kind of fallen behind Fluid Gaming, and they're on the attacking side, and they're kind of just hoping to be able to, you know, close this out. This is still a very close and anyone's game, and now being able to buy going into this round, they've got to be hoping to be able to close this gap and bring something, bring themselves forward.
And, well, this Viper's wall that they're putting is a retake wall. So they're going to be playing off-site. They don't want to give away too much respect, and they don't want to disrespect their enemies otherwise. They had utility to play for corners, but look at Footy. What is he doing? He's just able to completely counteract the entire squad.
That was through the box. That was as far as I'm concerned, that was a blind shot. Holy smokes. The game sense, I suppose, altered. I mean, now down a member, losing Poppy, definitely not where they want to be. Not a great start to that. Forced out into the open as Koof pushed out by that snake bite. Thankfully, Altered and McNutty just flashing up on this kill feed, getting back on here. 2v2 situation. Now McNutty watching close, but Justin is also equally close here behind enemy lines, and I don't think any of them are prepared for it. Finds the kill onto McNutty, has this dash prepared, is trying to joust with Roomba, and the flash will be able to finish Roomba off. The defuse and 11 points going Fluid Gaming's way.
Flash and dash to the spike. Becky, yes, for that 11 points on the board. And I like how you mentioned that Nightblood Gaming has always usually been on the front foot of this map. They've never really fallen behind by a round or two in this case. And so to have this be the stake, look at the rounds that they've lost. The last 4 have all been spike diffuses. What does that mean? It means their post-plant positioning on the side of Nightblood Gaming is not strong. They either go too aggressive or they don't have enough time to clear out all these angles, and sometimes it's partially due to aim duels that they're unable to clean it up. They just have to focus on staying on site and securing pressure, preventing any entrances onto site, because after that's the case, who knows where Fluid Gaming is.
And speaking of Fluid Gaming, it looks like Nightblood Gaming has decided to kind of take a page out of their book. This same wall that we were seeing Fluid Gaming utilize to get onto this A site does mean that they are on, but now all lined up for Justin, who's able to find one. Not able to line it up anymore, though, as Roomba takes that pick. Last squall to trade out. 2v2 situation once again, yet, I mean, every single time I try to say some numbers, they say, nah, actually, we're getting kills back and forth. Dorilla, long range shot, knows where Altered is, nail in that coffin, and match point on the horizon here with Fluid Gaming.
First time we're seeing match point, and it's by a margin that they're comfortable in playing with. So their economy hasn't fully expanded to the point where they don't have to worry about buying over and over again, because each round is close. Last round it was like, oh, it's 2v4. Suddenly, no, it's a 1v1. And it has to be delivered to clutch it out. Low HP will always play into that factors, but they have to just work with it, because match point on the horizon, well, look at this. Now Nightblood Gaming will have weapons to fight it through. And if they can get it so close on low buy, thrifty possible rounds, how much better can they do when they have Vandals?
And Altered now gonna do the same kind of lurk game that we were seeing Footy do previously, and getting speaking of rewarded for a Roomba, a different area code, but doing some great action nonetheless. 2 kills with that Hunter's Fury, and a big leg up to Nightblood Gaming, who definitely need it. 3 points down, and can't let Fluid Gaming get another round or they will lose this match. So finally, 2 players just trying to peek onto site, gather as much information about the remaining attackers that they can, tries to drop down in, but gets punished by Koof, who's now jousting around this box. Dorilla gonna be silenced and gonna be taken out by Koof. And now double digits for both teams, 10-12, and Nightblood Gaming have to keep punching, have to keep themselves in this game, and thankfully their opponents being on a save round this time is going to make it just a little bit easier to close this gap and give us an overtime in our first round of the Pit of Valor Invitational.
I would love to see Justin possibly sacrifice full shields for light shields and dropping a Vandal for their teammate, because they have so many ultimates online. That could be a game changer itself, but if their team doesn't have full weaponry across the board, it's a lot more difficult for them to turn the tide. They have to line up, and they just lined up. That's the tide turner already, Becky. And now the recon dart to push them further and further back.
I mean, I guess that's one of the plus sides, or downsides, I guess, of the fast lane. It means that you all have to be in the same line, and that just does not work well against that tour de force. Thankfully, Altered was able to get that kill back, but the way that we're all falling now as a result of that, Roomba's readying this recon bolt. But this is just such a sticky situation to try to get into. Altered is trying to hold it down, but now in a 1v3 situation is just looking so rough. Thankfully, does have this Vandal despite the 0-point suppression here, and is just trying to peek out, and unfortunately, the peek goes to Justin, and the game goes to Fluid Gaming.
That last peek with that right click, Becky, just to secure the Blade Storm is an ultimate you can never forget is on the enemy side. Because just like that, when you have the Tour de Force and you had the Blade Storm online, those are 2 weapons available to just demolish the entire enemy squad. And well, we saw it happen. It closed out maybe 1 round a little bit later than they expected, but a 13-10 scoreline in all sake. It's a good showing from Fluid Gaming.
Good showing from Fluid Gaming and a good showing from Nightblood Gaming as well. Definitely a close game and one where Nightblood Gaming was looking really good for the start of it. And unfortunately just not finishing out in their favor. But some great clips nonetheless, some aces and some big, really cool kills from both sides here as well. We just had a long game with a long tech pause, so I imagine our second round is very close on the horizon. We are going to go to a short break and we will be right back with the second round here in just a moment.
Makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the...
Down mid, trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda flies through the gravity well, holding the field. The third one. Oh no, Moeda! But a runaway as well. It's three the other way from the jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
Tell you who can. Their name's Posters.
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through, but right now it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. You just have to wait and see ZK waiting around the corner on the shore. Trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to be 12 to 7 here. Match.
Needs to make it quick though. Spotted. Takes the beat here. Moving these shoulders and play hand in hand. Crossing, just rotating with Sager right now. It's a dance right from the Rosie, and ZK's been leading the whole time.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death though, at least for the side of MMG has betrayed taking the victory. And victory lap.
Curry is in trouble. Pendez realizes when they both fall to sight. CTB for the one. Bladestorm. Juicy. Pendez for the one. Dismiss. Oh! That was beautiful. The repeat, though. The greedy repeat.
Oh, remaining.
It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters as they would probably like it. God, never mind as a double galak comes out from one op shot. Beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. Mike Brennan.
Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the...
Down mid, trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda flies to the gravity well, holding still. The third one. Oh no, Moeda! But a runaway as well. It's three the other way from the jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
Tell you who can. Their name's Posters.
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through, but right now it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Just have to wait and see ZK waiting around the corner on the shore. Trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to be 12 to 7 here.
Matchup.
Quick though. Spotted. Things to be here. Holding these shoulders, we can play It's a dance. It's ring around the Rosie, and ZK's been leading the whole time.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. Has betrayed take the victory, and victory lap.
Unless KO has a thing or two to say about it. So far, nothing. About to walk into the crosshair. Pandez, aim practice at this point. Get the second, no. Pinching through market. Curry is in trouble. Pandez realizes they both fall to sight. CJB for the one. Blade Storm. Juicy. Pandez for the one. Dismiss. Oh! That's beautiful. Okay, repeat, though. The greedy repeat, Eric.
Oh. It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters as they would probably like, but God, never mind as a double Galat comes out from one op shot. Beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of NMG. Spike planted.
Hurricane Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from the beam, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the...
That's what we see here. Out of the jet down mid. Trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda finds 2. The gravity well pulled him still. The third one. Oh no, Moeda. But a runaway as well as 3 the other way from the jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
Tell you who can. Their name's Poster.
Throwing that down before the take came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. You just have to wait and see ZK waiting around the corner on the shore. Trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to be 12 to 7 here. Matchup.
Make it quick though. Spot it. Things to be here. Holding his shoulders, we play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating with Zinker right now. It's a dance. It's rings around the Rosie, and ZK's been leading the whole time.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. Has betrayed take the victory, and victory lap.
Crosshair. Pandez, aim practice at this point. Second, no. Pinching through market. Curry is in trouble. Pandez realizes they both fall to sight. CJB for the one. Blade Storm. Juicy. Pandez for the one. Dismiss. Oh! Repeat. Greedy repeat, Eric.
Oh. It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters as they would probably like, but God, never mind as a double Galat comes out from one op shot. Beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of NMG. Spike planted.
Hurricane Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the...
Out of the jet down mid. Trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda finds 2. The gravity well pulled him still. The third one. Oh no, Moeda. But a runaway as well as 3 the other way from the jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
Tell you who can. Their name's Poster.
Throwing that if they are able to clutch this out. This is going to be huge. Just have to wait and see CK waiting around the corner. Sure, trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to be 12 to 7 here.
Matchup.
Things could be here. Holding his shoulders, we can play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating with Baker right now. It's a dance. Brings down the Rosie, and ZK's been leading the whole time.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG, as the trade take the victory. And victory lap.
As KO has a thing or two to say about it. So far, nothing. Have to walk into the crosshair. Pandas. Aim practice at this point. In the second, no. Pinching through market. Curry is in trouble. Pandas realizes they both fall to sight. CJB for the one. Blade Storm. Juicy. Pandas for the one. Dismissal. Oh! The greedy repeat, Eric.
Oh. It is not, but honestly, I don't think it matters as they would probably like, but God, never mind as a double Galat comes out from one op shot, beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. Fight Planet.
Up nowhere came Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we're gonna replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the...
That's what we're seeing here. Out of the jet down mid. Trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda finds 2. The gravity well hold him still. The third one. Oh no, Moeda. What a runaway as well. It's 3 the other way from the jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
Tell you who can. Their name's posters.
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through, but right now it's Aru against the world, able to get 1 here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Just have to wait and see ZK waiting around the corner in the shore. Trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to be 12 to 7 here.
Matchup.
Make it quick though. Spotted. Things can be here. Holding these shoulders, they're gonna play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating with Saker right now. It's a dance. It's ringing around the Rosie, and ZK's been leading the whole time.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG, as the trade take the victory. And victory lap.
Walk into the crosshair. Pandas. Aim practice at this point. In the second, no. Pinching through market. Curry is in trouble. Pandas realizes they both fall to sight. CJB for the one. Blade Storm. Juicy. Pandas for the one. Dismissal. Oh no! Greedy repeat, Eric.
Oh. It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters as they would probably like, but God, never mind as a double Galat comes out from one op shot, beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of MMG. Fight Planet.
Up nowhere came Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the...
That's what we're seeing here. Out of the jet down mid. Trying to make their way through inside. Melena's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Melena finds two. The gravity well pulled to steal the third one. Oh no, Melena would run away as well. It's three the other way from the Jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
Tell you who can.
Hello and welcome back to the Pit of Valor Invitational. I'm Becky Bear, joined by the lovely, the amazing, the fantastic Azula. We hope you all are having a great day, but nobody is going to be having as great of a day as our headset winner for this MSI headset giveaway. Do you want to do the honors of the announcement, Azula?
Oh yes. Now insert those drum roll noises right here because the winner is Shali or Chili. I don't know how to pronounce it. Well, you are the winner for that headset giveaway. So congratulations, because that sure is going to make your day. But you know what even makes someone else's day even better is that Fluid Gaming has been advancing. They won their last map. It was a little bit close, but now they get to go against Aspire Entertainment to hopefully continue their story, trying to close out as the grand finals winner. But this Pit of Valor Invitational has a little bit of a different bracket setup. So do you want to walk us through that a little bit, Becky?
It is a little bit different. We are going to be doing 32 teams that have now gotten cut in half. So it is now 16 teams, all single elimination. All rounds are best of one, except for our finals. And that's because we have a bigger prize pool, $150, 100 to first place, 50 to second. But 100 place also gets 5 MSI Vigor GK50 keyboards. Big shout out and big thank you to MSI for sponsoring the last batch of Pit of Valors and this Pit of Valor Invitational. This wouldn't have been possible without you, so big thank you to MSI. And, you know, congrats to all the teams that made it into this tournament and the teams that continue to make it far. As Azula mentioned, we will be watching Fluid Gaming versus Aspire Entertainment, and we are going to be going to Bind. This is like a love-hate map for me. As a player, I hate it. As a viewer, I love it.
Yes, that's exactly how I feel about it, because as a player, I'm like, there's no good way to attack onto this map, and then defending on B side is just the worst game ever. I cannot defend B side, and the retakes on that side are so closed off. It's very difficult. But then as a viewer or a caster even, you're looking at Bind and you're like, oh my god, I have these 200 IQ strategies that I could never implement into my own ranked games, but to watch it is something else.
Yeah, I love also that this is a map where we get to see a really big variety in agents. And speaking of agents, we are going right down into our agent select here in just a moment. So I love that you get to see something like the Raze on this map. I think that Raze is she's so fun to watch. She's one of the best agents when you get to see somebody like double blast pack into these crazy areas, get the grenades, force people to like flounder against the little boom bot, and then of course the big rocket to tie it all up into a nice little bow that is the Raze package. I love to see something like the Raze, so I'm hoping, I mean, usually you do end up seeing the Raze on this map, so excited to see it. Is there any other in particular agent that you're going to be excited to see on this map, Azula?
Well, often picking, I like to see these teams bring in Chamber because, well, previously Valor used to be a very slow-paced game. It would be like, who has the Astra utility latest in the map? Who can stall as late as possible? But now you're seeing Brim or Omen replace Astra commonly, and then Chamber has been brought in as a secondary duelist, but also a sentinel.
Yeah, and I feel like something that we haven't really talked about so far today is the Fade. Fade is not allowed in this tournament, unfortunately. As excited as I would be to see Fade, Fade is still very new, so we're just gonna go ahead and say not for a little while longer. But we are getting to see some of those nerfs to Jet and to Sova, some of those buffs to the lovely Neon, and excited to see how things get utilized that way. Not surprised to see the Chamber be the very first quick lock-in here. I like going for something like the Sky, though some people have really started to utilize the KO on this map, but I think that this is still a map where Sky has a lot of equity compared to something like the KO, and, you know, just the very beautiful Viper. I do like that we're getting to see the double controller utilized on this map a lot of the time, too. Gets to do some very fun things, getting those smokes in those certain areas, and then also getting that vulnerability and utility that Viper brings to the table.
Yes, certainly. And just having two controllers, it makes entering onto site a lot more decisive when you actually want to try to do it and difficult to get onto site because you're not sure if something's actually going to work out or not. And there could be a dark cover blocking your vision, a one way out of showers on A site. And it's a lot of a stronger commitment to hold. And so, because you'll see the utility, often Vipers playing towards A site and able to stop plants if necessary. And then B site, while I mentioned it's very difficult to retake, it's also pretty difficult to hold on to. So if you have a chamber on that side, it's a little bit more of a fight and run scenario. You go fight the site and then you run off it if you're about to die.
And going right down into it, we are looking at these two team compositions. The difference between them is going to be the Sova and the Brimstone against the Omen and that Viper. How do you feel about the difference that these two are bringing?
Brimstone, I feel like his utility is very unique. Like he does have smokes, and so those sky smokes are going to be very helpful for any team. But his ultimate, that orbital strike, you want to prioritize getting that online as soon as possible. So that's why I just love seeing Brimstone be brought towards Bind. But even before Astronurse were there, it was still viable.
Spike down.
I mean, a very nice star here, though. Speaking of viable, the man of the hour, the man of the act, the man of this year is really Chamber. We're getting to see so much utilization of this agent, and this is a great shining pinnacle of that reason. We are kind of seeing on the PvE also some potential nerfs going towards that agent, but for now, still very strong alongside the damage that is just being dealt by this defensive side. The ladder moves got very aggressive, gets 3 kills as a result for it. Kaiwu gonna be able to do a little bit of damage, but between Demon and ladder moves, we will see Aspire Entertainment take that first round very quickly. But not all hope is lost for Fluid Gaming. We saw some unfortunate losses at the start of the last game that Fluid Gaming ended up taking down pretty swiftly towards that end. So they're just a team that takes a little bit of warming up, and then they really start to work like a well-oiled machine.
Certainly, like you mentioned, they are slower at first, but then that allows their opponents to overstep their boundaries. And playing off of that, then they can sway it in their tides. Or second round already bought up, and so Aspire Entertainment will have these Spectres in this anti-eco round.
Ooh, and speaking of Spectres to the face, Footy, Dorilla, Justin, Kai, they all fall. I was gonna name just 3 names, but no, it is a flawless, quick round, and just like that, Fluid Gaming are saying, we don't want to even mess with being down on guns. We want to go fast forward as quick as possible to the round where we have guns, and it's slightly in our favor. So we'll see what Fluid Gaming can make happen now on this 3rd round.
And you don't have to worry about reinvesting those Spectres. You don't have to worry about really reinvesting heavy shields too much because so few members took any damage that now this is a full bonus round versus purchase. It's going to be difficult, but they can make it work if they just hold their territory.
So far, so good. Justin tries to pull out those paint shells, but getting absolutely punished by Smiley there. And now the rest of the attackers towards this is trying to see if they can get themselves towards this site. Just Peanut gonna be able to drop those smokes, but is blocked off by this dark cover, so won't be able to get any immediate information as Dorilla finds that kill onto ladder move. Somebody that has been really good for the side of Aspire Entertainment so far into this game. Footy to pick off just Peanut, and just like that, we are seeing a Fluid Gaming in a good place to start this off. Demon, though, something of a bone to pick with this team so far. Picks off one more and is able to pick up that Phantom as a result of that kill. The Guiding Light can be able to go out. Kaiwu tries to peek, but Squall actually gonna nicely be able to punish that peek off of that blind. Beautiful teamwork that we're seeing from Fluid Gaming once they were able to pick up those guns.
Fluid Gaming is such a strong team that even when they look like they've thrown away an advantage or they're starting to lose hope, they always have a bite or a way back into the next map or into the next round. In particular, even just consistency, because last Squall has clutched out. Footy is another player that we mentioned last map a lot as someone who was a slow warming up to the first map, but then really just took off from there. And so buy round against a buy round, and they've got to find a way to stop losing members, but they also just need to continue to be consistent and hopefully continue on with their win streak.
So far, gathering a little bit of information, playing a little bit of a default. Looks like they did set up that toxic screen from the Viper as potentially a little bit of a decoy and possible rotation towards this A site. But we do see that that Viper is moving to meet up with the rest of the squad towards B sand. They're hanging out towards Fountain. They're trying to figure out if they can posture towards Hookah here. But Demon watching this close angle and is about to meet with Justin. But Justin to find that kill. Very simple and clean. Forcing Smiley off the top of that area. Throws the paint shells to force back even further. But the peek out does not go Fluid's way. Not to mention the Gady holding out in this dark cover. Also able to pick up a kill. All of a sudden, Kaiwu, the only person remaining for Fluid Gaming. That is not how I thought that push onto this site was going to go, but all of a sudden, Kaiwu is all that's left. The bomb is forced to be left on that B site, and wow, I mean, the two double kills that we just saw coming out from the side of Aspire Entertainment really just kind of nail in the coffin for this round.
And they're even just further emphasizing how well Aspire is able to shut down on any aggression. Their members, especially Demon, you can't go up against Demon and expect to win. So they're able to BM through teleporters by sending in a classic just to say, hey, we're camping outside of the teleporter. Spike is under our control, and when you try to aggress somewhere, their 3-stack A is what they face. Or 3-stack B, or you can go towards A site. But we've seen what happens in A site, because commonly it'll be Chamber and Brimstone towards at A site, and they'll have trademarks to just further allow rotations, quick rotations in particular. And then if you try to enter onto A site, you give away information.
And speaking of information, once again, this little bit of a split. They're utilizing that same toxic screen, but I mean, information is not good if you just fall that quickly. Once again, the kill feed is all green for these defenders, who are just able to take some very quick shots. Speaking of quick shots, last Squall getting a little bit of vengeance for Kaiwu there. Also being able to pick up Smiley in a 1v3 situation, but has this Phantom, gets the third kill onto Demon. The Owl Drone is going to be able to get a little bit of reconnaissance onto last Squall, but in a 1v2 situation, throws out those cabbages. The Seekers are on the move. The Shock Dart does a little bit of damage. Trying to pop flash out of that smoke. Has to go and collect the spike, but the Guardians, the defensive side, standing on top of it, will not have it. Aspire Entertainment at 4-1.
And even when you have a Sky Flash available, you have to continue to assume that the enemies have full utility. And Brimstone isn't an agent you throw your utility onto the map and then use it later on. You actively hold on to it, comparatively to Viper, who just says, I'm going to set up A site or I'm going to set up B site, and you can't pick it up afterwards. That toxic screen is down, or that poison cloud, you can pick it up, but often it's a one-way utility piece. Instead, Brimstone, that last round, it's not the vital part that we need to mention, but the incendiary was saved so much longer afterwards than what you would expect. So running through it, damage, your HP is brought down so low you could have died if someone sneezed on you, and that's exactly what happened. Aspire Entertainment shut down the round and then have utility afterwards.
And like we saw previously, Fluid Gaming down some rounds, gonna just call this timeout nice and early. And the last time that we saw Fluid Gaming take a timeout while being down this many rounds, they did win the next 4 in a row. So hopefully this is the same kind of situation where they're able to take a moment, collect themselves, identify what they're doing wrong, what information they know about the defensive side, and be able to quickly adapt. It's a big reason that they were able to win their first round into this tournament, and hopefully they can continue to do so here. But at the same time, Aspire Entertainment had a moment to do just the same amount of talking, so they might be able to do a little bit of adaptations themselves as we see that tour de force up and active and up close and personal. Thankfully for the attackers, nobody really hanging out there just yet. We do see that Viper kind of playing this lurk onto A site if anyone decides to go for the rotation into the flank, but so far not going to be the case as Fluid and Justin and Last Squall. Nice start out here, but Gady, very nice strafing around these corners, being able to pick up 2 kills there, make it 3, not being able to be taken down by that tour de force, and all of a sudden we're down to just 2 members through the teleport to join up with Justin here, but there is a monster hanging out towards Garden, and that is Gady on that Sova doing just absolute work against Fluid Gaming.
It was difficult to pinpoint a true star player, Becky, because now we've had members show up and show off over time and time after again. But instead, you're worried for a second. It's like, oh no, Aspire has died. They've lost the advantage. But they have players like Laddermove just holding it down. And they're able to get 1 kill, maybe a little bit of damage. They have to back off. But re-peeking is just a solution that they have. And so Gady, like you mentioned, showing up, getting 3 kills, to take the numbers advantage for their half, get that Hunter series online. And it's so much control on the side of Aspire Gaming or Entertainment that you never know who's going to have a power round or who's going to let the team pick up the slack.
Yeah, we've gotten to see, it seems like if it's one person peeking into multiple other people, it's Gady to get the clip. If it's somebody just taking the peeks from long angles early in the round to just pick people off, it's ladder moves. And so far between the 2 of them, they're getting a ton done against the side of Fluid Gaming. That Showstopper, not going to be a great start, but the bomb is located by Demon. Showstopper from Fluid Gaming going to come out as well on the prowl, trying to find who's hanging out towards the CT side of the map. Goes ahead and throws it out through the smoke, finds Gady, and what a nice start it is for the side of Fluid Gaming. All of a sudden left up to just Peanut and Ladder Moves, who are trying to just hunt down members that they can find. Do find that kill onto Footy, but the bomb in the hands of Fluid Gaming is able to go down, and all of a sudden 2v4 situation. Just Peanut going to be able to get down that stim beacon, join up with Ladder Moves. But they have to push through this toxic smoke. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, you never would even guess. I mean, the headshots are basically kisses when they're that close, but Ladder Move's still able to turn around and take the long range kill as well. Last Squall to peek around. Nice shot through that barrier there, and now it is all left just up to just Peanut, and there's 2 remaining. You know where 1 is, but with that bomb ticking how it is, you're probably just hoping to be able to pick out some exit frags. Finds 1 in Kaiwu, but won't be able to find Last Squall.
Just Peanut falling a little bit too short. Unfortunate for the side of Aspire Entertainment because they were so aggressive from start to finish in that round. They used that showstopper to locate the spike, but they couldn't hold on to the spike because players were falling in the back stages. Of course, we mentioned that they're universally good as a team, able to trade each other out. If you're dispersed so much on the map, it's not always going to happen. And Aspire plays for control of locations, not of just players. And so if they can continue to fall back to playing for control over showers, U-Haul, hookah, it's a better choice than to go fully aggressive with an ultimate.
Now with this smoke down, double smoke actually, but it doesn't matter. Ladder Moves just going for those default spams, able to find that kill. nonetheless, and damage to the attackers is going to make it that much more difficult for them to get onto site. Not to mention being caught out and damage dealt by that Hunter's Fury. Ladder Moves will be able to find one more onto Justin there before Last Squall gets vengeance for the team. They're going to be able to regrowth and get some health back onto Kaiwu before those shock darts do any more damage. 100 HP now, and alongside Last Squall, gonna have that chamber rejoin with the rest of the team as well. So we'll see if these 3 remaining attackers can get themselves onto this site. That second shock bolt from Gady not gonna be able to do any damage or have anything connected just yet. This Tasmanian Tiger gonna be able to get the info that you need that the remaining attackers are hanging out towards this
30
A
seconds
site.
left.
They may decide to go through the teleporter, and I think 2 members of the defensive side are thinking that at the exact same moment as they're hanging out towards that B site. The guiding light goes out, and unfortunately blinded Squall's not able to do that trade, and Smiley with 3 final kills onto those 3 final remaining Fluid Gaming players.
Just flicking over a little bit too sharp, and they collect 2 kills. It's amazing how well Aspire is controlling the pace of the map, and that's one of the important things about Valorant is map control and the sequencing, or how you control the timing of everything. Because when you're pushing them into a certain time of just you have to get onto site or you lose the round, then it creates stress for the attackers, and it's just well controlled that now they can change up and go aggressive.
Well, speaking of being aggressive, we are seeing Gady, I mean, with that in mind, just being equally as aggressive. Holy smokes! Aspire Entertainment need a chill pill or something, because that was a lot.
Maybe that's why they banned out Icebox, because that would have been a little bit too cool for school. Instead, they're going a little bit too aggressive, and it's working out for them in the moment. It hopefully can continue to work out because, well, I love to see this team show off, and Ladder Moves has just been insane. Gady, of course, Asova going 11-2 is something you've almost never seen before.
Starting off with that Trailblazer down this B side. They've been bitten by Gady, holding that corner a few too many times, so gonna use that early information. The paranoia coming out from Kaiwu does kind of force the Demon and Gady to hold an interesting spot together, but gonna be able to get rid of those Seekers, but they're not gonna be enough. Last Squall finds that first blood, and what a good one it is. Unfortunately for Justin and Dorilla, Demon is in fact a demon, finding that 3rd kill and that headshot beautifully done. Blast backing in onto site now will be doom for Demon, but still in a 2v2 situation. It's not over yet for Fluid Gaming. They're looking good, but they have a lot of damage dealt to their side, and now Ladder Moves and the final remaining Sky for Aspire Entertainment looking to just find some damage, find themselves away on the site and go for this defuse, but Kaiwu says absolutely not. Smiley is by the bomb, has the information, finds that kill into Kaiwu, but the peek out from Footy finds Fluid Gaming a 3rd point.
Just so little time on the board that you had to commit to that defuse, and you've also got to clear out all those angles. Bind is just that unique site that you can have possibly quick rotations, but if you're trying to quick rotate towards B site in particular, it's not it. Retaking, you have 3 options. To be fair, you can either wrap and go through Spawn, Hookah, or Octagon. I would say Spawn is just its own site because it's so well controlled that you can never fully wrap around that elbow section. Instead, Fluid Gaming is almost guaranteed that win if they can plant on B site.
Speaking of trying to plant on B site, it looks like Fluid is just not quite thinking about it this round. We have some 5s going into this round with Pop Flash through the toxic screen. Smiley, I get it. The decision paralysis when you peek into that many people definitely makes it really hard to decide which one you want to kill first. And unfortunately, none of them die, but Demon and Ladder Moves are trying to make things happen. Nonetheless, shots through the top of the screen, and it's just not going to be enough. Aspire Entertainment get one right back into their favor.
It's the last round and a half, Becky, and so we've seen both teams have moments of glory and moments of despair. But when you're going for the Pit of Valor Invitational Victor, you want to have only those glorious moments. And Aspire is tending to have a few more of them. In addition, Demon back with that showstopper, hopefully going to be able to redeem themselves after that time. And I'd like to mention that Fluid Gaming will put up this Viper Wall A, but often it's paired with a Poison Cloud if they're going to aggress there. Instead, no, they're going B.
Ooh, throwing out that showstopper, not gonna be able to find a kill here just yet. Unfortunately, Dorilla to find that demon. Ladder moves to trade back though, so a nice little 1-for-1 between these two teams, but Smiley Vengeance in there is taken down by Footy, once again keeping us at an even situation. But you know, these two jousting along this corner. Footy knows that somebody is there, but Gady feels pretty good about it nonetheless. Knowing that somebody is there does mean that Kaiwu, look in the wrong direction, falls to Ladder Moves, who picks up 3 kills. Gady to pick up 2 and 9 rounds on the side of Aspire Entertainment at the half.
Yeah, 9-3 half, Becky. It's not that close, to be honest. And it's parts of Aspire's defensive side that made it almost seem like they're going to have 2 attacking halves. It was never a slow-paced, methodical approach. Fluid Gaming could never have that chance to really think through, what are we going to do here? I think we need to switch it up. If they were committing to a site, they had to fully commit, or they would back off, losing 3 to 4 members of their entire squad. That just does not help with it. So if you have timing control, you have the entire half controlled over. And so we're looking to see who can collect the pistol round first off. If Aspire will collect this pistol round, we're looking at a pretty strong second half for them. But Fluid Gaming always has that chance to make an upset.
They certainly do, and this is definitely a difficult map to attack on, so being down on that attacking side is not all that surprising. And if Fluid Gaming can turn it around since moving to the defensive side, they did it once on Breeze, they could do it again here, holding this close, tight angle. Kaiwu just waiting for people to peek around the corner, finds that kill onto Demon, and now Gady knows where Kaiwu is, but Kaiwu, all the better, picks up 3 kills, Justin to pick up a 1 as well, and all of a sudden, Ladder Moves the final one to fall, and just like we mentioned, that attacking side that much more difficult for the side of Aspire Entertainment, and that first one going to Fluid Gaming.
I think I need to resign, because from now on, Valorant just needs to be renamed Frenzy, like Frenzy Parabolas. I don't know. It's just the entire map is a frenzy. It's a frenzy city. It's just too overpowered in close combat, and like we saw, Kaiwu making it show off. He took a showdown right there and really setting his team up to be able to buy up now. They're a quick team on their second half. Can they regain the space?
So far, so good. Demon getting up close and personal with that shorty, able to find a quick and early kill and pick up that Spectre, and now is waiting to be even more up close and personal, hanging out, waiting for this rotation to come through, though thankfully Kaiwu anticipating it, finds that kill onto Demon, peeks around to find a more alongside of Footy there, trying to find the 2 remaining attackers, but we are in a 2v2 situation here, and the attackers have that bomb down. Dark cover's going out from Kaiwu, trying to figure out where exactly everyone is hiding, where they can get some information. Just Peanut reveals himself there. Ladder Moves, finds a kill with that headhunter onto Kaiwu, and now it is a chamber v chamber. Ladder Moves to peek out, and the thrifty round gonna be able to go Aspire Entertainment's way.
You can't bait out the diffuse quick enough to peek, and it will be a thrifty round, 10-4 now, and that anti-eco round they hope to collect has now affected their economy, because they're at this point where Spire's at double digits. If they collect a few more, they're at match point, and then hopefully the entire game. But they've got to make a decision. Do they want to choose to buy up and pick up Vandals, rifles, etc., and risk their economy again, or they continue to just save, buy, save, buy? This time, they're choosing to invest up, and Kaiwu will have a judge in Hookah, a deadly weapon to say the least.
Oh, certainly true, but pushed off by those paint shells, and the boom bot does make Kaiwu fall. Footy to also fall. This broken buy-up that we were seeing from Fluid Gaming looking a little bit detrimental here. The spike is being initiated and going down. But nonetheless, Smiley and Demon just hold this down so well and have 11 points on the precipice of match point.
This map just going a little bit too quick, in my opinion, Becky, because it's, again, a round after round after round. And so this tactical timeout will be called to possibly decide what's going wrong and what they can change. If you are Fluid Gaming right now, how do you think they should allocate their members to just apply more pressure against Aspire?
It's interesting because I feel like they did a great job in that first pistol round where they kind of held these close angles and just waited to fight on those axes. We got to see Kaiwu pick up 3 kills as a result of that. And I think if they just tried to do a little bit more of that, hold those back angles, play off of each other, and play off of contact, I feel like they would be in a little bit of a stronger position than they are right now. But it is hard. You feel like you want to take a lot of those up close fights. You want to be kind of surprising your opponents with where you're hiding, but it just isn't going Fluid Gaming's way. So something has to give and something has to change.
And I think one thing that needs to change is how they position, because you've seen Aspire Entertainment on their defensive half. They would play A-site control really well. Fluid Gaming never really aggressed towards showers because they were scared of a double stack or just other members using utility there. So it shied them away from A site and forced them to go B a few times or go through A short. And that just did not work out for Fluid Gaming.
Double satchel to get Demon deep onto the site, but I mean, that smoke does keep Demon from finding those headshots in Footy. Instead, gonna be able to pick it up. Smiley just running, blazing onto site with a blind Justin in a corner. Gady and Peanut also getting onto this kill feed as the 2 members that were hanging out towards B site moved now to try and retake this A site against the 4 remaining Aspire Entertainment members. Shots from the Sheriff coming out, gonna be able to connect to a body, but not quite to a headshot to finish off ladder move. Smiley just does not care. Smiley is like, I don't want to stop running and gunning, so I'm just gonna keep running and gunning and keep getting somehow headshots with those run and guns. So, I mean, if it works for Smiley, you know, good for them. And so far, so good. 17-10 and match point for Aspire Entertainment off of the absolute aggression that we've just seen them blaze onto these sites with every single round.
I think last map, when they had to go to a 13-10 comeback, it was just too much for Fluid Gaming because they've lost all their steam power. And Aspire is using that. They can overrun them round after round, and they don't even really have to worry about checking the corners because trades will be coming through left, right, center for that team.
Just like that. Demon once again onto site. Nice little 1-for-1 trade. But nonetheless, the smoke's down and the attackers to quickly follow up onto site. Ladder moves to get onto this board as well. Top of the leaderboard, mind you. Smiley does fall there, and Katie getting a lot of damage done, but not quite falling because of that through the box shot. Footy now waiting to see if somebody peeks out from U-Haul, but nobody will just yet as Dorilla and Dorilla to find one, Footy to find another, and all of a sudden Peanut the only one remaining. The orbital strike comes out, the slow, and looking in the wrong direction, Dorilla will fall. Footy now on the defuse, but Peanut is just waiting to peek out. Hops off of the bomb, actually. We didn't even peek out, we could have just stuck it, but it doesn't matter. Got it with the quick scope to finish off Peanut and keep Fluid Gaming in this game.
Now, you might think Chambers a Sentinel, Becky, because he has 2 trademarks. But really, he's just an overpowered duelist with that quick scope operator. Tour de force necessary to continue their any chance or hopes in this map. But the rounds have all gone the way of Aspire Entertainment, the needed rounds, the impactful ones. It's every 2, 3, it'll be a side for Fluid Gaming, but they have to figure out a way to break this pattern and just go round after round after round. Destroy this. And it could be that the Viper's Pit is the solution, but another enemy tour de force is online.
And speaking of it being online, so was the Showstopper, so was the Viper's Pit, but both of those quickly neutralized here at the start of this round. 4-4 now, hanging out towards these smokes and just waiting for somebody to push onto side. Ladder moves not quite able to find the feet of anyone through these smokes. It's actually Smiley, probably once again with that run and gun. Justin to also unleash that Showstopper and get rid of that tour de force. Peeks out, find another one onto Smiley, and once again 3 kills and 6 points. Fluid Gaming stay in this for a little bit longer.
Well, I might say they looked a little bit worn out of steam, out of gas, but really they've taken their foot off that brake and they're steamrolling it down, steering into this game as it's just, they're a force that's almost unmovable. They've let a little bit too much slide, and so they have to continue to fight back. But now that they have this tension of game point on the line, match point on the line, it's all but nothing. You have to stay together, and you have to clock down on A site just to hold U-Haul position, to hold back site, and to force Aspire to not know where you could be.
And just like that, Hunter Sphere to start out for the attacking side does kind of force some interesting moves from Kaiwu and allow a lot of space for Demons to be able to push into this U-Haul area. And just like that, attention grab allows for Smiley to come around from the other end. Aspire are not playing around and are ready to just be blazing once again. The bomb is down 5-2 now, and Footy is just trying to see if he can isolate some 1v1s, is able to find one and take out Smiley, but just like that, ladder moves, aggression, Aspire Entertainment, aggression, and the dub to go along with it.
They let 2 rounds slide, too many, Becky, because it was a 13-6 final scoreline. And Aspire Entertainment, we can never forget about them because they're in it to win it so many different times. In that last round, Smiley just opening it up on that Sky. It's something you don't expect to see because it's like, oh, Sky, you're just flashing to support the teammates. But really, it could be considered another duelist. 3 duelists for the side of Aspire Entertainment is a questionable offer.
I mean, but you've been saying that Neon is an initiator because Neon has a stun. And so does Sky. So, initiator? Can't play a full
The whole
duelist because
game
of
could be
flash,
initiators.
That's actually honestly true. So regardless of what you think, I mean, we think that Chamber is a duelist. I mean, Sky can be as well. Neon's an initiator. But at the end of the day, the only thing that we know for sure is that Aspire Entertainment was able to take that one down 13-6. Absolutely amazing aggression that we were seeing the moment that they changed onto that attacking side and just did not give Fluid Gaming hardly any wiggle room. The moment you could tell, like that final round that they like figured out, like, oh, we just have to be so aggressive that they can't possibly do anything against us. We got this. Turned it on and had a near flawless final round. So absolutely beautiful with what we are seeing here today at the Pit of Valor Invitational, brought to you by MSI. We are going to take a quick break before we get you all right into round number 3. And I believe it is top 8 as well. We will be right back.
Time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the...
That's what we're seeing here. Out of the Jets down mid. Trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda finds 2. The gravity well hold him still. The third one. Oh no, Moeda would run away as well. It's 3 the other way from the Jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
I'll tell you who can. Their name's Posters.
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through, but right now it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Just have to wait and see. ZK waiting around the corner on the shore. Trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to need 12 to 7 here.
Matchup.
Make it quick though. Spotted. The Tank's gonna be here. Holding these shoulders, looking to play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating with Zanker right now. It's a dance. It's ring around the Rosie, and ZK's been leading the whole time.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for side of MMG. Has betrayed, I think, the victory. And victory lap.
Crosshair. Aim practice at this point. Second, Pidgey through market. Curry is in trouble. Pandas realizes he will fall the sight. CJB for the one. Bladestorm. Juicy. Pandas for the one. Dismiss. Oh! Repeat. Greedy repeat, Eric.
Oh. It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters as they would probably like. But oh, God, never mind as a double galak comes out from one op shot, beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of MMG. Mike Planet.
Up nowhere, Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot through the beam, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Market, they have an opening. Moeda's playing attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda finds two, grab him up, hold him still. Third one. Oh no, Moeda will run away as well. It's 3 the other way from the Jet. On the other side, nobody can tame these duels.
as they would probably like, but God, never mind as a double galactic comes out from one up shot, beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of NMG. Fight Planet.
I'm gonna Hurricane Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib,
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pit of Valor Invitational. We are getting right into the thick of it on the precipice of crowning a victor. This is a little bit different from our normal Pit of Valor. As you can notice, this is on a Saturday, not a Wednesday. If you're interested in our normal Pit of Valors, check them out on Wednesdays. But this is the Pit of Valor Invitational, bigger prize pool, 5 MSI Vigor GK50 keyboards to first place, $100, and $50 to second place to bring you through this final map of our day, but not the final map of the day. I am Becky Bear, joined by Azula. How have our games gone so far?
Well, Becky, our games have been a little bit interesting, I would say. At times, you were like, this is incredible. It's like very close. That was the first game, I would say. The second game was a little bit of a W key bonanza, as the fact that just Aspire Entertainment controlled from start to finish in the timing, and just Fluid Gaming could never get their foot in the map. But that was last game. And this game, we're going to have Team Artisan versus Aspire Entertainment. And Aspire Entertainment will be on the attack half starting off, but the map is going to be Haven instead of Bind.
I appreciate that we've been able to see 3 different maps so far in today's Pit of Valor Invitational. Normally, it is just like Icebox or Haven over and over again. Every single time it's a best of 1. But we've actually been able to see Breeze into Bind into Haven. So, okay, applauds to our teams. And as you mentioned, it is Aspire Entertainment versus Artisan. What agents are you interested in seeing on a map like this?
On a map like Haven, this could come as like a surprising pick, but the more and more I see Neon played on Haven, I'm starting to like her utility and how she's played. It takes a little bit of a warming up too. You're like, Neon is the most troll agent that any team could put into the map, but suddenly now her space to open up sight and her initiator like abilities of that stun just work so wonderfully when you're entering onto A site, B site, C site.
Yeah, and you do need a little bit of backup as far as some flashes in the form of some of those initiators, but just like that, we can stop speculating and get right down into agent select and figure out what these teams really have on their minds as far as these agents are concerned and really put our minds at ease. If you're hanging out with us today and you're interested in more GLG goodness, go ahead and do ! Discord or ! Twitter in chat. Follow us on those socials. Keep involved with us. Find out all about our tournaments. Find out about all of our good GLG memes. Anything you could possibly need, you're going to be able to find in both of those places. And if you're also in the Rochester area, GLG just opened the GLG Lounge. So if you're in the Rochester area, Innovation Square, 22nd floor is where you're going to want to go to have a good time and play some IRL gaming. How do we feel about the agents that we're seeing come across right off the bat here?
Well, I'm a little bit disappointed that we don't have a Neon, but if you look at it, it is a mirror lineup, both compositions matching all 5 agents to 5 players. So interesting to see. We're still going to have Jet show up. Chamber, a consistent pick nowadays in this current meta. Goodbye, Cypher. Goodbye, Killjoy. And Sage was already long gone at this point in time. But I like to have Breach put in on the map. You could always have KO as that just no command is so strong and the 0 points to take utility off the map. But KO stun is something you want on Haven. Now, Becky, if you look at that, is there anything interesting or comparable that you really just are not used to seeing right now?
No, aside from that, I mean, normally this is like kind of the only map that we really do see Breach get utilized on, but I do love to see what Breach brings to the table on a map like this. The flashes across some of these long angles, the rolling thunder, and the fault lines are just so well utilized on a map that is laid out like this. So excited to see what Smiley and Toon are going to bring to the table, especially after we got to see Smiley have a very good showing on the initiator role in the form of a Sky previously nicely. Immediately, Demon, though, able to find a nice, quick, early kill there, and then rendezvous away. Just so clean coming out from this defensive side chamber. Ica also going to take some peeks around that A long angle, but not find anyone just yet, as the rest of the attackers have decided, alongside Demon, we're going to go ahead and move to a completely different area code. C is going to be the call. The bomb is going to be able to go down. Dragulator close and going to be able to go for a little bit of a joust around these corners, readying that paranoia possibly, but instead, from the mid side, the lurk comes through from ladder moves. We've seen it time and time again, and it continues to be the call here. Some jump peeks coming out from Hoon, trying to find the headshot, but it's actually going to be Hoon to find the headshot there at the end. Demon, the only one remaining, and does finally fall. Aspire Entertainment continue their hot streak. There's 2 demons in this game. That's going to get very confusing.
Oh no, that sure is quite confusing, because we have Demon 1 on the side of Team Artisan. That is the defense, and then just Aspire Demon on that other team. But I already like to see Team Artisan. They're playing well and they're working for control of site, but Aspire Entertainment have collected that pistol round. It's going to allow them to buy up, and they're going towards C site. So this gamble stack won't work out for Team Artisan, but I love how concise Aspire Entertainment is from start to finish on each of their maps.
And just like that, bomb is down. Katie's going to be able to get it down and get this party started. The gamble stack did kind of go to a different site, but nonetheless, the defender is going to be able to make a swift move over on to try and retake this C site. Wait for them to all get into position and figure out how they want to do this. I can Demon peeking around that corner, taking a ton of spray damage from that Spectre, but just Peanut actually the first to draw blood here. Dragulator able to get that bit of a trade, and it is just a complete storm for Katie and Demon, who pick off 3 more players. Demon, once again, the only one remaining at 1 HP. An absolute insane shot there, though. Holy smokes. Chef's kiss, beautifully done. Demon 1 does only have 1 HP, though. Has the Spectre in hand. Might just try to get some extra frags, but unfortunately, if this is the case, the Spectre will be the conversion for the next round, and oh, Smiley does actually take Demon 1 down.
Demon 1 HP for so long until the very end. But a cleanup round, to be honest, by Team Artisan. They took down 3 members. And unfortunately, because you lose 3 members, you have to consider, are you going to buy up? Are you going to force it around? Or are you just going to sit steady and say, here's a bonus round of whatever we could have saved through? Instead, you're going to have to go up against a very strong rifle-full team. And that's going to lead Aspire Entertainment to opt to buy up. You just force it out. We'll see what happens, but they have to continue to fight through this utility that's holding it down on B site.
Yeah, Hoon readying these flashes, but Demon slowly kind of lurking on to see if something is going to happen in this mid area. Aspire Entertainment definitely have a little bit of a leg up as far as guns are concerned here, but gonna do a little bit of back off B. Not exactly gonna be the hit just now, and with this rotation, they might get caught by this Jet, who is very far up from the defensive side of Team Artisan. We'll see what this collapse is gonna look like. Does get Ica 2 kills, the dash away, gonna be able to, not quite find solace in that. Ladder move's gonna get that bit of vengeance, and all of a sudden, attackers 3 remaining do have the paranoia from the Omen to work with to at least get themselves onto a site. But the rest of these agents not the best at getting themselves onto site and getting a whole lot done. 2 from long, 1 from short. The dark cover's going out to start this off, readying some shock darts. And just like that, Gatey able to pick off 1 getting onto site, but trades out across the board. But some very nice trades do eventually go in Aspire Entertainment's favor. And now it is a 2v2 situation.
And you've got hard clear all these angles, which the paranoia will come through, and it allows ladder move to fall, but it's up to just Peanut. He knows where both of them are. Not the whiff, just the tracking was not good enough. And so they will ultimately fall, and it's gonna bring up the scoreline to 2-1. a costly round for both teams, Becky, because you did notice that Aspire Entertainment forced up as much as they could, but so did Team Artisan.
And as a result of this slaughter across both sides, we are going to see some kind of broken buys. Just Peanut is on a Sheriff and light armor. Smiley ladder moves at the bottom there have full guns, full armor, and we'll see what Demon and Gady decide to go with. It looks like we're also going to be seeing some other Sheriffs lowering some buys, going to light shields, and just trying to see if they can make themselves save for next round in an effective enough way.
Oh, not like that.
I mean, we were able to see the X-ray vision through the smoke. We knew that Demon had like all three of them lined up, but it's just not gonna actually be the shot. Safe to say, Demon for Demon, both getting some trades back and forth, evening it up to a 4v4. Demon one though, able to go with a nice little rendezvous back. I give a lot of grief to players who have difficult to pronounce names, but I didn't think that having two players with the same name was gonna somehow be more difficult.
You know, you're like, Demon 1 gets a kill. Oh, Demon 1 kill. But no, it's another Demon has now another kill, and it's Aika to take down a member of the side of Aspire Entertainment, but they're just working it through, and Demon 1 with another one.
Oh, another one. Make it. Oh, okay. I almost thought that that one was going to be a kill as well, but Smiley still alive and kicking is going to be able to pick up that bomb. The head from Gady is found, and Demon 1 finishes off that kill as well. 3 kills. The paranoia is good, but Smiley with the spray while nearsighted picks off Demon 1. Unfortunately, Dregulator able to find that final kill and bring us to an even 2-2 match.
You can't hear the sound cue. That Regulator's up in heaven, so when they drop down, you're paranoid. Well, tough luck right there, and it's going to allow them to even up the scoreline. So it's a little bit rough for both teams because it's even killing across the board. And Demon 1, on top of that, for the team, he's just been able to wake up and stop anything from happening. But then on the other side, Aspire Demon, someone we need to wake up, is just a little bit slower on it, but that just means it's because the team is more even. This time, though, they have 4 ultimates, almost 5. Hunter's Fury is 1 away from being online, so they have to try to farm an orb or something because they have all the options of how to line it up to secure a possible victory.
Rolling Thunder comes out from the attackers, does force a lot of the defense back. The Blade Storm is active. Aika going for some high jumps, trying to find some shots. Throws out a blade, gets caught up in the Rolling Thunder. That was the rebuttal. Finds the kill onto Demon 1 as well as Aika Bahoon with a nice little trade back and punishment there. 4 members of Aspire Entertainment alive so far against, well, 2 of Team Artisans. Smiley finds one more. Regulator to trade, but Gady to fine-tune, and now it is left just up to Regulator. This one-way smoke from the attackers means that it is going to be so hard to find those long-range shots, and Regulator's just going to give the roundup.
Yeah, they even pick up the operator because, you know, when you drop such a weapon of high value, both economically and in actual gunfire stakes, you can't afford it to fall into the opponents. You've seen Demon and how well they're able to get first bloods or just get opening kills for that squadron. Now you have to consider, well, we use that operator to try to hold down and slow any aggression on that side. We now have to figure out, is it worth it to continue to reinvest? And they have to reinvest because they can't lose the operator. But it's an issue of just, now we need to figure out, is it worth it and how can we use it once it's worth it?
And a big thing that can help make it worth it, the operator buy for Demon 1. Rendezvous after that first shot does not connect for a kill, and the Hunter's Fury to be called out as well from the attackers. Aika to find that kill onto ladder moves is the start of it, but just Peanut with the Regulator kill as well. Quick rotations going towards this C-site. Damage across the board, but Demon 1 finally to connect with that operator. Damage heavy on the side of Aspire Entertainment as Aika takes out Gady as well. The 2 remaining players have damage on them and have an uphill battle against the 4 remaining Team Artisan players. Bomb in play, trying to push out of Garage and get onto side, but Demon 1 is waiting, finds that kill, and now it is all on Just Peanut, waiting for people to come in, but the wide swing from Ica is good enough for 3 kills and 3 points going Team Artisan's way, and an even match on our hands.
You might have 2 demons, but you just have 1 Peanut who can't clutch it out. And so a tied scoreline now, Becky, because it's 3-3, and it's almost felt like just an entire map pushed into one. It's a constant battle of just who can get a slight upper hand, because at the current moment, Aspire Entertainment was leading in the early phases, but they've lost vital rounds. They lost that 4th round, which would have secured the economy, and so they're falling back onto these lower tier weapons. A Marshal, a few Sheriffs, and you just have to try to entry onto site, which they do pretty well when they go quick, but they have to go quick with precision.
Oh, and the footsteps do mean that Ica's trying to peek out, readies that dash, finds one onto Gady. The fault line means that the second player is there. That second kill onto Smiley will be good. Unfortunately, the bullets running out does mean that Demon with that Bulldog able to find one, and the shots through the smoke find Demon, and unfortunately, once again, it is all on Just Peanut's shoulders, and this Sheriff, I mean, the Sheriff against 4 Outlaws is certainly still not a battle that I would put in their favor, so Just Peanut's gonna wait, see if anything can be found. Narrowly avoids getting caught by the recon bolt, but at what cost? Falls to Demon with the operator, and Team Artisan take the lead.
It's nice to see Team Artisan fight back, and players that we haven't really seen too much currently, Ica. And I like to point out how they're using this jet dash. That's really just different from other patches. Before, you would be like, oh, jet dash, I can do it whenever I want in whatever direction. But right now, Ica really has to think, when am I going to use it? And how am I going to use it? You'll see them before they take these engagements. They've heard the footsteps. They pop it the first time, so it's online, available to use. And then they use it after they get a few kills.
Ooh, Demon with a nice start, but Demon 1 also just clawing onto this board. 2 kills, one after the other with that operator. 2 players of Inspire Entertainment left, and Just Peanut just cannot catch a break, and neither can Aspire now that Team Artisan has their number.
It's just so difficult because you're attempting to push into a particular site, but where are you actually going to go? You don't have confidence in that sight line. The operator is moving around the map. One time it's at A site holding down short or holding down long. Next it's in garage. And when you try to force through garage, what do? It's an awkward angle that allows peekers to get the advantage. So Spire Entertainment are blowing through their weapons and they're blowing through their ultimates. Instead, it's Demon 1 to just continue to push up and steamroll.
Demon watching this long angle, ready to get the shot and rendezvous away, but just barely too quick of a movement. Gady out, all the better for that moment, and 3 HP now onto Demon, but these big guns at the hip are certainly nothing to scuff at. Rhythm, though, on the prowl, not okay, finds 1 kill onto Demon. Unfortunately, that Marshall didn't totally connect onto Rhythm early enough, and unfortunately that does mean that it was a 1-for-1 trade. But Aspire Entertainment and Team Artisan in a 3v3 situation. Regulator was trying to be on the prowl, kind of found a little bit of action there on to Gady, but not quite connecting for too much damage, and Gady will be able to go forward and rejoin the rest of the squad.
And Demon 1 on such low HP, 3 HP, they have to try to find a way into sight, but they also can't lose this operator because it's been pivotal for their success. So now it's just Gady jiggle peeking Demon 1, trying to peek them out. Any chance or possibility, but it's Gady and Smiley trying to claim a little bit of glory, and Gady will collect that final kill, securing a 4th point to try to stop the bleeding and say, hey guys, look, we're still in the map. You cannot give up.
I mean, that's the Gaiety that we were seeing on the last map, and it's good to see that they're rejoining the ranks here. And now we do see that Demon also has the Blade Storm ready for the side of Aspire Entertainment and the attackers. I really have to emphasize which Demon I'm talking about every time I say it, because both of these demons are demons. They're top of the boards for both of their teams. They both have these big ultimates ready, the Tour de Force and the Blade Storm. As you can hear those voice calls coming out from these agents, all of it is on the board and ready, and we might just see these two meet here in just a moment. Watching this very close angle, has the rendezvous ready, and they're just waiting to peek around this corner. Saw that little bit of a blade, the flash went off, but it's not enough. The angle and the rendezvous are good for one, and Dregulator to pick up another. Ooh, and another after that, because you know why? Nobody expects the Omen from the high angle ladder moves. Now the only one remaining got that trade back onto Dregulator, but has a lot more work to do if they want to make Aspire Entertainment reach even 5-5. The fault line comes out, and Ica to follow, and Team Artisan to get themselves 6 points.
They have the high ground, Becky, because you're not used to this Omen playing in random positions. Even long after these Astro Nurse and the end of her reign of terror, you're still not going to check all of the angles entering onto C site. It's such an open site, you just have to fully commit. You're not able to really dash onto site because Demon fell to this garage player. Peeking out Demon 1 with, you might even flash them, but if you haven't, just shifted your perception of the angle and gone slightly off center, Demon can just aim down sight and hold that similar angle, maybe even taking a lucky shot, collecting the kill and backing off. It's just slowing down Aspire Entertainment, and they've really been playing for their life this half.
And they're not too far behind despite having some rough rounds. Ica holding this high angle to start it off. Caught a peek of Smiley and finds the rest. The headshot to finish it off there. Drops down and tries to start some more kerfuffles, but it's actually Demon to come out on top of that, taking out Rhythm there to fall. The dark covers are on the board, and it will allow for the attackers to do a little bit of repositioning here, should they choose to. Some hanging out towards this short angle, and unfortunately that short angle does lead to Hoon taking out Gaiety, and that means that the bomb does fall again. The Rolling Thunder to try and stave off that running away that is happening. Demon trying to protect a concussed Just Peanut, but dies as a result of it. From the shadows to come out, going towards C long, and Dregulator to find ladder moves. Unfortunately, that means that that buddy that you were going to have on the site has fallen, gets that kill out to Dregulator, but now in a 1v3 situation, trying to get the bomb down is it just as dangerous. So on the prowl for some kills, but the longer you wait, the longer the collapse has to take fruition, and Ica able to secure that final one. Team Artisan at 7-4. The even half is just not going to be possible for Aspire here.
And their ideal half scoreline has to be 7-5 now. 2 points down, but if they can collect pistols, they can look forward to a better future, but they can't fall out of the map right now. Their buy won't be strong, and even looking at this ladder move, might just have to opt for his utility. You know, that Headhunter, it will be strong, it's just not strong enough to beat out always a rifle. Of course, then, if we look at it, 2 operators, Becky, that is going to be difficult to play against. Definitely going to happen.
Oh, yeah, right, and there. Some long angles being watched alongside of it. Owl Drone to check for information through mid. We'll be able to spot out some trademarks, but not much more than that. Those long shots from that operator. Very loud. A Demon trying to do some very high jump peaks to try and get a little bit of attention a little bit higher up, but is not going to be able to get too much. Demon 1 forced a little bit back here, and all of a sudden just trying to watch these long angles. It just scares me so much. I don't know why you would try to continue to go for this long angle where Demon 1 is holding it with an operator top of the board for the side of Team Artisan, yet they're like, you know what, we'll We'll have both of our players watch with their guns the same angle. It can't be both of us. And as a result, this joust is ending up with just no fruition on either end. Finally, the Hunter's Fury is called out. Demon to find one, followed up by Just Peanut. But the trades back and forth are still good. All of the members of the attacking side are pushed on towards the seaside gate. He's going to be able to get this bomb down as the defensive side bring themselves together and try to work for this retake. The recon bolt to start, but gets shot down by ladder moves. The shots towards Garage do mean that I can finish it off, and whoa, what felt like such a long, drawn-out round, and so swiftly as Team Artisan get this half at 8-4.
It was unpredictable at first because the pistol round went in the favor of Aspire Entertainment. But it's almost a pistol round curse because whoever collects the pistol round, it doesn't seem to work out for them very well. But looking at that last round, they have multiple levels of defense that they could fall back onto, and Ica still at A site when it was half of the time left on the clock. So much time is just spent saying, hey guys, hold it down, trust us. Numbers could have fallen on site, and of course Demon able to rendezvous out of there so that you don't have to risk dying to too many other people. You still have a lot of members to be able to just say, hey, it's all good guys, don't worry about it. We can rotate in and collect that victory. A defuse to secure the round, and now they're onto this attacking half with a little bit better footing.
And hopefully they'll be able to make some stuff really happen since moving to this defensive side. Speaking of that, ladder moves to pick off a nice first blood there. Taking out Hoon, very nicely done. And now just able to kind of back away all for free. We are going to see some rotations towards the middle side of the map as a result of that first kill from both the teams here. Recon Bolt through the top of those garage doors, going to be able to take a nice high angle, clear out some of those tight corners, and allow for Ica to move in. Unfortunately, it did not ping out that trademark that is going to let Ica be known, and with that, they're going to take a nice little back away. The attacking side, dark cover, blocking off that top of garage, and with that, the attacker's going to move all the way over towards this A side, making their rounds, going all the way around the map, starting on C, trying towards middle, and finally settling towards this A side of the map with 40 seconds left on the clock.
A little bit of a road trip as they peek their shoulders out, and Just Peanut able to take out that paranoia, but it's Demon to collect a kill. Now Ica a little bit lost, and Peanut doing a little bit just more than just one. He's gonna collect and help the team out.
Yeah, Regulator from a completely different side of the map, trying to find some lucky little kills and allow for some wiggle room for the side of Team Artisan to move on to the C side. Unfortunately, 10 seconds left on the clock. We're really going to have to just blaze onto this site and plant the bomb as soon as possible. Unfortunately, that's going to be that much more difficult with ladder moves just sitting here, waiting, picking up a third kill, and a 5th round for Aspire Entertainment.
It's only a 3-round deficit now, so it's possible. And Aspire Entertainment, consistent with their pistol rounds. If only the entire game was like that. Just pistols, as many rounds as you can collect. But this time they're going to buy up into that anti-eco round. They cannot afford to drop any members of their entire squad. Because last time when they dropped 3, that bonus round was that much more difficult, and it just could not happen. This time, though, ladder moves with 3 out of 7 ultimate orbs. If they can really enable ladder moves, they'll have that tour de force online as soon as possible.
With that in mind, Recon Bolt to start off. Props for ladder moves to peek out, but Demon there to punish. Very nicely done from these attackers here. The flash coming out from Smiley does allow for a kill onto 2, but Ica just as ready trades back, and Team Artisan with the advantage here. Demon on a long prowl. None the less. You never get the Team Artisan. We're coming into this one with a gun deficit. Rhythm been able to pick up a Spectre here. And, I mean, it also just doesn't matter when Demon 1 is fighting to be the one true Demon. And with that, Headhunter is certainly going and vying for it very well. Just Peanut, just the only one remaining for Aspire. Able to pick up 1 onto Rhythm here, but still has to fight down 2 to get anything back here as that bomb is ticking waiting to see if somebody will peek just Peanut, but it's just not going to be the case. Gonna wait to pick up some of these exit frags here.
It's just not gonna happen. And Team Artisan collected the anti-eco round, a thrifty one, to secure a better footing. The scoreline is expanding, and while Aspire Entertainment has hopes of getting it closer and overtaking that victory, they have a lot more work to do. And when you're going up against Demon 1, well, he's the one true player that you're struggling to counter because you can fall back a little bit, respect the space, give up the site, and then you have to try to play retake against people who don't miss their shots. Otherwise, you can go a little bit too aggressive, which you did in the first half, and it didn't work out. Their solutions are very limited, and they just have to play their game. They have to figure out a way to control the timing.
So far, so good. Regulator holding a high angle, waiting for somebody to come prowling around. We know that Smiley is close, and that will mean the Regulator gets to pick that one up. Demon, once again, watches all of these close angles and just is able to get so rewarded for it every time. Knows what that rendezvous means and knows the ladder moves is close, trying to get some shots through that wall to punish it. The recon bolt reveals that he is no longer there. The damage, though, is done. No healer for the side of Aspire Entertainment, so that damage will stick, as Hoon continuing to do damage as well, taking out Demon for Aspire Entertainment.
And now Aika's able to clear out this A site with no defenders left. It's going to be difficult for Gady to retake, but a classic in a short angle. The sound cue will be heard, and Aika just has to play close with a Spectre and Dragulator to back them up. It's all up to ladder moves. No real hope as a flawless round. Team Artisan 10-5 now, and there's almost no solution for them to get back into it. But you've seen both teams play it out. We've gotten past that bonus round or that buy-up third phase. If you're looking at this, Becky, what do you think is one thing that Aspire Entertainment could change? Just a small thing.
I just really wish that we were seeing a little more information gathering from Gady. I feel like we haven't really seen that early owl drone. We haven't seen, like, we see the recon bolts, but we're not seeing like the owl drone together, a little bit of extra information. I like that they've made this little bit of an adaptation where we're seeing Smiley and Gady play together, and we're also seeing on the other side just Peanut and ladder moves playing really close together. I like just trying to focus on playing off of that contact, playing off of information, and just trying to get those trades to really stick, because I feel like that's where they've really been faltering and where they've really been weak, and why they're half the points of Team Artisan right now.
It's definitely something that they need to change because their information has always been very limited. And so they'll enter onto site or they'll try to hold sections of the map, but they don't know who's going to fight them. They don't know when. So this dark cover might block off Demon's initial vision, but here's an owl drone from the attackers to try to clear it out. Not going to peek through windows, so it can allow Demon to try to get out of there, but it's going to be tough.
Oh! I mean, you don't really want to be looking down. I guess you don't know when that dark cover is going to dissipate, and unfortunately, it does not go Demon's way. Unfortunate situation. Smiley to let loose the fault line. The concuss will allow for that kill onto Hoon, picking up that rolling thunder, and nice sequence of events. Turns for the kill onto Aika, finally falls to Demon 1, but that was a beautiful play from Smiley that really is just holding Aspire in it. Unfortunately, Demon 1 is just so good at what he does, and now it is left all, I mean, I feel like I say this almost every time, it is just Peanut against somebody else, but it is Rhythm who's watching around this corner. Just Peanut on the prowl. Unfortunately, that peak not going just Peanut's way, and Team Artisan continue to push forward with their lead.
A critical standpoint that we need to bring in right now, which is very necessary, is Smiley's use of that rolling thunder. While it allowed them to get 3 succeeding kills, they fell to sight because no one was watching their back. All of that work and all of that investment for them to lose the round is not a good look for Aspire Entertainment right now because they've had multiple chances to redeem any plays. and it's not happening. So clutch factors such as Rhythm, who might not look awake, or Demon One, who's always awake, can just continue to steamroll the rounds in the favor of Team Artisan, and there's no response.
Oh, Demon with this tour de force ready, getting some shots across, and losing ladder moves this early on is an unfortunate place for Aspire Entertainment to be, especially being on this defensive side, not being able to get use out of those trade positionings that they've had from this defensive side. Paranoia to come out and at least push back a lot of the attacking power that was made towards this green area. Hoon finding that kill onto Smiley towards A once again, and with those 2 kills onto A, we're seeing the fault line, the flashes, all of it is coming out for Hoon to push aggressively onto this side. Nice shot through that corner of the box. The dash on the side. Hoon can't pull out the gun fast enough, but Demon One able to, you would never guess why that gun is so fast and so smooth as it is, but Demon One just makes it look so easy. And now we are on match point for Team Artisan.
It's almost like a repeat of last map, but completely flopped. So Aspire Entertainment, super strong from start to finish. But here, it's been Team Artisan not collecting pistol rounds, but their response to losing the pistol round is always some of the strongest we've seen out of any of these teams playing on the Pit of Valor Invitational included too. But with map point on the line, you have to figure out, you have to come up with a stronger response and push back against an aggressive team.
Here.
Micah trying to just peek over this area towards window in mid. It doesn't find anything, but does have the Blade Storm active. The force buy up from Aspire Entertainment is really rough here, but Ladder Moves watching a lot of these angles towards mid. The rolling thunder forces Peanut concussed but safe thanks to that teleport. The shots around the corner from Ladder Moves and Smiley, though, gonna make it that much more difficult. The aggression is pushed off the flank from Demon. 3 kills, a flawless around Aspire Entertainment, clawing into it. 6 points, but they're still facing down match point.
Was your phone ringing because Aspire Entertainment just called in and said, hey, we're not done yet. We still have a little bit of fight left in us. And so they're going to try to continue this as much as possible, because with their backs against the wall, they still have a little bit of time to think it through. It's just, they have to continue to just flank the team, but then also apply pressure that will locate all 5 players to one area. They can't go A because they have to fully stack it. Maybe going too aggressive is not the solution, but they have to go a little bit aggressive.
Ooh, speaking of going a little bit of aggressive, Ika getting that first kill onto Ladder Moves is a great way to be doing so. Smiley is gonna get that paranoia, and unfortunately Dregulator and Hoon to pick up 2 more kills. All of a sudden, the kill feed is very red, and Team Artisan are at a 4-1. Once again, it is just Peanut, the only one remaining for Aspire Entertainment. I feel like I've said it so many times this game, and unfortunately on this match point, it is the case once again. I'm looking to see the clip. Bring it out, Peanut. Let's go. Bulldog, 50 HP, doesn't matter. You got that paranoia ready. Let's see what we can make happen here. Ooh, unfortunately,
and
the
cover just
Win.
No!
I mean,
just one Peanut cannot just get the clutch. And it's so upsetting to see, but it's what happened, Becky, and it was a 13-6 map in the end.
I mean, Team Artisan, they came into this blazing. We were saying that Aspire was aggressive, and I feel like this is just the case. When we get to see one team be really aggressive, the moment that they go from being really aggressive in one game to just being shut down for their aggression in another game, it kind of makes them fumble a little bit. And we definitely got to see Aspire kind of go from being really aggressive in one game to not being able to have that same aggression lead to success in this game, and kind of do some stumbling as a result of that. And ultimately, alongside of it, Team Artisan do take it down and continue to advance that much closer into the finals of this tournament. GG's to both of these teams, and congratulations to Artisan Entertainment for taking it down. Azula and I will be stepping back. We will be leaving you with Dax City and Anton as the casters for the final rounds of this Pit of Valor Invitational. Anything you want to say to the people before we say peace off?
Well, you know, that was a difficult game, and there are some star players that really woke up. And also some people that just never found their footing. And like you mentioned, they were shut down. But those star players, they're never always star players. But one way you can be a star at home is get yourself some GLG socks. I mean, those socks, the coolest designs on the market. And with 3 different colors, you know, that's a bargain, that's a steal. Low price, and I just think you would be the coolest one that could show up and defeat these demons.
Oh, yeah. And if you're interested in getting involved in these tournaments that GLG has, the Pit of Valor is one that we hold every Wednesday. This one's the Invitational, so it's special. It gets a Saturday slot, and we will be proceeding with the Val and Chill as our Saturday tournaments starting in that first weekend of May. If you want more information on those, exclamation point Discord or exclamation point Twitter, be able to connect with GLG and get all the information you could possibly need about our sweet, sweet tournaments. All right, that is going to be it for Azula and I. We will be leaving you in the very great hands once again of Dax City and Anton. Thanks so much for having us. Continue to stick around and see who is taking home the crown, the glory of the Pit of Valor Invitational.
There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the...
Throwing that down
dismissal. That is beautiful. Okay, the repeat, the greedy repeat, Eric.
It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters as they would probably like. God, never mind as a double galactic comes out from one up shot. Beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of MMG. White Planet.
Hurricane Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the.
That's what we're seeing here. Out of the Jets up mid. Trying to make their way through the market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda finds 2. The gravity will hold him still. A third one. Oh no, Moeda. But a runaway as well as 3 the other way from the Jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
Taking it down. It is posters.
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Just have to wait and see CK leap around the corner. I'm sure. Trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now they're going to be 12 to 7 here.
Shoulders we play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating with Zeka right now. It's a dance. It's ringing around the Rosie, and ZK's been leading the whole time.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for side of MMG. The trade take the victory, and the victory lap.
Walking across there. Aim practice. White. Get the second go. Pitching through market. Curry in trouble. And then realizing they both off the site. TKP for the 1. Blade Storm. Juicy. Tango for the 1. Dismissal. Oh! Greedy repeat.
It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters as they would probably like. God, never mind as a double galactic comes out from one up shot. Beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of MMG. White Planet.
Hurricane Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib
shore. Driving! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're looking at 12 to 7.
Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for side of MNG. The trade take the victory. And victory
Honestly, I don't think it matters as they would probably like it. God, never mind as a double gallat comes out from one op shot. Beautifully played. As it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of MMC. Nice play.
Aura makes it happen. There's so little time left. I don't know if we're gonna replay that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the.
Happens, and that's what we're seeing here. Out of the Jet down mid, trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Way to split attention here. The Sonar Dart on the inside. Vade's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Vade flies through, grabbing well, pulled him. Third one. Oh no, Vade. But a runaway as well as 3 the other way from the Jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
I'll tell you who can. The name's Posters.
Throwing that down before the take came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Just have to wait for CK waiting around the corner on the shore. Driving! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're looking at 12 to 7 here.
Spotted. Things to be here. Closing the shoulders, going to play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating with Saker right now. It's a dance. It's right down the Rosie, and ZK's been leading the whole time.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for side of MMG. The trade take the victory. And victory lap.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pit of Valor Invitational. My name is Dak alongside Anton as we bring you our semifinals matchup between Artisan and the Bash Bros. This has already been an absolutely fantastic tournament so far. And my man, I'm ready to get into some more matches. How you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing just fine. I've been keeping an eye on the games actually, and these have been pretty decent. I'm surprised at how breezy that some of these teams have had their journey so far to this point of the semifinals. Because I mean, if none of you guys know, I mean, you guys probably should know. That's why you're here on a Saturday instead of a Wednesday. But this is the Pit of Valor Invitational. That means that all these teams have won Pit of Valors before, or basically just in grand finals forever, the whole entire time. And then this is our last best of one. We're going to have a best of 3 coming up right after this match between Artisan and Bash Bros. But Bash Bros, of course, if you guys don't recognize the name, you probably weren't here last Wednesday or this Wednesday because they actually won on Wednesday, like 3 days ago. So these guys are coming hot off the win of the actual Pit of Valor. They're coming in now against Artisan, who've had a pretty solid track record so far in this tournament. They had a bye round 1 because most of the teams ended up having. But then both the maps they played were 13-6. They 13-6 SYR. They just 13-6 Aspire on stream. And now they're against the winners of, again, Pit of Valor number 87. Badge Bros have not had such an easy task coming along. They've had 2 Haven games. They're 13-5 and 13-10. And Artisan have had an Icebox and a Haven. And the interesting part about the map bans, if we can get into that as well, is Artisan have played an Icebox. Bash Bros have not this week, but it's actually them to pick the Icebox against Artisan. Of course, I don't think that they probably had the time to go back in the match results of these teams. But whatever the case, yeah, Artisan have had they're just sitting pretty. Like they're fine. I think honestly, given the performance so far, especially how Demon looked in the last map on Haven, good God, that guy had a 3 KD, just raw kill death, like not even assists. He was landing some miraculous shots, Dak. I don't even know how to explain some of the stuff that I saw.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking to see what these two teams bring out here. Demon, obviously, a standout player. Yeah, Bash Bros, I feel like, we haven't seen them on broadcast, so we're not entirely sure how they're doing momentum-wise, but I have to imagine that being the most recent Pit of Valor champions certainly means something to them, and certainly going to be looking to not only get 2 wins in a row, but also get the Invitational. And it looks like we're about to be jumping into Agent Select pretty soon here, but I'm excited to see because I believe you mentioned that we are going to Icebox here. So any expectations knowing what the map is and has in store for us?
So I think honestly we're almost going to see a mirror matchup. I know Artisan, they actually run a KO rather than Bash Bros' Chamber, but everything else should be pretty standard. We're gonna have Jets, Sovas across the board. Even after the nerf, Jets still pretty good. Viper is Sage, because that's just what you run on this map. And then once again, Artisan do run the double initiator. They run the Sova and the KO at the same time. So I guess fair enough. You have the post nerf Sova, post nerf Jets. So it's kind of like both these teams have opposite compensation for the agents that got nerfed. Sova got hit, so Artisan bring a KO. Bash Bros Jet got hit, so they bring a Chamber. And on Wednesday, they actually played with a different player. I think today we have Zero Cap in place of, it was Coco on Wednesday, and Coco was playing absolutely out of his mind. Zero Cap has not been doing that bad. One of the maps, I think it was their first Haven, the 13-5 against Humber. He didn't actually need to do very much. The guy had like single-digit kills, but he also had single-digit deaths because the rest of his team was just doing everything. But now we're going to see him back on the Chambers. So this is really going to be the test to see whether or not he can face off against Demon, who is now on the Jets, no longer on the Chamber. So the first map that they played on Icebox, he didn't pull out the 3 KD. Like that didn't happen. I don't know if that's the agent diff. I don't know if that's the team diff, or maybe he just doesn't enjoy the map very much. Whatever the case, he did not have 30 kills. So I have some more faith in Bash Bros because of that. I guess there's a reason why they didn't take him to Haven, but nevertheless, yeah, this is going to be the challenge for Bash Bros to see whether or not they're duelists and they're pseudo duelists in the form of Chamber. It's really such a mix up what these agents even are at this point, but you get the idea, like whether they can actually match up against Demon's Jets, because I mean he's coming in hot.
What are you thinking about just a single chamber here in this? Because I feel like on Icebox we see chamber pretty often. The chamber jet happens almost every time I've seen this map on Pit of Valor. So interesting that we're only getting the chamber from Zero Cap. What do you think? Do you think that maybe Artisan might be out of sorts here, not going for the jet chamber instead of going for the KO? What do you think the difference here is going to make for these two teams?
It's kind of, you see the KO and you're like, they're going for some util shutdown, of course. That's his entire job. They're just not allowing the Viper walls to go up. They're not allowing, I mean, the Sage wall goes up instantly, so they can't really stop that with a knife or anything like that. But they're just going to go straight under 2. Actually, this round is kind of fast. This is the thing that KO is supposed to stop, but KO was not in the right spot to do that this round. So they're going to let a lot of control happen towards that B. A lot of rotates, though. And that's exactly what that's exactly what Bash Bros wanted. They provided a lot of attention towards that mid, towards that B split, and the KO has to go there because that's where you have to stop the util. But then everyone just cancels, rotates back towards this A, and it's 5 versus 5, but they've gotten the plant down for free.
Yeah, now Artisan has to filter back up onto the site. They're mostly entering from back. And this is going to give an opportunity for Bash Bros to create some space and hold some angles, but the ice wall will go up, and here goes the defuse. Should be able to get half down. They get put some pressure on because it's continuing to go down. There's 2, and actually it quickly gets defused. That wall is just too much to take care of, and Artisan will also get cleaned up, but it doesn't matter. They get the spike defused, and they will take that first round after a really sneaky, quick defusal off that ice wall plant.
Yeah, it's such a difficult thing. That's why Sage is so strong on this map as well. Cause like, if you don't bring a Sage, that is not an option that you have at your disposal. You can't just wall and go for a free defuse. It's so difficult to deal with that kind of thing because like, technically with the wall going up, your Viper mollies could miss, the shock darts could miss. And you can see that these guys just couldn't. There's nothing they could do. Shaka couldn't do anything. Grandson couldn't even do anything. So yeah, it's you see it so often on pistol rounds, especially. Like when you have guns, it's less of an issue. But when you don't have the high caliber weapons, there's nothing you can do against a sage wall. It's sad to see, but Artisan, they know the plan, they know exactly what works, and they make it happen.
Now we have a bit more of a holding for our Bash Bros attackers here. It looks like they're going to be moseying on their way towards B site here. 3 agents already hanging out with the spike, and they'll have a 3-on-2 advantage if they do want to push this here. They can have a switch up from their sage who's sitting in tube towards mid, but otherwise things are favored towards B. You can see even Artisan is kind of holding things pretty much off A site, so that does give them an opportunity to completely transition if they need to. Swagcon goes down quickly. That Marshall will take him out thanks to Demon. There's another one comes down by Regulator, sorry. And now it's a 5-on-3 situation here. The spike is still far from going down, but it looks like it's going to be deathmatch style here for Bash Bros, as Artisan has already taken them out 5-3. And this is going to be a bit of an issue here, as they're going to have to back up a little bit. Aika finds Zokyuki, and now a 5-on-2 situation to make this super difficult for Bash Bros to even get this spike down at all. Just looking to get some residual damage down, and it doesn't even happen. That's 3 in a row for Aika, and a flawless round for Team Artisan.
Oh. Showing off there a little at the end. Yeah, Artisan, I mean, they don't lose a single player. Fair enough, Bash Bros didn't go for a buy. I think the Turtle Force, or excuse me, the Headhunter could have done something, but that's difficult. Like, everyone loses running, gunning. So Artisan, they keep it clean. They only lose players pretty much in a single round, and it's just funny to see because everyone's got a death on the side of Artisan, but they haven't lost a round, and they didn't even lose a player last one. So it's just like everyone died round 1, but it still doesn't matter. But the thing is, the damage they've been doing, and Bash Bros going for a couple of light buys, makes that they actually don't have full armor. Two of the players have half. So it's gonna be curious to see whether the Spectres can actually do anything against those specific players. But it's going to be an A look right now. 2 people here, first line of defense, but Suyuki should have a really good angle to take someone out. Yeah, that drone is good enough to remove 1, and he should have an angle on the second as well. And yeah, everything's just fine. The defense is technically here, but they're not fast enough to be able to stop this plant.
Cloudburst going to come out, trying to give some coverage here. Suyuki's going to jump back up onto the second floor, gets caught out. And Artisan, again, we're able to take this very swiftly on a site here. I mean, we've seen how comfortable they are on the retakes. They have no problem getting right back on and finding. I mean, of course, as you said, the Bash Bros didn't have a full buy. That certainly played into their advantage, but they were able to isolate that hero rifle, take out everyone surrounding them, and then get rid of that jet after they try to dodge away. So Artisan not only taking that around, they keep 3 agents alive, and now they have a 3-0 lead here in the first half.
Yeah, man, that's I mean, that's one of the strengths of the KO, right? You mentioned earlier, like, what's the difference? That could be one of the differences when you toss a molly on the plant spot. You might not be able to challenge it with a gun, but sometimes it doesn't, like, that's not the most relevant thing, because you have Hoon. He just tosses a molly, and instead of maybe like taking a risk and going for a gunfight like a chamber would have to, he wouldn't really be doing that, but you get the idea. He just tosses a molly and does damage to 2 different people with no risk, and that's so beautiful for him. And Artisan, they take the bonus, and Bash Bros they're struggling. They have 1 single Marshall this round, a bunch of classics. Demon's in even the really heads up angle right now, and he's able to spot out 1. He's in a bit of a precarious spot, but yeah, he's just fine against a bunch of pistols. What more can they do?
Yeah, really not much. I mean, they've got a couple sheriffs, I believe, still in their pocket. Swagcon, though, going to start to get aggressive. Has to be careful as they swing around this corner here, and Hoon will take them down pretty quickly. Demon also keeping a heads-up play here in mid, looking for any transitions. Zero Cap, who also just has a pistol to their name, is way ahead or way behind the action here. Shaka goes down. Here comes another Marshall push. The no scope, very far off from Dregulator. And it is a 5-on-1 situation. Once again, the chamber by themselves. Zero Cap looking to get 1 kill so they can at least have the tour de force for the next round, and they do get it. Aside from that, that's really not much else you can do. Maybe try to get the spike down just for a little extra cash. Otherwise, it's been a rock and a hard place here for Zero Cap, as they're going to try to peek a little bit, get some damage done, but they're going to be forced into taking multiple angles here, and certainly Hoon will come out on top pretty quickly with that Vandal, and they sure do. There's now 4 in a row here. Certainly a hard ask for Bash Bros, as you said. They had classics, they had a single Marshall, they had full armor and half armor. No consistency there on their buys. So really Bash Bros looking for an opportunity here to try to strike some damage into the heart of Artisan after getting some more rifles into their hands, some full armor. We'll see what they can do. Zero Cap is not going to buy, obviously, to pop that Tour de Force immediately. So this would be Bash Bros pretty much their first strongest round here, and it's come 4 rounds late, but better late than never.
You want
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like the unfortunate thing is that Tour de Force, and we'll see what he can actually get done. It's going to be top belt right now, but he's looking into a Viper's Pits. It is unfortunate. I don't think anyone's going to be challenging too far from Artisan. No one's going to overextend. They're just going to be very content in this pit because there's not really that much retail info. There's just the Sova, but that's all he really got. The fight against this Viper and Regulators. He's just going to sit here. He's going to sit here forever. Surprising he's even trying to take the headshot angle, but he's the one that has to hold it down. Shragcon's got a pick across the map, which is good.
Yeah.
That's a player that tried to flank. Okay, I say not overextending, but I guess they wanted to try for something because they're 4-0 up. Fair enough. The Jet's still in the garage, getting 2, and he's doing demon things. He's stuck here right now, but he's technically got an ability to get out, but Zero Cap is able to finally shut him down with that Tour de Force, and with that, they've actually got a lot of options here, Bash Bros. There's only 2 left alive. They spotted out 1 already, so they know the A site's max 1 player. In fact, it is no one on here, so the Sova's going to be first line to rotate, but it's going to be him against 3.
Yeah, this is a pretty difficult ask here for Ica, who is on the other side of the planet regarding this map, is still running all the way through the B to get in here, and as they're doing so, Zero Cap finds rhythm, so it's a 3-on-1 situation. Bash Bros looking on to grab their first round here and potentially might be able to take out Ica. If Ica can get this 1 kill, they'll have that res for the next round. We'll certainly be happy to get that, but it's a big ask here. With 3 angles, they're going to have to look down here. Ica going to be pushing this through, but Bash Bros, they definitely getting a lot done. They got that KO kill pretty early, so they knew they'd have a little more flexibility in terms of using utility to get onto a site. They had a couple, I mean, really came down to those individual picks before the push really happened. The site kind of opened itself up as a result. And with that, Grandson finds Ica. Not going to be able to get that quickly or anything done. But it will be a first round here for Bash Bros. Finally, getting on the board here. Certainly happy about that because that was a pretty critical round considering their investments.
Yeah, good luck. And problem for them, Artisan do still have money. They've won so many runs in a row that they're not going to have a single issue with the buys. They're going to have Hoon buy up Regulator. For 4 rifles and still an operator in Damon's hands, so this is getting scary. He was doing a lot with just the Headhunter. Last map he didn't even need a gun, but now he's got probably the biggest gun in the game other than the Tour de Force that's in Zero Cap's hands last round. But we'll see. There's no sniper for the attack this round because there is no Tour de Force, but it's going to be another A look again. They have a single lurk towards this B, which is going to be Zero Cap. But they're not going to push up again from Artisan. This is not going to happen. They made the mistake. They understand that it was a mistake they made. So far in the open with no cover, the guy is obviously going to die. But they're not. They're a good enough team to just say we're just not going to do that again. Let's just solve the problem right there and then nip the issue where it starts. And Bash Bros are the ones that have to try and make their way in.
Oh, Regulator, essentially anticipating a jet jump there. Neither player gets ahead of themselves. And Regulator going to look for another angle to take here on back site. It looks like, meanwhile, Team Artisan are completely moving back here. I'm sorry, Bash Bros completely moving back here. Team Artisan
Sage
have a couple players. And the Sage mid, Ica's going to find Zero Cap real quick. The nice aggressive hold there has been held the entire round. So Team Artisan will capitalize on there. There goes the chamber.
You will
It's going to be difficult for Bash Bros until they get that res down. Swagcon finds Zero Cap. Zoyuki also getting rid of Demon. And Regulator is still lingering back A site, but the party is elsewhere. The action has moved over towards B site as we got a big rush coming in towards yellow here. The spike wants to go down soon. Ica finds Demon with the res. Now we're both evened up on either side, 5-5. It's like those kills didn't even happen. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, and Hoon just on the outset of that doesn't even get clipped. They're 1 away from their ult as well. The spike will go down. Regulator now finds themselves looking to re-enter here on the other side of the Sage wall. They're going to do so, but there's a lot of Viper clouds in the way. Ica now going around yellow. Looking to get first contact. Swagcon fights Regulator, but Akon on Rhythm getting on the board. Swagcon for 3. Demon finds the op kill on Swagcon, but is it too little too late as this spike is to continue to tick down here. Ica for another one. That's 3. That's 4. And just like that, the aggressive battle stage pays off here for Team Artisan. A huge, huge play there. And off that initial pick in mid, remember it was Ica who got that initial kill, took that aggressive stance, on mid, and from there, the everything started to roll down the mountain there. Team Artisan picks up around 5-1.
Man, Ica, it might have taken him a while to wake up as well, but I mean, he puts himself from, I think, 3-2 on the scoreboard to 7-2 in a single round, and that might not seem like a lot, but once again, this is I think this is the turning point for them, because in the first time these guys played Icebox, it wasn't Demon top fragging, right? I mentioned before he did not have a 3 KD that one. He actually didn't do that well at all. He was 18 and 16, so it was pretty even, but it was Ica to be the one to show up. He was 25 and 10. That is what you want to see, and that being the wake-up points that Ica has with that quad kill to get that retake done. Good God. And there's already a pick happening in this round as well. It is indomitable from them. They're not slowing down. They're like, Bash Bros can't find a way in.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. They lost their Sage early, so they're not going to have that wall opportunity to, get themselves a safe spike plant to try to cut off B in any manner whatsoever. So now Bash Bros going to have to figure out how to do something else. They do have somewhat of B open. They could take a 4-on-2 if they want here, because there are 2 members of Artisan already pushing all the way up B, but then they have to, kind of keep their heads on a swivel here as the flank is going to come through, and they have now 3 members kind of pushing in towards mid. Here comes the rotation. The KO's going to join them. So Yuki has popped the Blade Storm and is looking for some opportunities here. But so far, nothing given. Another off shot going to go through. Ica finds Oyuki, though. The Blade Storm gets cut down early. Zero cap trades for 2. Demon and Ica both go down. Now it's a 3-on-3 situation. All of a sudden, Bash Bros, their odds starting to swing back in their favor here. Shaka. Looks like they're going to move in, fake at least a little bit of this spike plant, and that does bait out the Fury, but the Hunter's Fury will get the best of them. Rhythm will get that big kill with about 10 seconds left on the clock here. Just now, the spike will go down. This 2-on-2.
I didn't really know where Grandson is, and this guy's not got the counter Hunter's Fury to make anything happen from all the way towards long. So Zero Cap is in a bit of a pickle because he has no teleport anymore. He needs to just win a fight, and they angle him. That is such a good push from Hoon, getting that, like, he's farther from the angle so we can see the shoulder of this guy in the corner before his opponent can see him. That's absolutely beautiful, and they play the double peek as well, ready for the opposite swing because they know where this guy yellow is. That, or I say yellow, sorry, green, because all the way at long B. So very nice stuff from Artisan, just playing the fundamentals flawlessly. That's 6 rounds now for Artisan. They've already guaranteed at a minimum a tied half. And given the way the money's going this round, I feel like they're going to end up winning it.
Yeah, I don't even think Bash Bros is going to try to throw the hero rifle. That's probably just a waste of money at this point. They're just going to go with the Marshall and Zoyuki, which I think they had a little bit of a better track record here. No, instead, actually, it's going to be Swagcon who's going with the Spectre. So, yeah, we have 3 Sheriffs. We've got a Classic. Full and half armor across the board. No consistency there. And, yeah, Bash Bros just doing what they can to at least kind of try to do some kind of economic damage to Team Artisan. But Ica, who's been... Wow, that was an odd little bit of a delay there. Keeps themselves in the line of fire to get killed with the follow-up, but Moon did find Zero Cap, so it's a 4-on-3 situation. But Ica has been getting a lot done with this aggressive mid-push. Shaka, she's finding some heads here. Rhythm goes down, and that's a big pickup. Looks like they might be able to take care of Dragulator, but no! A big swing there. And then Dragulator will be able to get 2! No way! The right clicks on Grandson. That's wild. That's a 7-1 here. Yeah, you definitely called it. Artisan picks up another round. Probably not too much of a surprise that Bash Bros wasn't able to do that much damage to the Artisan economy.
Wow, that's yeah, it's a clean one so far. I wonder if the Death and Tunnel or the Tube was actually thinking way too deep into it, but Ica, he's at 7 out of 8 res points right now. So maybe the timing of the wall, he sees a guy and he's like, okay, you guys are not going to come up tube, but I'm going to purposefully die. So now I'm 1 off res. I don't know. That's thinking too deep into it. But whatever the case, he is 1 off right now. So Artisan are sitting so pretty. Other than that, Swagcon with a really good entry, and they're actually going fast. This is a replica of round number 1, where they go fast B, but this time they're actually committing. Thing is, Ica's here. Now wait, the plant, he's the only one here. There's no way, he actually gets it down and survives, and gets another pick off of that. Shaka, she's done some work as well, and even from mid gets another kill. Zero Cap with a second one as well, and Hoon is now 1 versus 4. I don't know about this one. 30 HP, he's 1 shot to death.
This is going to take 3 wishes and maybe a whole genie here for Artisan to somehow come out on top of this 1v3. The 30 HP I don't know if that's going to be nearly enough here. So it looks like Hoon's just going to play it safe, back up, keep the rifle in their hand. Not that they're, you know, worse for wear financially, but why not? Why spend the extra money if you don't have to? Looks like they're just trying to look for some exit frags there, and unfortunately, SwagCon does get the better of them, so that spike will explode just in time. Oh, SwagCon! That was, I mean, that was half an inch, I think, from SwagCon's nose. But they will stay alive, and they will get on the board for a second time here. The Bash Bros now have 3 more rounds to see if they can make it a 7-5 first half, which honestly, considering how this is going, it wouldn't be the worst. Like, that's honestly a pretty solid gain here. Look at these teddy bear bouncers on that door. I love that. Yeah, Team Artisan up by 5, but now they're starting to feel the heat a little bit.
Yeah, that's the round. It really does seem like the mid-to-B splits are what seems to be working for the side of Bash Bros, and they're seemingly wanting to try it again. The thing is, this time, they actually get entry on by Ica. Once again, another time. There's a res on the board as well. Demon with 2 in mid, that's absolutely insane. And now Grandson, he's been removed. He's the only one that's done anything for the attack so far. It's all at the chamber. Maybe he can take some caps off the heads of the members of Artisan that want to try and hunt him, because 7-2 up, there's no way they're just going to sit here. They're going to go for a kill.
Oh, Ica getting shot in the lower back there. Might need a chiropractic adjustment after that one. Zero Cap finds the kill. He's going to back off. It's a 3-on-1 situation. 67 HP. Not going to be able to do too much. Throwing some trademarks down just in case. But really wants to just hold on to this op. This is a crucial moment here. Bash Bros do not want to re-spend to get this rifle back. So Zero Cap trying to play this as safe as they possibly can. Trademark is detected, but it looks like they're not going to take the bait here. And really, Ica has been going crazy in these. How many first bloods? I have to say, and maybe like half a dozen at this point. I know at least 4 or 5 for Ica. So that just really sets the tone for these rounds so early. Taking these aggressive mid pushes and winning them almost every single time. And getting closer and closer, quicker and quicker to another res because of how many kills they're getting. Bash Bros losing, you know, a critical entry player
10 seconds
really
left.
right out of the gate. So Artisan is just setting the tone, setting the pace for this game so far, and they will take an 8th round on the board here to make it 8-2. Certainly feeling good going into, you know, the second half pretty soon here. Even if they drop the next few rounds, they will have a significant advantage going into the second half.
Yeah, even this round, it's still going to be rough for Bash Bros as well with that op save. Yeah, they have this operator, but they don't have money on this guy, so Zero Cap can't buy up one of his teammates. Zuyuki has enough money, but Shaka, she is only going to be left on a Spectre. You really got to hope that Zero Cap can actually make something of this op, because it's difficult even because they're on attack. So they have to wait for Artisan to make a mistake. Demon still got the op of his own as well, and he did enough work with the blades last round to make something happen. But this time outside A, he's pushing up. He's pushing with the operator. Like, why? Like, it doesn't. I guess it doesn't matter because Artisan are 8-2, and Demon himself is doing just fine. But this is some placement because he's up aggressive. He's got Hoon watching top belt just in case anything might go wrong, but they're not gonna like do the updraft because that's too risky on Bash Bros. They're already down so many rounds, and that again, that's a major risk. Demon is all the way up here. They see him. He's got no dash either. He used it before. That's one of the big differences with Jet now and Jet before is that you have to be ready for it. So technically, he couldn't get out there if he missed a shot, but he doesn't need to go for one because you see the operator barrel and you're like, we're not gonna fight that. Grandson, good entry. Regulator goes down, and now there's a question for Artisan, because now where do they go? There's options now for Bash Bros. They get a pick on that B site. They send people over from Artisan. Excuse me, no, they don't even do that. They send people into mid. They send people quick response to either spike site. This is absolutely brilliant. They have 4 people ready to defend.
Yeah, what a great call here from Artisan. The read, getting themselves on site, but they have to be careful from Zero Cap. And Ica feels the pain, feels the pressure, falls back. So Yuki gets away with 20 HP. Still doesn't have that dash. It's going to be Zero Cap, which is really shutting down this re-entry here for Team Artisan. That's a 5-on-3 advantage. Their location has been outed. They do avoid that shock dart, but it's Zero Cap who still has eyes on the spike. Hoon finds Grandson. Hoon's now going to peek on Zero Cap and pays the price. Now it's a 4-on-2 situation with that spike taken down. It's really a 5-on-1, really. Zero Cap gonna get a big one, but it's Demon who responds with the op of their own, and now Demon looking for some more, at least keeping them close to the spike so everyone goes down. That's going to be really big. I mean, Bash Boys is going to have to rebuy here if they don't get out in time.
Player
And
standing.
Swagcon is
Last
the only
round
one who
before the
survives. So they're going to, of course, have to all buy here, but the fact that they weren't able to hold on to those rifles is going to make it not the best buy they would want. Shaka is not going to be able to buy a rifle for this one, so Yuki does not have enough money to have full armor. Zero cap, neither do they. So that's actually pretty rough. They would have liked to have held on to that if they could. And even though they might be able to make this a 4-8 first half for them, Bash Bros certainly not getting out of there very cleanly. Team Artisan has to be at least happy with that.
It is going to be a very strange round, though, because, like you mentioned, the buys are really weird. There's this SMG on both sides and op on both sides. A Judge in Viper's hands, which is I like the plan here. Go for the Viper's pit, so you have the shotgun. Everyone's going to be 1 HP, so it's only going to take 1 pump. But they have to walk into you first, and it's the question on whether Bash Bros are actually going to do that. I feel like it'd be quite a miss from them, but you never know. Like, some teams really like challenging Viper's pits for some reason. And it looks like they really at least want to try and find something here with a little creep around on top of pipe. So Yuki is not actually getting hit by the pit, but Regulator, there's no way he's actually going to step out of that. It's too much risk, especially with this Judge. You have a plan, you go for it, you stick with it. If they don't push you, then so be it. This is what happens. But that dart isn't going to see anything either. That's kind of big. It misses 4 people here, and that is not only no info, that's also misinfo.
Wow, dueling Viper's pits now. Regulator gets away with 1 HP. Oh, and peaks just the wrong time, so Yuki. I mean, certainly didn't have to do too much work there, but still gets that shot nonetheless. Gets a second one. 5-on-3 situation for Bash Bros. There goes the spike. And now it is they shuffle over from B site for Artisan. They already had their silver here, but now the KO and the Jet have to make their way over. Shaka backing up Grandson here. There comes another arrow real quick. And that's going to actually call out a couple members here. It's going to be difficult. Bash Bros have all the angles they can really need, and they have the Viper's pit down, but Hoon finds one with a fragment. Going for another one, gets 2, evens things up. 0 though, huge kill, but Demon gets up top. Goes X Games on him, and for 2, Hoon finds their 3rd, and they should have it just in time here. And it looks like they will. Team Artisan somehow stealing that round away from Bash Bros with Flare, and such a sick play there from Demon.
That is absolutely unreal. Like, the thing is about that round, right? With the buys that were happening, a Spectre, a Judge, and then you have an op on the other side of the map. You're basically playing like 2 different games there, because like you're gambling on the fact that they're gonna run into the Viper and hope that they just get 1 tap by the Judge because they're 1 HP. That just completely didn't work. Like, it just completely failed. They just Regulator just got owned through the smoke, and it's just unlucky. But then, like I mentioned, they're playing 2 different games, right? Like, half the team is literally going to like try and take a 3 versus X on B site, and then this Viper is going to take a 1vx on A. But like, apparently the 3vx is fine because Demon just goes like absolutely sicko mode, and with the nastiest flick, like that is such an insane transfer. Like, it might be 9-3, but he's Demon. Like, he can dispel any curses. It doesn't even matter at this point.
Rhythm gonna use this Owl drone now. See what they can do to make some difference here. And not gonna really find anything with that. So we're gonna have just a quick swap over to A site. I guess they're like, all right, well, we didn't get any information, but screw it, we didn't see anybody. Let's just go over to A. And Bash Bros is gonna only have 2 agents waiting for that, though. It looks like they finally enough time has passed with no one pushing B that they figure, all right, it's gonna be an A push, and it is. Shaka called out a little bit here. Oh, nice shot there. Headshots Demon. Putting some more shots down. Zuyuki though finds Aika. 5-on-3 situation. Shaka's gonna go even more and try to get some extra credit done. But Hoon, who gets a kill first before Shaka swings again. Grandson goes down, but then Hoon follows them quickly to the grave. And now it's a 4-on-1 situation here with Rhythm by themselves. Really caught up here on mid with Zero Cap with the Headhunter towards their left. Rhythm certainly has an idea that someone's about to swing, and here it comes, but it's Zero Cap using that special pistol to its name. Bash Bros will get on the board first here for first half. Now it's just a 5-round lead here for Artisan, and we'll see how much more Bash Bros can do now that they have a slight advantage going into the second half.
question is, are Artisan going to force? Seems to be a no. They're just hopping around, so fair enough. Give some respect to Bash Bros, even after that round win. That's some good stuff. Shaka, she's holding down that A site so well, and everyone else around the corner, Zero Cap. We can't ignore him. This guy, he is very clearly fragging above and beyond not only his team, but everyone else on the server. So he's at least trying his best to keep them as far into this as possible. Lots of gunfire towards mid in the slow, breaks the wall. Thing is, the defense no, because how many pistol shots they did here. And Grandson, he has not been spotted yet. He can still play the cover top ramp. They should understand that there's a lot of people in this tube, right? So max like one player on either extremity. I'm surprised Bash Bros are not going for any heads-up play. And no flanks or anything. Again, respect from both teams to each other, so it's very nice to see. But now Artisan, I mean, they're just kind of stuck here for the time being. Grandson actually gives up Kitchen a little bit, just in case they run him down, so it's, again, fair enough. Don't want to take any more risks or give away a Spectre. SwagCon with that entry kill, and a lot of footsteps being heard coming back into the screen position, and they should have very little chance to actually make this plant. I mean, the plant's going to go down, but the hold's going to be difficult unless Demon has anything more to say about it, but we'll end up seeing. It's a 3-on-3 now with a bunch of pistols versus some SMGs, and Demon is doing a heck of a lot.
Oh, and now Rhythm looking to do some more and was waiting for someone to push up onto the second floor near a rope. It was Shaka, though, who gets there. And the Spectre diff. Master swings down, almost had to take a second glance there to finally find Ica. SwagCon for 3, gets Demon at the tail end of that one. And Bash Bros, looks like they're just making sure someone gets the spike defuse, and they will. Here we go. That's another round for Bash Bros. They will take that round and stack it for 2. Now they're on their bonus, and I believe they had 3 members of that team remaining alive there, so not bad at all. Zayuki gonna get the rifle in their hands. We're gonna have some full armors bought here. We're gonna have SwagCon still holding onto that Spectre and then some. Team Artisan now with just a lead of 4 rounds. We'll see if they can get something done here in the 3rd round of the second half, as they have bought out all rifles here to go into an aggressive stance. They want to make sure Bash Bros do not take this on their bonus round, and they don't want to make this a little closer than it has to be. That's
a very, very strong showing from the side of Artisan, and this is the crazy part for Bash Bros, right? Because that was a lot of damage. Demon, we saw how good he was in the last map, just with a pistol, but that's some crazy stuff. You can never count him out, and now very weak buy. There is the headhunter on the back lines. Artisan are pretty much, yeah, they're not entirely trapped, mainly because Demon's here, but that is in mid. SwagCon, like you mentioned, he's gotten a kill here. And Ica, he's trying to work up, but he's got a shorty on the other side, but not enough damage. Maybe pre-nerf, but Zayuki is a couple months, or a couple years too late on that. So Ica trying to make her way up even more with the Sage. This is the yeah, just clearing everything by himself. Hoon has even got another kill. 21 HP though on Ica, so how much damage can Bash Bros continue to do? 1-on-4 for the Chamber that was caught on the flank at one point, but now deep in defender spawn. Don't think he has too many chances to make anything else happen unless some member on Artisan wants to get a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, this is, I think, for Zero Cap, maybe get 1 kill if you can. But Artisan already knows where he's coming from, so they're ready to go. The second key starts to swing out. Ica has shots. Ooh, falls back though, realizes they had 21 HP. Good job to do that, because they had heal a second later. Hoon will pick up the slack instead. Team Artisan now, first time on the board for the second half, and they picked the right time because Bash Bros was on their bonus. Now it's time for them to buy up, have more of an even buy here. Actually, I mean, Bash Bros, even with that, they're looking worse for wear on money, right? Like, they are, if they do not win this round, and there's a good chance that they don't, considering they have 2 players on half armor. No one's getting really close to ult here except SwagCon. Everyone else is 2 or more ult points away, so they'll have to get a lot of work done. Bash Bros, if they lose this round, they're going to be forced to save for the next one. And at that point, Team Artisan's knocking on the door taking this map.
There is a bit of grace for them, because, I mean, most of Artisan actually do have Vandals, so maybe if the shots land, the armor won't be that big of a deal. But Zayuki does start off pretty decently onto one of the members, maybe one of the best members on Artisan. Ica is no longer, so no potential res in this round. And again, one of the fraggers now off the board. It is interestingly top heavy for them as well, because they've got Demon doing work. Hoon a couple rounds ago. I mean, of course, he had the 3K to retake on the Viper's Pit. That was absolutely just miraculous. But he's also at 15. Ika's at 14. So it's not like any one player above and beyond. It's 3 players at the top of Artisan doing a lot of the work, 2 people just backing them up. So they lose 1. But it is going to be a very strong 4-man A hit right now. There's 3 defenders. But Zuyuki, he's got the entry. Can he do anything more from the back of the site? It's been awkward. Smokes fight, but yeah, it's the attacking jet is going to go down. And the spike does get planted, but Sova even takes a lot of damage. Dregulator chiming with 2 kills. Rhythm follows up on it, so now it's all evened up from a 5-on-2 to a 2-on-2. They're pushing along, but Dregulator's still doing so much. What is going on? The timing! The timing is what wins that round. Turns at the wrong time, and Grandson blindsides him.
Well, they heard you talking about Demon Hoon and Ica being on top, and then Dregulator and Rhythm were like, nah, we're gonna catch up a little bit, and they pick up almost every kill of that round. But it is Grandson who comes out on top. As you said, the timing just a bit off. It is unfortunate, it is unlucky. Just the swing to the right a bit early, otherwise would have seen Grandson peeking at him from back sight. So now it's Team Artisan who finds themselves down 1-3 in this second half. Bash Bros in a good position here to try to, I mean, there's an opportunity for them to maybe try to stack up some money a little bit here, but they want to really start pounding in on Team Artisan and make sure that they win this next round. But it's still not entirely guaranteed. I mean, you have full armor, you have all rifles on the side of Team Artisan, and then Demon has that Bladestorm with just 1 kill. So if Demon finds 1, they're going to pop that Bladestorm or save for the next round. They only have a classic on them, so it seems like they are anticipating getting a Bladestorm here, and it looks like indeed
the orb.
Demon gets it. Yep, gets the orb, gets the Bladestorm, ready to go. It looks like they might use this as a way to entry onto B site and confirm this, but they are taking their time here. I think the rest of Artisan is also scouting out A site just to figure out where everybody is. But with that, here comes Demon running in quickly. Gets 1, gets 2. With 18 alive. Oh, Grandson puts them down. Couldn't get the 3K, but still a ton of damage done here by Demon. 4-on-3 situation. Dregulator hanging in the back, playing anchor. Swagcon will get the press. No, 0 cap.
1 enemy
Rhythm
remaining.
just dances around those shots, and then Hoon gets 2. Regardless, Team Artisan up 3-1. Grandson by themselves, and does not know that Ica is coming from behind. Getting back on the board after being a bit quiet these past few rounds. That is 11-6 now, with Team Artisan 2 rounds away from picking this up. And it's almost a guarantee that they'll get to 12, as Bash Bros has to completely save here if they have any chance of having a full buy on the game point round.
Man, that's rough. Are they going to do it again? Are Artisan going to actually 13-6 every single one of their maps to get to the grand final? That would be a heck of a showing.
That would be
I'm not going to lie. Bash Bros have reached the quota of rounds that Artisan's opponents have had so far. There is going to be a 24th pop from the defensive chamber. Very quick teleport. Here's a lot of noise towards that long B. And surprisingly, Shaka's actually staying here with this shorty, and she's going to get absolutely deleted by Hoon. Nice try, valiant effort, but yeah, this is not going to happen. Not against this kind of team. Artisan have looked so good. They are continuing to look absolutely beautiful coming into this one. And Bladestorm does do some work, but instantly shut down by Demon. Of course, he hits the shot, even if it's 10 miles in the air. Spike down. 4-on-3 for Artisan just to hold this, and 0 cap has his sniper trained on this long angle, but I don't think he's going to need to use it. Nah, the wall is going to go up. Grandson does get a pick with those shock darts, but all they've really got is mutual in their back pockets, and the sage wall is not even going to go up.
Yeah, Swagcon gets peeked on and swung on as they have utility out. Demon for 3, looking for another one as 0 cap. Demon makes it 4. And Artisan gets it done. They don't keep everyone alive there, so I mean, that's maybe 1 takeaway for Bash Bros. They were able to pick up 2, but otherwise, it's not going to be really making much of a difference. Team Artisan has more than enough money here. I mean, you can even say with their buys, Regulator, Rhythm are at over 6K each in the bank. I mean, they can even afford to lose around here and there and still have money to burn. So, Bash Bros, this is it for them. Team Artisan overlooking, as you said, another 13-6, which would be wild if they're able to just do this. Like, they're comfortable with that scoreline. They like that scoreline. And it looks like they have a chance to get another one.
Nowhere to run!
Oh, hello. I was about to say blind LT, but it did get a tag. No damage done, though. They could have really used that to shut down Shaka. out of this pit, but she's on the high ground right now, and in fact, it's Grandson to actually find a kill. That's very nice, but oh, the res is going to come out, and the pick from Regulator takes the Viper's pit out of commission on the defense. And now surely this is it. So Yuki tries to chime in, and the attacking Viper's pit is gone as well. But that is all of a sudden 4 frags, 3 and 4 from Grandson. That is unreal from this guy, sitting at the bottom of the entire scoreboard, brings himself up to not even not. I thought he was still on the bottom. No, he's at 12 now. What happened to this guy? He woke up in the last couple rounds.
It woke up at the right time here too. That was a slaughterhouse that Team Artisan just walked right into. You saw, I mean, there was a ton of cover on the site, you know, the plant area itself, but back site was completely clear and open, full visibility, and Bash Bros are ready and waiting. They had the angle set, and Team Artisan maybe feeling a bit too confident here with knowing that they can take this. All just kind of rush in and face check back site, and they do pay the iron price for that. So, Team Artisan, 12-7. Still, they're going to be on game point this entire time. They just need one to do it. Bash Bros have a lot of work to do and have their work cut out for them if they want to force OT, but now it's definitely doable. They've got themselves an opportunity. If they can take this round, Team Artisan might even have to start thinking about saving here. So we'll see if Bash Bros can start to put the pressure on Team Artisan, and it looks like they are going to be doing a 3-2 split. 3 members of their squad going towards A, and then 2 and the spike over on B long. The chamber's ready and waiting. Oh, but the timing there. The chamber starts to check over on the other side of yellow just as they sneak by. No way. They have just moseyed on down without getting caught. It's like you're playing Metal Gear Solid, walking around the security guards. Oh, Rhythm gets Zoyuki, and then 2 finds Zero Cap, and then Demon walks in. Black Hunt didn't even anticipate it whatsoever. And Hoon finds another one. Team Artisan, just like that. A massive advantage. That was a sneaky little play, and Bash Bros find themselves on the other side of a 13-7. Woo!
A bit of an anticlimactic ending, but I mean, fair enough. I don't even know how that happens. That's just, you can't even. That's not even a skill diff. Like they just walked fast. Like that's. I think you provided the best analogy there, that Dak. It's like literally walking past NPCs. Like you know the patrol routes, and you wait for the timing, and you just go like, okay, 5 seconds, I can wait here, and then he's gonna walk around the corner, and I can go. Like it feels like they're in third person. That was such perfect timing, and it's insane. Like they turn back. They check perfectly into orange, look back towards kitchen, get the kill, and they understand there can't be only one player here. There's no way. Like no one defends B with 1 unless you're playing ranked and it's me, and I always get left alone versus 5. But like these guys are they're a team. They have their setups, so they're gonna be like, okay, 1's probably still by yellow because we didn't check that. So they're aware of it. They turn back and they get the kill as well. That's absolutely ridiculous. And like, you can't fight against that. Like it's not even up to Bash Bros playing bad there. Like they were waking up in the second half. They're putting up the rounds, and even like I mentioned, it took a hot second, but Grandson ended up waking up as well. He's at 12 and 16 to end at that map, which might not seem that good, but this guy had like single digit kills for like the majority of it, so it was unfortunate. But again, they were taking time to ramp up into this map of Icebox, and all of a sudden they just get absolutely like coin flipped. It's so unfortunate for them. So consolation to Bash Bros, they're playing excellently towards the end, and then Artisan, I mean, they with that lead, it's so difficult to come back from that. As soon as they get the match point, it's a matter of time until some random gamble play works. And sometimes walking into a site, checking nothing is, I guess they didn't check nothing, but you get the idea. They walked past the chamber at Long B. That, like, once upon a time, if you have 6-round buffer, that's gonna work one of the rounds.
Yeah, it was kind of like trying to do a break and entering, and you find the front door is unlocked. You just walk right in the front door, and you're good to go. Like that was an unfortunate timing. Yeah, you're right. Like once you're kind of at that match point, eventually the odds are kind of stacked against you until a moment like that happens. Of course, definitely big shout outs to Ica, who especially that first half. I mean, crazy amount of first bloods, was popping off. That really aggressive upper mid position was paying off for them. It's only a matter of time before things worked out for Team Artisan.
Yeah, for sure. But for the time being, I mean, we're going to see Artisan in the grand finals. I'm not entirely surprised. It's unfortunate that they didn't actually manage to get the 13-6 run all the way to grand finals. But yeah, it's all good. They only lost 1 round in the midst of that, and it was up to Grandson making a huge play. So congrats on them to get the grand finals. But we're going to see them. I am going to try and get the information really quick on what team we're actually going to see in the grand finals that we're having them face off. If Battle 5 will refresh, we'll see. It's going to be Artisan versus Syndicates. So Syndicates taking it over Swift as well off stream. So that's going to be an exciting one. And not only that, that's going to be our first best of 3 here. Not many times do we see best of 3s here at GLG, but this is the invite. This is where we have the utmost of competition between these teams. So it will be first to 2 rounds. So that's going to be a hell of a matchup. So we're going to have room for both these teams to make mistakes. We're going to have room for both these teams to end up making reads on each other. So this is going to be super curious.
Yeah, can't wait to see what goes down. Of course, now they're playing for a big portion of this big prize pool, the $150 prize pool, plus, you know, first place getting those MSI Vigor GK50 keyboards. Second place getting 50, but you're getting $100 plus those 5 keyboards. That's pretty hype because we're here at the Pit of Valor Invitational. Of course, we also want to be throwing some big shout outs to the recent GLG Lounge launch, which has been popping off. If you're in the Rochester area, definitely check that out. We got Val and Chill coming out, resuming in May. Soon, free entry, $50 for first place. We have a manager and coach only tournament happening very soon, so keep your tabs on GLG socials for that. If you want to check out the Twitter, you can definitely hit that up as well. Of course, you can also check out the GLG Discord at the !Discord command in chat. So make sure you check that out. And you can also do the ! Twitter in chat to also find the GLG Twitter. And if you're trying to get a little fancy with it, you want to check out the lounge, you want to get that GLG Country Club membership access there. I mean, you're going to get crazy access to a bunch of stuff offered at the lounge. You get a priority entrance to events. It's only $10 a month. So if you're a gamer, that's all that for you. And of course, the GLG socks. I don't know if we have a graphic for that. I want those GLG socks. I'm definitely going to see how I get my hands on them. If you want to get your feet in those, then why don't you find ! Socks in chat. We got them in purple, got them in white, got them in black, socks at all sizes, so definitely check it out. And don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we have our grand finals best of 3 here at the Pit of Valor Invitational. So we will see you on the other side of that break.
On the side of MMG, my planet. I'm nowhere
just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the. Seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the.
That's what we're seeing here. Out of the check down mid, trying to make their way through the market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda finds two. The gravity well pulled him still. Oh no, Moeda! But it run away as well as three the other way from the Jets on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
I'll tell you who can.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for our grand finals matchup here at the Pit of Valor Invitational. And I'm excited to get into this one because we have 3 solid maps between 2 teams that have earned their way all the way through this crazy competitive single elimination bracket. I'm still Dak, still alongside Anton, as we are going to bring you a matchup here between Team Artisan and Syndicate, where we just saw a 13-7 win by Team Artisan over a huge victory with the Bash Bros. So, Anton, how you feeling for this one? We know the maps, we know the teams, expectations. How you feeling?
I'm feeling. I mean, it's gotten quite heated up in here. I'm gonna be honest, but I mean, for the teams, it's probably gonna be getting quite cold because of the map that we just came off of. Like you mentioned, 13-7 for the side of Artisan versus their opponents. We're going into another Icebox. It's gonna happen again. We're gonna have the team that just won on Icebox play another Icebox against Syndicates, who have been they have played Icebox earlier in this tournament, but it was round 1, which means like you remember this is the invite, so you can't really count any team out. But admittedly, yeah, round 1 it's going to be the easier games of the tournament. So they had a pretty breezy time. Like it wasn't even. Hernando was dropping like 21, and he only died 6 times. So yeah, everyone was doing just fine on their icebox. I think it was like a 13-3 or something like that. It was very one-sided. But yeah, so syndicates are not going to have like too much. I don't think they're going to be struggling per se, but at the same time, that performance was not probably indicative of them playing a team that might have been better. So we'll see. Artisan definitely having been challenged on that map a couple more times than Syndicates have been. Either that or Syndicates are just like above and beyond better, and we just have to see when we get in the server. But nevertheless, I mean, getting along with it, these teams have pretty similar playstyles on this map. They change one agent along them, and it's not like as drastic of a difference as last time where we had a chamber versus a KO. This time it's just the duelist versus the duelist. It's the chamber versus the jet. We have demon, as we saw last map, on the jet, an absolute demon. Like he lives up to his name. I don't even know why he's. I don't know, maybe from a very young age when he was first making like a screen name for himself, he's like, I'm the best at all the video games, and he just goes in and he kills everyone. So he's like, I'll call myself a demon. All good. But it's gonna be him on the jet versus the chamber in Jeba's hands, who in the first matchup again he didn't really do that well, but that's because no one needed to, is because everyone was popping off. So that's gonna be curious to see. But obviously coming, like I mentioned, hot or cold off a win on the previous Icebox. Demon, this guy, I said before that he wasn't doing exceptionally well on the first time these guys played Icebox. Took him a haven to warm up, I guess. He needed to literally be in a less cold environment. But then this guy just comes in and somehow he spends 8 rounds of the game. Like round 1 to round 8, there's not a round where he doesn't get a kill. Like he's legit got a kill every single round for the first 8 rounds. Finally, round 9, he doesn't. And then he makes up for that with 2 double kills in the next 3 rounds. This guy is absolutely insane. I don't know why it took him a map to warm up. I don't know what he did in map number 1 of Icebox against the first team they faced off of, but that demon is long gone. He was 24-13 the last map. He was 24 and like I don't know 6 or 7 in the previous. But now, looking at the way he's playing, as well as the fact that Aika, yeah, he dropped 20 plus in the first Icebox they played, and Hoon even with his heads-up plays, with that triple kill through the Viper pit, with absolutely everything that we saw, this is going to be scary for Syndicates. I don't care if they won 13-3 the first time. They're up against some real competition now.
And it looks like we are going to get into our best of 3 competition here as we have time to jump into our agent select between these 2 teams. We're going to be seeing that in just a moment. Yeah, Icebox certainly going to, I mean, Icebox been out for about a year now, if not, I mean, maybe even longer, probably closer to a year and a half now. So it's great to see all these teams, feeling so comfortable on this map. I'm really excited for Fracture, personally. It's a guaranteed Fracture pick, and that's a map that has not become a comfort pick for a lot of these teams. Icebox, though, player, even with, Chamber entering the fray, KO becoming a lot more of a common meta pick, teams have figured out their very comfortable lineups, agent-wise and agent selections for Icebox. As you mentioned earlier, Sage is almost a given in a lot of these situations. Viper, of course, almost always picked, and then we see, Jet Chamber, we see Jet KO. It's pretty ways to round it out in the Sova as well. So we're already seeing almost a mirror matchup here. Both teams have a Sova, both teams have a KO, both teams have a Viper. But instead, we have the Chamber here for Syndicate. They have not locked in their 5th and final agent. Meanwhile, we do have Team Artisan going back to what I believe was their original lineup in the first place here. Everyone's still playing the same agents that they already had. They have, the Sova as well. Of course, they have the Jet for Demon. So we'll see. No chamber for them. They don't need it. But will Syndicate go for the Jet? Will they bring out the Sage? And indeed they will. So I personally, I think considering you already have, your chamber and your KO, I guess you're not going to go with the Jet. But having the Sage has been so critical for all these teams in Icebox. It's almost a must pick. So no surprise Syndicate's rounding out their lineup with the Sage.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too surprising to see like instant walls to handle pistol rounds and stuff like that. And of course, when you have the Sage, not only do you just have like an extra man to play with every like 7 or 8 rounds, but you also have the heals, you have the slows, so a lot of delay, a lot of like stopping power with the wall as well. So it's just everything is useful with this guy. It's just probably one of the best agents on Icebox right now, and it's crazy to see that it's like it's really map dependent too, because like you don't see Sage on every single map because she's not the best on every single map. It's just Icebox is built in this sort of fashion where it really allows Sage to shine in multiple different scenarios. You can have her wall up tube if you're playing like really standard and regular, if you're playing ranked or something like that, or if you're a bit more advanced, of course you have you just don't use a wall until you go for a retake, like on pistol round. They're probably not going to see Ika wall until they have to go for a retake. You could wall off like left side A or something like that when you're defending. You could wall off even the I almost said the Vision Strikers wall, but they haven't been Vision Strikers in like forever. But when you wall like back B to play in the little corner, I mean, if you guys watch some Korean games, you'll understand that one. But for the time being, will be the defense. Actually, Artisan's going to get really aggressive real fast. It's 3 up mid right now with the Sage, so potential to rotate over to B again with that retake wall. But they actually go over. The Jet spots something, takes the dash out, and actually wants to re-aggress. This is so bold from Demon, but he looked so good in the last map. I don't even blame him for doing this. Probably at least good for one, but a bit of a sticky situation. Has to get out of dodge. At least does live out of it. That's a lot of information for at least Syndicates as well as Artisan to play with. They saw a lot of each other's members down that mid angle.
Owl drone's going to help Syndicates now find their way onto A site. They're going to push in. That fragment's going to clear out the back right corner just a little bit by Perseverance. Meanwhile, Poon going to take some first contact here with the Sage on the wall. Backs up, gets suppressed. Black Moose now waiting and going for an angle here, playing some geometry on the outside. Rhythm does so as well. There goes the Viper wall. And gets tagged as they pass through. Rhythm down to 47 HP. It doesn't matter though. Poon, Demon, and Deregulator both got on the board, but then it's swiped up immediately. Syndicate's firing back with gusto. Black Moose on the board with that classic, but they already got tagged as they were moving into that Viper wall. Has to be careful! But using that rope to their advantage, a 3K from Black Moose gets that last headshot there on Deregulator, and Syndicates gets on the board first with that 1-0 lead in the first half.
Man, I really thought that was a straight up Artisan round at the point where Demon walks down mid. He's coming. It's made this joke like 15,000 times, but he's coming cold off the last map, and he just wants to fight. He just wants to take duels, and he goes for re-engage. Even uses the dash before re-engages into mid. That's just crazy to me. But that doesn't work out. All good. They still have the confidence to make plays, and then they get every single kill on the ace that retake. I'm like, okay, that's it. And then the right clicks come out from Hernando. I'm like, all right, I guess throw everything out the window because we forgot the classic still exists in the game. And he's going to be pushed up all top of belts. I don't know how much he actually reading is Artisan's push, but he's got one. Poon with the quick trade, but he's the only person that's even remotely at that A site, so fair enough. There's not really any risks or dropping a spike or anything here. Jebba's going to drop back and try and watch for any flanks, but everyone else on his team is already on this B. They've got the plant there. And this should be, if anything, a 4-on-3 retake, unless Jebba gets a kill, which he's in a bit of a sticky situation again. It's a bit scary, and he's on a lot of angles to worry about, and he's actually going to go down. So yeah, it will be a 4-on-3 retake. But good God, they're so far away. There's going to be so much time burnt off the clock and slows all the util from all these guys on Syndicates. I don't know if this is even going to be possible for Artisan.
Perseverance takes out Hoon, gets traded out by Rhythm, but it's Black Moose with another 3K in a row. Certainly this was facilitated by that Spectre, but they just come in and play cleanup duty there. And Aisle 5 is spotless now. It's a 2-0 victory here. Or lead, excuse me, for Syndicates. Look at that. Black Moose off of those 2 3Ks in a row. 6 and 2 goose eggs there for them. They're going to hold on to that Spectre for this bonus round, and honestly, going to be a pretty solid bonus round. I mean, they don't have a full buy here because Perseverance is at half armor, and of course, they only have 2 rifles. But this would certainly mean that Syndicates can get aggressive and try to mouse one and hold forward as much as they can and just play fast. But Hoon gets the best of Uncreated first. Perseverance will find Demon, though, is playing a bit aggressively there on A site, and now Perseverance is to go for that second floor push. It's up to see what they can do with this Owl drone here. So the Hunter's Fury comes out. It will be Rhythm who finds Perseverance. Black Moose had 6 kills. They're obviously going to get that Hunter's Fury quickly, and they let it rip. Unfortunately for them, though, doesn't find anything. And now it's a 4-on-3 situation for Team Arson, who's been taking this very slowly, the best they can. It's going to be Jabo's going to swing, and Hoon gets the better of them. Fernando does the same, and Hoon gives them a taste of their own medicine. It's a 3K now. Black Moose for 1. Can we get a third 3K in a row? No. Hoon instead finds 4 of their own. And that'll be Team Artisan cutting down Syndicates on their bonus round to make it a 2-1.
It's very mechanically confident players from both these teams. We can even see that. It's round number 3, and everyone is peaking. Absolutely everyone is just going for engages, just going for fights. And Hoon, that round in particular was better than everyone else. He just landed headshot after headshot. He's 6-2 right now with the ultimate on the board, and he's looking good. Now he's done a lot for his team in that round, especially because Syndicates they went for at least a little bit of a buy. They reinforced their loadout in the previous round, so now it's going to be kind of rough. So the bonus was not entirely a bonus for them, so they ended up losing. Now they've got 2 rifles at least, but they have to at least win the gunfights with those specific players, unless they're going to play like Ring Around the Rosie with the guns. Who knows? And there already goes one. Demon's confident on the angle again. Didn't get anything done in the last round, has gotten the entry in this one, and perhaps it's maybe good for another one. He can't dash, so he has to get out. But Black Moose has got one of his teammates, Hoon, who's been so good this map so far. They are going to be able to compromise that A site, and the plant is going to get confirmed.
There you go, finally got on the board there. Uncreative also as well. Regulator takes out Black Moose. So it looks like Syndicate's going to have... Ooh, yeah, Perseverance finds Rhythm. Micah gets on the board for 2. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Sorry, Perseverance caught out by themselves and will get taken out by Ico, who finds their own 3K here. Team Artisan will get the spike diffused. Evens things up 2-2. And that should mean, if I'm not mistaken, that we're going to see a little bit more of a buy from the Team Artisan side here. So they're going to be topped off. There we go. Meanwhile, the Syndicates are going to be saving instead. They're going just for Sheriffs. They're going for Classics. Not even buying full armor in any means. Half armor for 3.5. 3 out of 5, that is. So yeah, this is Team Artisan, a round to lose for them. Like, this is their loss if somehow that makes it happen. Syndicates, we're gonna see what they can do here to try and do some economic damage to Team Artisan.
Good mid fight. Oh, Ica. We've seen Ica go for multiple of these pushes, and we were both praising this guy for just taking initiative so many times inside that mid, and he was winning so many fights as well, but this time he actually loses it against the Sheriff. Demon wants to take his place as well. He's very confident even still. They're only 2-2, but I guess it is early days. He's got the Blade Storm out against a bunch of pistols again, so it's going to be hard for them to counter them, unless they all team shot him. That's the problem, right? They got multiple different guns pointing here, and it might be difficult for one person to get a kill, but if everyone just body shots him, he actually just dies anyways. Spends a knife, burns out the TP from Jeba on the other side, but this guy still stays alive. So it's still a 5-on-5. They're looking into an empty site right now, but they don't exactly know that. Their only intel tool is going to be that Sova with the dart and the drone, which, as we all know, has been hit pretty hard this patch. The drone, dude, the length of it is actually just so crazy short right now, and all this stuff is gonna get thrown out. They're gonna know no one's on the site, but I mean, Syndicates also know where everyone is on excuse me, the Artisan know where anyone is on Syndicates, so Viper's pick gonna be throwing down probably their biggest chance to actually win this round. The Viper will be playing inside with the Sage. Uncreative is gonna get mollied out of position as well. That's a lot of damage. Up to Artisan to try and get back into this. No vision, but might have a read that one player is directly underneath him right now. I don't know if he's actually gonna get a kill here. And Demon with the blade starts it off, traded off once again. It's just back and forth. Every single player getting frags, but the Viper spit is still up.
a roller coaster of an engagement there. Hernando backed off there. 2-on-1 situation is Perseverance who gets suppressed. And Hernando, who's caught in this corner. Looks like this spike, there's not enough time here. You're not going to be able to defuse that. They're going to be able to get away. Kuno looking for exit. Gets one. And make sure that the second one also goes down. Doesn't get the kill, but certainly happy with that. That'll be Syndicates, I believe. Now picking up their third round in a row. Not in a row, but their third round after dropping 2 in a row. A big win there for them. As they were looking, I mean, that gets them a full rifle buy and full armor. Like, that's certainly what they want. And now an opportunity to start to stack it up because Artisan's not going to go for a full buy on their end. And even if Artisan does win this, they've still somewhat bought out here. I mean, they have a half buy. They have a Guardian. They have a Judge. So firepower-wise, Artisan can't stack up to Syndicates, but they could cheese him a little bit. But this is scary because Artisan is now somewhat invested onto a half buy here. Probably maybe more than they'd like to be. And if Syndicates can win this cleanly, that'll put them ahead significantly economically wise and probably force Artisan to save for the next round, setting them up for a potential 3-round lead. So Syndicates certainly looking to come out on top very clean, and they do so with at least start things off. A kill from Uncreative and Jeba, as well as a very quick spike plant. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, goes down. I think it tags one, but doesn't get much more than that. Regulator now swings, and Uncreative gets the better of them, gets 3 in a row. It's Aiko, who definitely should have won that one. But instead goes for the res and gets caught out. A 4-piecer there for Uncreative. And that'll be a 4-2. That was an unfortunate res. And now a timeout going to be picked off here from Rhythm of Team Artisan as they drop another round.
Man, the heads-up play as well. That's even against the low buy, I guess they're reading the fact that it either has to be an anti-eco or the fact that Artisan are going to have a force, if anything. But the Viper's Pit goes up, and Artisan have done that before. In the previous matchup, maybe not against Syndicate specifically, but the fact that they have a Viper, and they probably can have a Judge in that Viper's Pit, so it's a standard thing to do, so fair enough. And they read that, and they're like, okay, let's just not go A. Let's just not have any risk of dying to a pellet shotgun at perhaps 12 meters. And they pull the smart thing, they put up wall up, because when you have a light buy, or when you have a force, you can't really shoot that down. And they get the plants, and they just hold it really nicely. And they don't, admittedly, they don't even hold it. It's crazy to see. Even with that, they push and they take initiative once again. And Uncreative with that pop flash, I think it actually team flashed him, but it was fine because this guy's fast enough with his mechanics to be able to land the headshot as soon as he gets unblind. And like you mentioned, that's an unfortunate res from Ica. It's like, what are you gonna do in an anti-eco? And I guess they had a feeling they could have possibly won the round. Like, if they're close enough and they know the spike hasn't ticked down that far, they think they can just throw themselves at the enemy and win the gunfights, then might as well try for it. But it just doesn't work out. And now it's going to be Artisan on a very, very big save. Now, if Syndicates are... That was a big boost to their economy. Demon trying to get aggressive in this round. Fair enough. Again, he doesn't have anything. So if he can get a pick here, it's going to be very good for him, and he does so. No one else is here to trade, and he even dashes out, so they can't even kill him from top of Bell because he's not even there. Another kill happening in the mid, and now this is a bit scary for Syndicate. It's not entirely sure what has happened, but the wall and perhaps a res going up, but they're getting flanked. This is so awkward for them. Artisan making all the pushes and making everything happen right now. Now it's Uncreative in a 1-on-3.
Hoon catching black moves as they start to fall back. A big Sheriff kill there. This is going to be tough for Uncreative. They are really in a bad position here. I doubt they'll be able to get out of this alive. And indeed, it's Rhythm who catches them from behind, finds that kill. And Artisan gets back on the board. Teams trading here and there. You got 2, 2, 2, and now 1. Potentially Artisan to make it another 2-2 swap here. They're going to put that op in the hands of Demon. That's going to be scary to deal with here for Syndicates. But not entirely, because Jeba will have the Tour de Force ready to go. And look at all the ults for the Syndicate side here. 4 out of 5 ults. They're going to have the res. They're going to have the Hunter's Fury. Perseverance is going to have another life if they want to play their first one.
You want to
So
play?
this
Let's
is certainly
play.
the firepower is ready to go for Syndicates, even if Artisan might have a slight rifle advantage here with the, with the op. It's really, at the end of the day, almost even here because you have 4 rifles plus the op here for Team Artisan. You have 4 rifles plus the tour de force for Syndicates. You almost really couldn't get any more evenly powered here for either team. But the money, of course, is looking dire for both teams. Actually, Team Artisan looking all right money-wise, but you have like 0 credits for Hoon. So we'll see how this stacks up. Both teams want to come out of this pretty flawlessly if they can.
Tempted. Oh, wow. Okay, great shutdown. And the spike. Oh, my goodness. It doesn't even get planted. He's got it through the smoke. No vision. Literally, I don't think a single player has seen their enemy in this round. And Demon, that shutdown as well. That is... You couldn't write that round any better for Artisan, honestly. Like, not even a single player on Syndicate saw the player that was killing them. That's insane. Not often does that happen. Through a couple smokes, including the planner, dies to smoke, and the guy opping, trying to get anyone that's coming through orange. Like, admittedly, he had not like a possibility of seeing his opponent, but he just wasn't in the scope. So that's just that's unlucky. I don't even know if you can say anything else. I guess you can like choose to get off the plant or something like that when you're getting spammed. But like, that's just the coin flip whether or not this guy gets you, and in that case they just lose the coin flip. That's an unlucky situation. There's nothing else to say about it. And Demon even, he's got the angle. He's not even gonna back off. He doesn't even use his dash because he doesn't think he needs it. But he does miss a shot though. Oh, it's getting a bit scary. But Uncreative, what? Okay, Uncreative still goes down, but Jebba's got a trade. And Hoon caught in that very forward angle. He actually does die. Rhythm with another pick on the defense though, and he's gonna get traded out as well. It's awkward on both halves of the map because there's attention being paid absolutely everywhere right now. But the attention is being even focused towards this B because a spike is trying to make its way over. Black Moots with 1 kill with the shock dart and Ica with a quick trade. Perseverance finally does bleed out on the floor, but it's going to be a 1-on-2 on this site, and Ica just absolutely deletes both members that are coming in from that long.
Just steps out and takes some heads off. That was, I mean, honestly, these 2 rounds were massive for Team Artisan. Remember, the previous round, they won that flawlessly. And going into that round, they had 3 players who were above 3K credits. Now, after that win, following the flawless round, Team Artisan is stacked with cash. They have 2 members of their team over 6K credits. They have 3 more in 5, 4, and 3K credits respectively. And Syndicate now feeling the pressure. They're feeling the heat. As they have to save. They're going for an eco around here. They have some half armor, but they're just stuck to pistols. And Team Artisan would love to have another flawless round come out of this one. Of course, there are only a couple more rounds left in this half. But it's Demon who wants to start to take those last round. As Demon picks up that first kill on Uncreative with the op. Falls back just in time. Pop the Blade Storm. Gets out of there. Goes for more. But just whips right. And then right-clicking with the classic to finish things off. Dusty style, it's Hoon and Rhythm who get on the board to find those last kills. And Team Artisan picks up their 6th round. That's their 4th round in a row. 4 unanswered rounds here for Team Artisan. Syndicate's now starting to slip as they are worse for wear credits-wise. They have to buy here. And this is now a really sticky situation as they're full bought out on rifles and armor. If they lose this round, they're going to have nothing to play with in the last round of the half.
And I can't even... Demon's just showing off at this point. He's not even... I guess this is what happens when they play against a team that's like half decent, right? Because like Syndicate, I say half decent. Syndicates are good. You can tell they're good. But it doesn't... Artisan don't care how good they are. They will go forward, and Demon is literally on top of pipes. He misses a shot. He uses the dash, and he still goes for more kills. It's just... You can't stop him. Does like literally no nerf, no... It doesn't, like, post-nerf, it doesn't matter. Like, he doesn't have a dash at all, so he can't even regain it. He just goes for it. Oh, wow, that molly! It's so good! Everything on Artisan is working out right now, and even the op shot from Demon follows up on that one. They can't get the plant down. I don't know if he just doesn't... Yeah, he just wants to wait. But he goes for the res, loses his own life in the process. Black Moose answers right back, but again, he's the only one to do anything so far for the team. Does remove the Demon from the back lines of Artisan, so that's perhaps one of the best kills they could possibly get. But Black Moose, right after that, he goes down himself. So it's still a 2-on-4. They can't get into B site.
Spike down.
And Spike goes down. It's Jeba by themselves. They got res, and what can they do with this next life? All right, they find Ica, crouching for a kill there, but they're left with 20 HP. This is going to be an incredible task here for our last chamber player. They get swung on. And Hoon comes out easily on top in that engagement. They win that 2-0. They take that round to now
Last
make it
round
a
in the
7-4
half.
score line here. Potentially look on the onset of an 8-4. They have 5 unanswered rounds, so much money to play with. You're going to see Demon is likely going to be going. I mean, they could still. Demon can easily buy here and then also potentially get the Blade Storm. But look at this team. Almost everyone positive on Team Artisan. Can't say the same for Syndicates. Only Black Moose holds that title so far. And like I was saying, because of those buys in the previous round, they have 3 members with half armor. They have a judge. This is not what Syndicates really wants coming into the last round of this half. And Jaba struggling a little bit here. They're 3-12 on this chamber. Team Artisan has been shutting them down time and time again. And now they're looking to make it 8-4 going into the second half.
Wow. I mean, you know the craziest part about this entire situation is that Syndicates have, on the day, they've lost a total of 10 rounds before this map. And now they're about to double that. Artisan are about to literally just straight up double it. Almost in the first half. Not quite. But this is absolutely insane. And that was a curious thing you mentioned as well in the pregame, or not in the pregame, but looking at the scoreboard, only one player in Syndicates is positive. Every other map they played, everyone has been positive. Absolutely everyone. There's no one that's even. Everyone was positive in kills. And now they've met their maker. Artisan have been holding down all these sites so well. And even on this A, Hoon does get the first pick. There is a double trade. One of them might be with the ultimate, though. So they still have to end up winning gunfights if they want to keep this, because Aika has been so much trouble on the top rope. Finally deleted by Black Moose as well. Regulator does come back in with a nice headshot. 30 HP left on himself, though, so this is going to be very difficult coming into this Viper's Pit. Left on just about nothing, but the distraction from Perseverance and Rhythm chimes in along as well. Stereo kills, and all of a sudden, it's turned around again. Artisan somehow pulled that off in a 2-on-3.
Switching sides.
Certainly helped that they had a little bit of an armor advantage here, but, I mean, you had, like, Perseverance getting caught out, their shoulder blades sticking through that Viper's Pit. Team Artisan with 6 unanswered rounds, and they are looking to close this out quickly here. I mean, we've seen this team. They've taken almost every map they played, 13-6, 13-7 on the last Icebox, and that could easily happen again here. Syndicates maybe gets the first couple rounds in this half, and then Team Artisan runs away with it. It's happened before, but look at these kills here. We have double digits for 4 out of the 5 members for Team Artisan. Only Black Moose can say that for Syndicates. They are falling behind. Even though the score line, they're only down by 4 rounds. I mean, Team Artisan is really playing solidly here. And this is what you were talking about last map here, right? Like, on pistol rounds, that's Sage Wall. It's such a nuisance. You don't have the firepower taken away, and all of a sudden, all right, I guess I'm not going down this route. I have to figure out something else. I have no choice. Perseverance this time finds Demon real quick, gets that ghost kill with the headshot, and now holding another aggressive angle, looking for the next entry from Syndicate to pop up. It's Regulator on Team Artisan. I'm sorry, next entry from Team Artisan to push up. And it's Regulator who is indeed that player who finds Uncreative, but Perseverance will hold their ground and gets rid of Regulator with their second kill there. Jaba with a Headhunter finds one, but they're traded up by Rhythm. Hoon now rushing back in, and now it's a one-on-one with both of these 2 KOs finding each other. The overall 2-on-2 is about to happen at A side as we have the rotation. It's Perseverance who finds Rhythm first. They're on 3. Hoon gonna drop over with the ropes. Oh, and gets a nice Tom Cruise kill there. Going Mission Impossible on him from above. Hoon's gonna find that spike, has it. Now it's a one-on-one with this Viper by themselves. It's Hernando who's looking to get this angle first. There goes the knife. But no, Hernando has the advantage from downtown. He has that shotgun position, but gets done with the ghost. 70 HP in the bank. And Syndicates will take that first round here in the first half. Or second
Very
half.
good win. That's what they needed to come back into this. They have lost 6 in a row, man. 6 in a row. That's a lot. It's a lot to be able to for Artisan to just take over and over again. Syndicates with the pistol, they should be able to convert this, because I don't think Artisan is going to buy Perseverance. I mean, this guy, he was doing exactly what his name is meant to mean. Like on the A side, he's just persevering. He's getting every single kill. The only reason he goes down is because he's so low on HP on the rope, and the guy lands a body shot. Like, what are you gonna do? And now, ooh, no. Okay, Regulator missed that timing to get in that smoke by just a split second, and he gets punished for it. That's another unlucky situation right there. He could have walked faster, but hindsight's 2020, and now they're gonna be driven off this mid by that drone. And even they don't know it, but even a push as well. KO's up there trying to get some angle, but they see no one, so they know that this A aggression has to come through. As that dart was pretty good, if I might say so myself. But how much can they get done? There's one kill from Uncreative. He is caught with a heal in his hand, so maybe a bit of a problem as Perseverance can't do the same that he did last round. And this is a bit of an issue as guns are recovered now. Might be low HP on the Sova, but Artisan have found themselves in a 2-on-2.
Look at this, running all the way out, and it looks like Syndicates are anticipating this just a little bit. They're not going to get aggressive all the way towards mid, but it's going to be telegraphed because that dart is certainly going to be heard. You can tell Syndicates are still hanging around, but they're likely just going to have to play for this retake. So we have Rhythm and Demon now finding their way onto A site. It looks like actually, no, they're going to get there just in time to hear that spike go down. Now the retake in play. Rhythm, though, the Rhythm is at 22 HP, so they really have to be careful here. Kind of play off of Demon, who is going to have to be the entry with that full HP. And they're going to be able to move a little better with this Phantom. Rhythm has to get out, avoids the snake bite. It's tapped. Oh, Demon catches Hernando, but it's Jabo with the Headhunter, who's able to trade off of it. And then Rhythm swings out with 22 HP. Catches Jabo looking with a thrifty round win there. That is massive for Team Artisan. A solid win. They take the steam out of the engine here for Syndicates. Takes the wind out of the sails. They're looking to try to get 2 in a row here on the second half. No, sir, says Team Artisan. So they make it 9-5 now. And not only that, they're going to start stacking up with a bunch of rifles in their hands. They're going to have 4 out of 5. Rhythm with the Spectre. They're all full armor. They're all double digits in kills. Syndicates likely going to have to bite the bullet on this one and then hope for the best in the next round.
I'm not gonna lie, that is a rough one. I don't think that you really sugarcoated any. Well played by Artisan for taking that. Of course, playing the 2v2 perfectly. That's even getting the headshot in the second player before the Viper goes down on yellow is very, very nice. But that should have never been. Artisan, they took advantage of the situation. Syndicates gave a lot of 1 versus X's. They just pushed in alone with Spectres, and when you're up against 5 pistols, it can be difficult to choose your targets. And in that case, that is a round that goes Artisan's way. A lot of money in the back pocket, a lot of guns against a bunch of pistols. We're looking at a potential 10-5 here, unless these guys can work some magic again at the back of the site. But Uncreative only with a shotgun. It's probably not going to do very much. There's one in the smoke right now, so maybe something can happen. They go for a plant really fast, but Uncreative's already been removed from the round. And all the immediate defenders have no lines of sights. Maybe he wants to pop flash out. Perseverance out into heaven. But he gets deleted before that flash even pops. That's just crazy. Left. Yeah, 2-on-4.
Demon gonna swing out past this and hold an angle on the wall, and it pays off for his Black Moose on the other side of those shots. 3K for Demon, and then Hoon steals the last one. It's another round here for Team Artisan, and that is all off of that previous round win. Syndicates really had nothing to do there with nothing bought. Now we're going to see them getting rifles in their hands, getting full armor on their bodies. You're going to have full rifles across the board. Hernando does not have enough to get that full armor. That is unfortunate. That might end up being a difference maker going into this next round. But we'll see. Really, what I'm looking for here, Demon obviously has the Blade Storm ready to go. And that's going to be not immediately. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Actually, someone did peek right at the tail end there, but they were just falling to the ground past that horizon point. Now they're pushing up. Hoon being entry. Uncreative goes down, and Hoon takes down to 30 HP themselves. The Spike's been left behind, so Artisan's just playing for kills here. They're just looking to get a little bit of, picks here and there, strum their guitar a little bit, and then regain control of the Spike and figure out what they're going to do. But there's a lot of information being gained on A. You can see that you have Ica pushed up I'm looking to see. There's a wall in the way, so they probably don't have too much information there, but they've already know that they can kind of walk in A a little bit. And they're making noise. You can see Syndicates is already rotating over towards A, expecting more of a push. But the spike's going towards B. It's just a Sage stepping and stomping. It's Perseverance who does finally find Aka to make it a 4-on-4, but they're not in position to take care of this spike plan. It's going to go down. We have the ult pop there by Hoon. They're going to pop in. And now here comes the rotation for Syndicates. Now they have an idea of what's going on. They're going to have a 2-2 split, 2 backside. Actually, no, they're going to go for the 3-1. 3 backside and then 1 going towards Tube. It's going to be Hoon doing that. Oh, sorry, Perseverance. And the spike going down. Team Artisan now falling back. I'm going to play this and see who gets these first kills.
This Perseverance, I think, probably the most important player in this kind of situation. It is the other players to get kills, but Perseverance, the fact that he has this ultimate out right now means the Blade Storm can't actually be used. Demon has nothing to work with, and in turn, he actually goes down. And Regulator, the only person with any kind of response in terms of some firepower, he only gets a single one, and that's a beautiful retake. Good util usage by every single person, especially, again, Perseverance coming in with that null command. That is a bigger deal than it really seems, because like if Demon can go out and just start snowballing with that Blade Storm, there's problems for Syndicates. We know how good this guy is with those knives, but he gets denied that. There's just nothing else, and it's beautiful. They definitely needed that round. The fact that they've had such an awkward round loss differential in the second half after losing out that full thrifty, by the way, from Artisan, not the best showing from them, but now even after the round 1, it's still difficult because they've got a player with no gun. Yeah, fine, he's got a Tour de Force, but even still, it would be a wonder if Artisan actually gave up a kill to him. But we'll see. He's holding that belt angle for anyone that wants to challenge top in a rhythm. He says no. But as soon as the drone sees him, he's like, nah, let's not do that. So smart from Artisan, be keeping some respect for Jeve, even though he is technically he's bottom fragging pretty hard right now. It's 8 and 17, not doing the absolute best, but Artisan, again, keeping the fundamentals, and Demon very, very quick on this long B after putting a lot of tension towards A. There's a lot of rotates from Syndicates that have already happened, but they're finally ending up to come back, but it's just not soon enough to be able to stop any quick plants.
Comes the Hunter's Fury. Black moves, not going to find much on that. I believe gets just a tag. And that's really all they can ask for. Spike goes down. Regulator tagged up a little bit as well. Jabo looking for someone to peek on the other side. And actually goes and gets aggressive. That was an odd push there. Not in any position to really take advantage of the Tour de Force while they're pushing so aggressively. And now it's a 2-on-3 situation here. Team Artisan on the back of Regulator here. Pushes up, but it's Rhythm instead with the Hunter's Fury fights when his Perseverance trades out Regulator. And that's going to start getting diffused. Rhythm might not be in a position to get there. They have to use the shot dart. Oh! Rhythm! That is Honor's geometry right there. And Hernando still has enough time! Oh, no. What a hero play there by Rhythm, but it is not enough. Hernando steals that round away from them, and Syndicates gets 2 in a row on the board here. 3-2 here in this second half, and 7-10 in the full game. What an immaculate shot, but it's just not enough.
Man, honestly, if the Syndicates lost that round, I would have cried for them because they put so much into it, and they did well as well. I mentioned before that they couldn't stop any kind of quick plan. They couldn't with the guns. They had to burn a Hunter's Fury for it, but it ends up getting the guy off the plan. That does delay a lot of time to let everyone else come back on the site, so that's a very good job. And even just that final little play with the wall, the Sage is wise enough to know that this guy's only got 1 Hunter's Fury shot left. He literally just cannot kill me off the spike unless he pushes. It's a great shock dart, but he's only got 1 in that instance, which is unfortunate. So, very nice heads-up play by the Viper just to stick that spike, and that is a very good round win by Syndicates. That's exactly what they needed. Now they come into this one, they have another strong defense towards A site, 3 stacked here. No one flanking, they're once again keeping respect for Artisan themselves. But they've already got some creeps up, but uncreative. He's the one to go down first from this little lurk up A. Demon's got the high ground, looking on the right side as well, but no one else is there. It's pretty much everyone from the side of Artisan covering every single angle in this A site. So powerful. There's no way back into this unless some miraculous gunfight is won by a member of Syndicates, and this is not going to start just yet.
Okay, Spike tap a little bit there. Looks like they will get it. Oh no, Perseverance flash. Oh. Oh. Okay, so that was, we saw Honor's geometry earlier. That was That was elementary. I don't think that was even close to geometry there. It's a flawless round. Not much more you can say about that one. Just goes down. Maybe not as smoothly as Syndicates would hope, but Artisans certainly liked it. They got it all down, and there comes the timeout here for Syndicates. They a bit of a sloppy round from them, a flawless for Artisan. They got to rethink things, not only after the performance of that round, but now Artisan is within 2 rounds of taking this map, looking for another 13-7. They're over the 13-6s here, Anton. Now they're going to 13-7. That's the vibe now these days. That's what's cool with the kids. And we're going to see, oh, there's another bouncer bear over there. Love that. We'll see how this goes.
Penguin waddling over the finish line, just like the entirety of Artisan are looking to do. And honestly, this is...
Do we know if Icebox is in Iceland? Do we know? I feel like that would make sense considering we've had Reykjavik as a major event location.
That's a good point. But isn't it like the meme that Iceland is actually quite green and Greenland is the place that's frozen over?
That's true, but I just went to Iceland in February and it was icy. It was cold.
Yeah,
it
that
was
makes
it was
sense.
all snow. So you go at the right time of year, it lives up to its name.
Okay. Maybe. I actually don't know the lore of this map. Probably ask some of my friends. I know Skittle is one of my observer friends. She's big into lore. I don't know anything about it. But yeah, check some of the Twitter accounts like
These
Sinprey or whatever.
Among Us crew members standing over
What
here.
the heck? That's actually kind of creepy.
Yeah.
All good. All good. Little talking point there. Artisan. I mean, yeah, just so sussy, able to find all the little holes left in the defenses of their opponents. But this time it's a very big hole because there's 5 people in Syndicates, just pretty much looking towards mid. Both the sites, again, they're playing quick response, so they can go to either site, whichever site's being aggressed on, and it looks to be that B site for the time being. Very slow play from Artisan, which is surprising off that very convincing win. Now maybe they read the fact that Syndicates are just trying for a gamble stack, which they technically are. Artisan are not looking into the gamble stack, but they've at least got good enough game sense to understand that's what's going on. So they will get a plant down. 5-on-5 for the retake. And there's a Sage Wall, there's a Res, and the Viper's Pit for the defense, and a kill for the Chambers. Now it's a bit doable. There's a trade back by Hoon, but remember this Headhunter still exists, and everyone else has still got Sheriffs, and they've got a gun recovered. Now it's a bit scary because they do have this Res. I feel like uncreative, so maybe toss the weapon over to someone else, but end up seeing what's going on here because there goes the Res, there goes the rifle as well. Ico with that great little retake and even the wall thing through the Sage Wall, and now it should be all over. 1-on-4, and Hoon's gonna clean it up, and there might have been a chance for a second in that round, but Syndicates get completely shut down.
That was the Hoon and Ica show there. 2 of them combining for 5 kills. Look at that, they've both surpassed 20 as a result. So not too bad here for Team Artisan, who, of course, very, very happy with how this second half has gone. They have the round advantage, 4-3. They have the full scoreline advantage, 12-7, and they've got a bunch of money to work with. So they have some rounds to spare here. This is very reminiscent of the last half. Syndicates again, not with a full buy. They only have 4 rifles. They have a Judge as their 5th. This is kind of a similar situation that they were going into last time. But yeah, we do have ults to spare here. Ica has their res, which is something that Syndicates definitely has to keep in mind here. If they want to get rid of, they want to get rid of Ica quickly. That would be priority number 1 here for Syndicates. They want to keep themselves alive and avoid this 7-13 loss.
Here.
And they're playing very, very slow. They found a lot of space, Artisan, all the way up 2, but now they know. Now Syndicates understand what's at least part of what's going on. I think KO probably hears a lot of action towards mid as well. He's gonna have a knife in about 30 seconds. Damage done, perhaps? I think he ran past his bullets. He gets so close to getting kills there. And Black Moose, now he knows exactly where this Jet is, but this swing, I don't know if he's gonna read it. No, not even close. Demon gets that pick. At least Jeba's holding down that site just fine for the time being, but there's a res coming out from the defense as well. So that puts the man advantage in Owen's favor. It's 3-on-3. Health in favor of the defenders. And is he gonna get checked? Rhythm, yeah, she goes down. Ica's at 1 HP now. Uses heal on a teammate, and now in a 1-on-3, this is a big problem.
Oh, Ica is 20 seconds away from being able to
Here.
heal themselves.
Here.
If they can stay alive long enough. Oh, never mind. Never mind. And it looks like we won't be getting a 13-7 either. 13-8 is now cool. Team Artisan have an opportunity here. Of course, they're going to continue to have an opportunity to take this map. They still have an opportunity to continue to buy because they have a good amount of money to work with. Even off of that, they are back to full rifles with Demon going to have the Blade Storm ready to go. But otherwise, they're pretty low on ults here. I mean, if Rhythm gets enough ult charge to get the Hunter's Fury here, at that point, Team Artisan has probably already won the round. So it's going to be Syndicates who's looking to try to pick up, Black Moose, Perseverance, Jeba. They're 1-2 ult charges away, potentially, from getting something to work with. So they're looking to get those ult orbs. They're looking to try to get those picks and see if they can take things a bit slower here on defense. But Artisan likely not going to let them, especially off of this Demon Blade Storm here. They're going to push off and try to get aggressive towards A site. We'll see what the welcoming party has for them. Perseverance is over here, as is Uncreative, and takes out Demon quickly. That's huge. And now they're just going to have to go with Ica, who's been this battle sage and does get that first entry kill. Uncreative for 2. Hoon finds another one on Hernando. Now it's a 3-on-3 situation. Hoon takes another one. And now it's all starting to fall apart here for Syndicates. But Uncreative's not done just yet. There's the 3K. Jeba is now behind them and is 1 away from a tour de force. That could be major if they're able to get one of these kills. Uncreative is far away from a res. We have to think Ica is as well. Ica.
Last player standing.
And does find Uncreative. Jeba does not have enough time here to play around with their food. It's do or die here. Here comes the swing, gets 1. Regulator hits the floor. Will Ica get the best of them? No! And Jeba keeps Syndicates alive. They have more than enough time here to get this spike defused. And they indeed do. And that was just off those aggressive swings. Very well played by Jeba. And a player who has been quiet in this game now has now finally come in clutch when the moment arises to keep their team alive in this first map.
Man, what a move as well. The fact that he goes pushing rather than going for the spike is, you look at it in the moment and you're like, really? But in hindsight, it's absolutely perfect because I think Ica makes the same read as well because he ends up peeking into Jeba because Ica also understands what we all know. There's no time, right? Like you mentioned, Dak. There is no time to play with food. He has to just go for the fights or else he loses. So I think Ica makes the read that he must get that 1 kill, go back and tap the spike, and then he fights me. I think that's what he thought. And he's like, if I can catch him in that little backwards motion, maybe I can just win the round right there and then. But instead, Jeba makes like the double, like 4,000 IQ play and reads that Ica is going to do that and then just keeps going for the fight. And that's what lets him win. That is, whether that's calculated or not, it works. And that's what keeps Syndicates alive. Absolutely brilliant. And now, it's still a challenge. They're not home free by any stretch of the imagination. They're still against 5 rifles. And even with those losses that they sustain, Hernando doesn't have a rifle. He has an SMG. So it's still difficult. That's the crazy part. What a wonder they're able to keep themselves alive. And now it's an A aggression right now from Artisan, but the spike is not here. They're able to still run these defaults and have very strong fakes, and it looks like it's working because there's a lot of push-pull action with the spike already going down. Yeah, they've cleared out the close angles on B because of that noise being made towards A. And finally, these guys are going to come back, but how much can they really do? Because these guys have put themselves in pretty decent close plans, but Hernando does start it off with that lesser weapon I mentioned.
Oh, a very well-placed fragment. It completely flushes out both players over at yellow, so they get cleaned up. That was really well placed. And then just an easy cleanup here for Syndicates. And look at that. They are not going down without a fight. This is massive. When it looked like things might be over for them, they pick up 3 rounds in a row unanswered, and now they're pushing things to a potential overtime. They can pick up these next 2 wins. And look at that. Team Artisan now looking to buy themselves up, but they are in a position here where if they don't win this round, they're going to have no money for the last one to deny Syndicate's overtime potential play. So this is do or die here really for both teams. Syndicates loses this, they're done. Team Artisan loses this, and we're likely going to overtime.
That is an absolutely insane way to close out that last round too, because like you think in that very, very convincing plant that Artisan have just ended up winning, but then everyone forgets that syndicates have 3 different people that can use damage util. And they throw everything back yellow, and then it's over. That's just crazy. And they like you mentioned, this is do or die for Artisan. If not, it's not guaranteed OT because Artisan have one very low by anti-ecos, but definitely Syndicate's not likely to make that mistake twice, giving a bunch of 1vx's over, and yeah, they've already got an entry into this round. Rhythm is not going to be getting that beat anymore in this one. Demon does get one, but that was after Black Moose removes another one of his teammates, so they're going for another kind of mid-plant towards the boiler position where they hold it. And Ica, oh, it's a risky play. They do get the plant down, but it breaks the wall section, and what is happening here? Ica somehow stays alive, but not for very long. That is a very awkward fight, and a couple unfortunate circumstances later, and Syndicate's do guaranteed round number 11.
Oh, I'm smelling OT in the water here, my friend. This is potentially going the way of the OT. Because look at the money here for Team Artisan. It is not looking good. And yeah, we have a timeout even being burned here by Rhythm here of the Team Artisan side. So this is, I mean, let's talk about it, right? Like, Syndicate, they've brought it back 4 rounds in a row. They've done so with full buys. They've done it without full buys. Team Artisan, they only have 3 rifles here going into this. That said, though, the other players haven't bought. So actually, they will have not a full buy, but a pretty decent buy, because Rhythm and Demon will have rifles. Ica and Hoon should also be able to buy rifles and armor, and that's Regulator who has the Spectre. So that's still doable. Like that, you know, you got a lucky pick or a quick pick at the beginning, or you rush someone with that Spectre, like that could easily go your way. So Syndicates certainly still have their work cut out for them.
I think honestly they're so blessed right now that they're able to actually get a bunch of rifles, because good God, the number of rounds they've lost in a row. The only reason they even have a chance is probably because the 4-round loss bonus that doesn't exist, by the way. Max is 3. But yeah, they have 5 grand. Yeah. Ica is going to, what did he invest in? He's gonna have half armor. The wall is expensive. That's crazy. But Hoon's gonna have a rifle. Regulator, at least he is very close to a Viper's Pid, so maybe the running gun Spectre can kind of work inside on those, but that requires getting a spike down, which is gonna be the most difficult part for them, because Syndicates are very strong towards this B site. They've got one player in the pocket. I don't know if Uncreative actually wants to go for a push here, but there goes the wall. It will get just shredded. But there's a molly. Oh, that's a lot of information, because there's a knife thrown. There's like 3 people shooting that wall down. So now Syndicates understand that there at least were 3 people towards this long B. Now they have 2 people inside this mid, ready to rotate, and even some early info by Jebba as well, all the way at the front of that A site. That's crazy how forward he is. And even the Hunter's Fury. What in the world? That is perfect. That is so smart. Getting that intel, knowing they're going to be at this position at that very time as soon as he teleports out. They're just going to run up, and he hits the Hunter's Fury perfectly. There is a counter res, but that is a res that could have been used later in the round. That's already been burned so early on. They'll be playing this 5 versus 5 on the site.
Yeah, this is rough though for Syndicates. They've burned a lot of utility and ult just to stay alive. And now the spike's gone down, they don't have as much to work with for this retake. Demon though has been tagged up, low armor, low HP. Pushing up a little bit here. We have Jeba up on the second half. It's Krun Creative though, who's going to be starting to push up and finds Aka. Black Moose and Perseverance also getting out of the board. The shock dart from Hoon is crazy. And I think we're going to OT here. It's a 4-on-1 situation with Rhythm by themselves and just the Hunter's Fury. It looks like they're going to be able to stop the plant, or the defuse rather, but not for too long. Only one player is going to be taken out. The rest of the team has more than enough players alive to pick up the slack. And it looks like we are indeed going to OT. This best of 3 is going the distance already. Both of these teams swinging and will not go down without a fight. But look at that. Syndicates 5 rounds in a row in regulation, the back half of that second half, to keep themselves in this. I mean, Team Artisan was literally on map point for almost a quarter of the game. And still could not close it out, right? So that is pretty big. Syndicates have to feel good about that one and have a lot of momentum going into this overtime session.
Yeah, for sure. And that very convincing way to win that last round as well. They show the confidence that they have to just go for those retakes. because like yeah, they could have slowed down and played a bit more methodically, but they're like, no, let's just go, let's just win the fights. And one of the main reasons they won that round is because they had so much time left to get that defuse down. It doesn't even matter how many people died at the Hunter's Fury. Got 8 seconds. That's testament to how fast they were going. And now they're on their attack. Oh, what's a lot of spots? Is that a KO knife? That was like a Tidderden. That's like pretty much all the information you ever need. They're sending everyone towards that 8. There's Viper that's ready for a quick rotate and watching for this mid lurk. And there isn't one, so he's going to be just fine. So they guaranteed a 5 versus 5 on this retake unless they kill half of the pocket. Or Rhythm, he gets a bit too aggressive. And Jebba gets 2 as well. He finally gets shut down by Hoon. They know he's still back sight, but there's another kill from the planner. Spike gets dropped. But it's very swiftly a 1 versus 3, all for Dregulator to do. Don't think he's going to read Hernando's high ground position, and he's just going to get removed before he even gets to do anything on this Spike site. 30-second first attacking round for Syndicates in this OT, and they already put themselves on map point for the first time.
That was, I mean, a blink and you miss it kind of round right there. And Syndicates, I honestly, this is just wild to see there from them. 6 unanswered rounds. They did it so quickly that I don't even think Team Artisan really be able to glean much information off of that, except they might want to be careful coming into this next round here. Now that they're on attack, though, it looks like they're going to be going for a full stack. Instead, they're like throwing caution to the wind here, and they're going to try to just pour out some utility from Syndicates, which is something that Syndicates have been very willing to do, is just use their utility to keep Team Artisan at bay. But it's been working out for them because they haven't needed as much utility to do the retakes. They're just winning these gun duels. They're winning the aim battles. So now Team Artisan has to keep that in the back of their mind here, as they're going to do just that, bait out some utility from Syndicates, not commit either way. Now it looks like they're going to start to push up back towards B and also make sure that there's no one flanking them from mid or from tube.
Here.
Doesn't look like that's going to be happening, so they are going to potentially commit to this B site push, which for the most part is pretty open to them. Jaba, though, is waiting in the pocket. Anyone breaches past that wall, they're going to go down. Viper is also ready to go. Jaba has that angle once they get it set up, but the wall goes back up, and they're not going to be able to peek really much beyond it. Dregulator, meanwhile, is still looking for a flank that has not yet come, but Perseverance might start swinging on him real quick. That's going to get deadly, but Dregulator comes out on top. That is massive. And now they have to be careful, because now they're going to get caught here on a flank of their own, going up mid-tube. Ica now also looking for more. Dregulator again gets rid of Black Moose and stayed alive with just barely a little bit of HP. Hernando trades out with Hoon and Rhythm. Uncreative going and finally takes out Dregulator's Reign of Terror for Jaba and Ica gonna trade. And that was a 2-on-1 situation. Team Artisan keeping themselves alive here unless somehow Uncreative wins this 1v2.
Needs to go so fast. I don't think there's a way. Wait a minute! Hold up. Okay. No, it's no time. There's literally no time. Rhythm is free wall hacks. He goes for this shots and around the corner, pre-fired. I mean, Uncreative landed some pretty nasty shots there, I gotta admit. And Rhythm, it doesn't even matter if he dies. He's just stat padding at that point. But dang, that's a way to win a round. Have your Viper on the flank, get all the kills. That's quite nice. Yeah, he's at the bottom of the scoreboard, but the kills that he's gotten have certainly made some impact happen. You see that every once in a while with some players, like whether they be playing Initiator or Controller. Sometimes they just don't chime in until they really need to be, and then as soon as they get kills, you're like, they're winning the round. That's kind of what Dregulator so far. It seems like he's been doing. Like the kills he gets are just so impactful. Goes around the world practically and gets every single frag. So now 13-13. Both teams seemingly have just as good of a foothold on their own favored sides as the other. Just not who makes the mistake first and who's able to capitalize on it, because that's some timing from Rhythm. That's unlucky that he didn't see a single person go up this tube, but now from 2 different angles. Demon though, oh, he's almost able to line up a couple, but Uncreative quick on the trade. That's very fortunate, because if not, that could have been a big disaster, because we're technically taking 1v1 in the tube. But that is a couple openings for Syndicates. They found the timings as well. And the second one, not sure what it was Rhythm was worried about there. Maybe he had some headphones in. Couldn't hear anything, had his AirPods too deep in his ears, but almost the transfer. That would have been a very nice try, but that's a 1v4. That's a lot to ask.
Switching sides.
Certainly a lot to ask, but Syndicates now, once again, find themselves on the precipice of taking this map after full domination from Team Artisan in the first half. Give 'em a taste of their own medicine. And we haven't really, we haven't seen Ica be able to dominate mid or really go for it as much as we've expected. You're talking about players who have, been a little quiet earlier in the map and now stepping up. I mean, at this point, this is now not just a test of skill, but endurance on these long maps. And having players who still have the energy, have some reserves left in the tank, really does make the difference, even if they weren't popping off earlier in the map. As long as they get the W, it doesn't matter. So this is going to be really huge to see which teams still have it in them, to still have that juice to keep on pushing. And so far, it's Syndicates who's really been playing that game very well. They've come together when it means the most. And Jamin with that op is going to be someone you want to keep an eye on here. Certainly Ica wishes they had, because they're going to go down really quickly. Dregulator now throwing some utility back into that Viper's Pit. The spike has gone down with a 4-5 deficit, though. It's going to be a bit of an ask here to hold on to this. Who now going to push up? Looking to face check this. Throws out a flash. Goes in. Gets 2 flashes. No! Oh! Please get one of those kills. Who does? And then picks up a shorty or some kind of shotgun there. Just not going to kill. Black Moose on it. Oh, no. Just like that. Black Moose for 3. Jamin with the op kill, and they're going to use that Hunter's Fury at the end for that steez. And Syndicates wins it. A 15-13. They're up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Man, the way they win that as well, that is... Yeah, God, Black Moose coming up big. That's insane. That's really nice. And to get that comeback all the way down from that like you mentioned, like a deficit of a quarter of an entire round, or a quarter of the map, that's absolutely insane. And you got to think in the last, if you want to just isolate that last round for a second, because the whole game went back and forth. So the only thing you can really say is that at that point, the middle game is, you don't want to call it irrelevant, but the fact that they went into OT, everyone's just on an even playing field. And the one little mistake, Hoon with that self flash, that's that's got to hit pretty hard, because he's been looking so good. He is literally top frag almost on the server, not quite. He's one off Black Moose. With that clutch in the last round, takes the top frag position. But without that, Hoon is 28-20, and he would have been the top frag on the scoreboard of the entire server, of anyone. But that little tiny mistake, and that's really what it takes, right? Because you have teams like this. Remember, everyone here again is a champion of GLG Pit of Valor at some point in the history of a last couple of weeks. So, well, I say last couple of weeks, last multiple events. So it stretches back quite a while. But everyone here is good, so no team is a slouch at all. And when you have teams that are that good, the little nuances, the little tiny mistakes, or anything that you can capitalize off of the enemy team, you're going to use it, and you're going to take it by the throat and just run with it. And that's exactly what Black Moose did in the final round. That little tiny self flash, if that didn't happen, Sage probably dies instantly. Gets the kill backside as well, because both people are blind. All 3 players backside are blind. It's just that one of those players happens to be the KO that threw the flash. That is unfortunate, but things happen like that. Like you mentioned, Dak, that's the endurance, right? If you start playing this many rounds in a row, that was a 28-round game. That's almost 2 entire games. That's 2 entire Valorant games. Took 55 minutes. So you get tired eventually, and that's one of the problems of lesser players, lesser teams. So once you get that playtime down, once you get that endurance, it's like you go running, right? You get cardio. Once you do it enough, you get the reps in, and you get better at it. So one day, hopefully, we'll get to see some of that. But it's unfortunate that kind of thing happened again. It's a game of inches. But crazy stuff. Hoon did so amazingly. Don't want to harp on him about that. Again, this guy is an absolutely nuts player. He would have been top frag if not for that one little mistake. So the entire team played absolutely exceptionally. 25 for Demon, 28 for Moon, even though he's underneath an ACS. So technically Demon was having a couple more impactful rounds, given multi-kills, given the fact that he was getting entries and stuff like that. 7 entries for him, 5 for Hoon. So again, this guy played phenomenally. But we'll hope that they can clean some stuff up, because both teams are honestly, the fact that they went in double OT, no team is devoid of mistakes, but at the same time, no team is like anti-flawless as well. So we're going to get to see a little bit of cleanup coming into map number 2, which, like you said, Dak, is going to be a guaranteed fracture. That's going to be a banger.
Can't wait to see it. Before we kick things off to a break, though, first off, I want to congratulate Fatal from Nori, who won that $25 Valorant point card as part of the 5 weeks of giving. So congrats to them. And everyone, we still have a lot more on the line here because this is a best of 3. The Pit of Valor Invitational is going to a map 2. It's going to be Fracture, and it's coming your way on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
It's 3 the other way from the jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Tell you who can. Their name's Posters.
Throwing that down before the take came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is gonna be huge. Just have to wait and see. ZK waiting around the corner on the shore, trying. Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're gonna be 12-7 matchup.
Spotted. Things can be here. Holding these shoulders, we play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating with Sega right now. It's a dance trigger on the Rosie, and ZK's been leading the whole time. They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. The trade, the victory, and victory lap.
Crosshair and as aim practice at this point. No, edging the market. Curry is in trouble. Pendez realizes they both on the site. CJ for the one. Bladestorm. Juicy. Pendez for the one. Dismiss. Oh! Oh! Beautiful. Repeat. Greedy repeat, Garrett.
He does not, but honestly, I don't think it matters as they would probably like. God, never mind as a double galactic comes out with one op shot, beautifully played, as it is already a
Welcome back, gamers, to the Pit of Valor Invitational. I am Dak, still alongside my man Anton, as we are jumping into our second map of this best of 3. It'll be Fracture after Syndicate taking a double OT victory over Team Artisan. After being down a significant amount of rounds, they won like 5 or 6 in a row, brought it to OT, and then won OT. So they are right now our epic gamers of the series at the moment, and they're looking to be the champions of this tournament. Grab that grand prize, grab those MSI keyboards, grab everything and then some, and run away with it. It's going to be certainly a series because we've gone to Icebox, a map at this point in the meta, at this point in the game's lifetime. Everyone's been comfortable with it. They know how to play it. Fracture is not one of those maps. It is certainly a dice roll for a lot of these teams. It's something that you normally see banned pretty quickly. And it's a map that, you might not entirely know what lineup you're going to run and which is going to be the best to run. So, with that all said, what are we expecting from Fracture? How do you think this is going to go?
Honestly, looking at these two teams' match histories, they've not played Fracture this tournament. Let's put that out
Okay.
there. So any Fracture these guys have played is going to be very old. And the only Fracture that I could find in their match histories, in fact, was won by Artisan on the 16th. So that was pretty much half a month ago. It was two weeks ago. So not the most relevant stats, especially as 3 of their members were different players. So yeah, this is a wild card, like you mentioned. It is just a complete. It is a toss up. So. And I think it's anyone's game, honestly. Agent-wise, I don't think we can guarantee anything other than probably a Breach. I mean, Breach pretty much has a 100% pick rate in this map, like forever. If you don't bring one, you're either throwing or you just don't know enough because his ulti and the fact that he has stuns that go completely in one lane and the fact that half the map is lanes, like A main is a lane. Like Dish, technically not so much, but there's a very hard choke point there. B ramp is a lane. That's just one straight lane. So Breach, the ulti reaches the whole site. Everything about him is god tier. So you must have him either in Neon or Jet. Neon coming really into the meta as of late when teams watch teams like Optic play. They're like, okay, I can be Victor. Usually they can't, but sometimes it works out. So I respect the Neon picks every once in a while if teams think that they can make it work. So so be it. Just go for it because you can really throw the other team off guard. It's a complete different type of movement ability from other characters in the game. Jets, you have a dash that's usually pretty straight. Can go up, raise, same thing. You usually go up. Neon, the opposite. Instead of going up and fast, you go down and fast, which is something that most people aren't used to when they play Valorant. No one has a slide other than her. So that's the only movement ability in the game that literally moves your crosshair placement down, or at least you have to. If you can't, then you die. So that's a super interesting thing about Neon. So again, if teams want to bring that out, I'm all for it. I'm a really big fan of Neon on especially on maps like Fracture and Haven. So we are going to get into agent selection. We will be seeing what is going to be going on here. I'm definitely going to be looking at some players like I would say same stuff. So we have Ica on actually a duelist this time. This is going to be quite interesting. We have a Raze already locked. In fact, all 10 players have locked in. That was super fast. Oh my goodness. Uncreative's got this chamber. You've got the chamber as well as on Demon's hands. So that's going to be scary. We saw him absolutely dominate on the map of Haven before on the chamber. So I'm excited to see what he's going to bring out now. But single duelist on the team of Artisan, and we're gonna have yet again a single duelist in the Raze on Jebba as well. So no Neons, sad to say for me, but double Raze. That's a curious one because I don't think I'm gonna check the stats on this actually. I don't remember how prominently Raze is played on Fracture, but I don't think it's that. I mean, 63%. So I guess you could kind of say one of the top duelists, but it's not like yeah. I respect it. If you're not going to bring in Neon, Raze is respectable, especially because, again, same deal with the Breach, like choke points, so just toss an 8. All good.
Yeah.
Then you have the movement ability, and it's just fine. So, fair enough. Two Razes. I'm excited to see what's going to happen here, because we got a Brim against an Astra as well. That's going to be super cool.
Yeah, I think a lot of what works well for Breach works well for Raze. Even like an Astra now, right? We're seeing Perseverance on the Astra, so characters that can really take advantage of high choke point areas and either, hit you with some util and stun you, directly deal damage, or, pull you around as you move through an area they know you're going to be highly condensed at. These are all agents that are going to come out here. And as you said, picking a Breach, or rather not picking a Breach would be almost a throw. Well, both teams have one. Have the double Raze. The Brimstone from Artisan, I think, is really interesting because that's also a character that can excel really well in these choke point areas. You throw down a stim beacon, you smoke things out, and you rush out onto the site, and you have smokes to throw down to cut off the opposing team's choke points, as we're seeing there. We'll see, though. Perseverance finds one. Ooh, Black Moose also did a good amount of damage there, but they're going to get caught out there by Demon instead, and now they're trading. It's a 3-on-2 situation. Syndicates are looking to take this first round, and they're going to do so most likely here. Unless Hoon! Oh. Almost had the hero pistol play, but only Hernando is going to get caught out by that one. Syndicates comes out with the 2 agents left alive. They'll take that first pistol round. And that was big. Again, we're talking about the smokes coming out from the Brimstone. They were able to avoid and push out through those. The Astra, a nice little play there. And then, of course, you're just straight up winning gun duels, which you got to do. You got to win those pistol wins. Got to get those pistol plays. And Syndicates indeed does so. So they're going to be able to afford themselves a little bit of a buy. They're going to get some SMGs in their hands. They could get a Frenzy on Creative's paws and push up forward.
Man, and honestly, whose name would be better to yell out in that clutch as well? He might not have gotten a kill, but it comes off hot off of ice spots with that final round. Goes into this one with a bunch of digs. Now he's got the Spectre. It's going to be Black Moose running straight in, and he's just going to be going for fights. One of his teammates does go down, but instantly traded right back up in heaven. All good. Plant for the ramp. And Black Moose is up kind of off of a bait angle, so if anyone on site gets spotted, he's going to be the one to take an engage. And there he goes. He just runs forward and takes Raze's life out of hands of Artisan. And he actually gets blindsided by Dragulator, but that's pretty much all he's going to have. As there's a very long angle being held, smokes down as well to prevent anyone from coming back in. Stun might actually hit his teammate, doesn't even matter. Demon's gonna go down off of that, and maybe a right click that he had. Does get one, does get a gun. Now it's a 1-on-2. Time is ticking very low. That's one of the biggest pressure points for Rhythm, and he doesn't get anything more. Syndicates do manage to convert. A lot of losses, a lot of kills happening on Artisan's side, but even still, 2 rounds in favor of Syndicates.
Yeah, and they'll carry that to their bonus round here for round 3. Just going back to that previous round, even though Team Arson didn't win it, I mean, you can tell how meta, really why Chamber is such a meta character these days. Aside from the fact that, okay, very often going to have a weapon to play with regardless of how economy's going. When you lose that pistol round of the first round, you have the Headhunter for your second round if you're, still forced to eco there, right? Because you lost the first one, the pistol. So, like, even though, like, they didn't win that round, they got that first kill, right? Demon was the first one to pick something up with the Headhunter. Like, that could have really set the pace for it. So, always looking out to see how effective Chamber can be. That's one of those ways. Here comes the Viper's Pit. Pops out right there very early, round 3. Uncreative. Gets one on Ica as they trade out, and then Dreba goes down to Demon, who had a little bit of help there from their friends. Hernando now pushes up here, and Hernando, off those 3 kills now with the Viper's Pit, is making it very, very difficult here for the rest of this squad. As Uncreative easily picks up 1, picks up 2, and makes it for 3 overall. It's going to be just this last Viper by themselves. Oh, and it almost seemed like they would have seen Rhythm pushing up on them, but maybe Hernando didn't have, maybe just weren't looking in the right way. Nonetheless, Perseverance takes out Rhythm, and then it'll be another win here for Syndicate, starting out strong, 3 in a row.
The bonus round conversion too. It's crazy to see so far on stream, especially the last couple of games. I mean, the bonus rounds just getting converted every single time. And Syndicates do it, and that's absolutely amazing because Hernando is able to get that Viper's Pit up by round 3. That's like unreal, and I think the only reason he's able to do that is one, he's a great player. Like he was 3-1 coming into that round, and he's getting orbs. The fact that there's 4 orbs on Fracture, by the way, if anyone's forgotten about that, there's an orb outside of every single extremity of the site. So Demon's gonna instantly rush for 1, wants that Tour de Force in hands, and he gets it. Now down so many rounds, and the fact that he's the only person really with any kind of weapon. There is a Marshall on Hoon's hands, but he hasn't been playing exceptionally well this game, maybe taking a couple rounds to warm up. But this Tour de Force looking towards his B. He's actually looking in the right direction for just a split second, but sees nothing. There is no information around the map for Artisan so far, and that is a strength that Syndicate is playing around. And they've gotten the instant kill, and right onto the site they go.
Oh, Demon finds 3 targets, but can't get any of them. Sees them, but has to flee. Fernando gets a spike down, throwing out another stake bite there, and there's a toxic string gonna go down. Demon looking for some more. Regulator also has utility to spare. Artisan gonna be difficult there to push up in here. They have barely any angles to work with, and of course they really don't have much in the way of guns. In fact, they have none. It's only pistols. It's just Ica gonna be kind of caught out here by themselves, really unable to contribute. And the rest of their team's going to go down there, forced out. And they are going to be pushed into a kill here by Jeba, who now helps Syndicates to get to a flawless victory here for their 4th round, which means Artisan being down by 4 rounds is really their first time going to be at full strength. We'll see how much they can get done. I would have to imagine Ica is also going to buy. But yeah, Syndicates, now this is really where things are going to count here for Artisan. They lose this round, they could let Syndicates run away with this first half. They need to get something done here. And they do have the Breach ult. They do have Orbital Strike here from Regulator, so there's a chance they will be able to cover themselves in case the spike goes down. They'll be able to at least force out some corners, maybe get a kill and get that defused. But Syndicates also have 3 ults to work with.
3+1. There goes the Breach. And there's a wall from Perseverance very early, wanting to at least commit to that. Not sure if he's reading the fact that most players from the defense in this A site pushed up into A main, but there goes a rocket. Jeba lands not the rocket, but the nade actually gets the kill onto the player that took him out in the first place. And Ica with a counter, double headshot. This is locking down that A main. That is absolutely insane. Does get blindsided by Perseverance, but how much more can he do? Peeks out of the smoke just at the wrong angle, and Hoon, as well as Demon in that spawn, chiming in for stereo kills to shut down the rest of that attack. Good idea from Syndicates, but that's a very quick counter from Artisan, just the gunplay being well enough to win out round number 5.
That was another pretty quick round there, and Artisan probably feeling pretty good about that one, considering they had lost so many in a row and then finding themselves at full strength, able to take down Syndicates without losing too much. So Artisan going to use that as an investment to put an op in the hands of Uncreative. They have Perseverance and Black Moose who, oh, whoa, okay, he's peeking behind the curtain there. Aka is going to be moving up and,
Nope.
oh, Orbital Strike comes out. Wow, that is an incredibly early ult, and it actually did, I believe, tag up one player as they moved out, but otherwise, that was just, you know, kind of, I guess, I wouldn't even say jumping the gun because there were the entirety of the team sitting there, just they were able to react in time, but that could have been extremely devastating. Oh no! Demon will be able to get back thanks to that trademark, but they still get stunned off of that ult somehow. Black Moose finds who. Demon is way out of position here to really get anything done, just has to kind of blind fire through the curtain there. The toxic screen will come down otherwise.
Spike planted.
Now it's a 4-on-5 situation here for Team Artisan. After that spike goes down, it's going to be a little difficult. Here comes that big divide. And that's going to be huge here to try and cut off a lot of these angles. But now they're going to have to push out and make some use off of it. Regulator and Demon pop it off. Uncreative, though, two times with the Headhunter. And both heads found. Demon gets Uncreative. Now it's a 2-on-1 situation. Demon, though, has two individual 1-on-1s they can take here. So Hernando's caught in a corner, and now they're just wasting time. It's going to be huge if they can get this kill. They do. And now they have a huge advantage here. They have enough time to get the spike defused. Pokes out. No, and whiffs. No way. Oh, it gets the kill. But Jaba burns enough time. And that is a heartbreaker for Team Artisan after Demon was putting up numbers. Syndicate finds that 6th round and makes it 5-1.
Man, he looked like he was building up momentum as well. Like, this guy was hitting the max combo, and he was at 102% accuracy or something like that. But unfortunately, the time limit just got him. That's so unfortunate because he was like swiveling to every single angle. He gets the kill onto Hernando. I'm like, okay, it was a bit scary. The fact that Jeba was pretty much 1 HP. I don't know how that right click didn't connect, but it didn't even matter at that point. The time was ticking so low. Very well done by Syndicates to be able to take that, but goodness gracious, that got so close. And now it's a sniper versus a sniper. Who's gonna win this? Demon's been on it so far, but no, he peeks into the angle, and Uncreative is ready for that all day.
Oh, whiffs those shots there. Wish they could have him back. J-Man and Perseverance got on the board real quick, and just like that, Syndicates with a massive advantage in this round. You're gonna get that spike down without much issue whatsoever. And now it is the mid-rotation here, pushing in through to Alpha Sector.
Last player standing.
Hoon gets caught out, so is Jaba. There's really not much you can do against the long range of that Vandal. Picks up that 3K as Jeba, I believe. And now it's a 6-1 here advantage for Syndicates as they pick up 2 in a row. They've got the rifles to work with, and Artisan really in a bad place here because they're going to essentially start cycling between these buy rounds and full save rounds. They use all of, I mean, unless they get the win, of course. If they lose this round, they're going to have to save. They lose that, they're going to buy, and they'll have no money again that round as well. And they don't even have full armor going into this. Aka is only at half. So Syndicates has really pushed Artisan into a bad position in terms of their bank account. And now it looks like Syndicates is going to start to push forward here with that spike towards B side.
Triple push. Oh, how many people have lined? At least 2. That is a very nice double kill. And Demon and Ica, though, answer right back. So they keep the man advantage. Actually, pretty darn close. And Demon even re-aggresses on that. And Hoon behind him as well. Very quickly, 30 seconds in the round. Started out so well for Syndicates, but now the last player on their team is stuck on the site. Uncreative, not going to check the angle. Oh, he actually does. Actually gets the kill on Hoon, but a double peek is just perfect from Demon coming around the site, wrapping with his teammate, and he is able to pick up that round off of some early gunfights.
Syndicates decide to get aggressive there, not really playing the default, which might have benefited them in the long run, but Artisan will take that back to the bank and smiling along the way as they needed that crucial victory there that keeps them in the game, really. Not only literally on the scoreboard, as I said, economically, now they can try to stretch their bones a little bit here and see what they can do. If they pick up another round, they'll be feeling a lot better. But Syndicates, of course, looking for Demon to pick up a kill with his tour de force. You have a bunch more to work with as well. And Hoon has the res. Hoon has been on the KO this entire tournament, I believe. If not the last couple of maps we've seen them. Now on the Sage, and it's 3-7. But hey, as long as you're doing your job utility-wise, you're playing that support. Doesn't matter what the scoreboard looks like for you, as long as you get the dub. Artisan certainly needs everyone to start stepping up here as they're down 4 rounds.
Big reset from Syndicates as well. They just take the orb again. Like, they just farm the orb every single round. So confident for them, but I mean, fair enough if if Artisan are gonna let you, which so far, the one time they tried to deny that, they actually wasted the orbital strike. So that's they're gonna hesitate a lot on having some early aggression down that B again, probably, or excuse me, not that B, that A. Sorry. This map always just confuses me with the sites. Just switch the names already, right? Anyways, Uncreative with a good entry. Once again, this looks so good so far on this map. And once more, Black Moose. Oh my goodness, he almost takes a bullet to the face there, but that's another tour de force shot missed from the the chamber on the defense. That's happened a couple of times as well. There's been multiple opportunities that sniper has been in play, but Demon has just missed some crucial shots and finally does chime in with another kill, but he instantly gets traded. That's Jeba all the way at the back. Is able to cut off his teleport, but what does this happen? Wait a minute, back in the smoke. He doesn't know who's gonna get the kill. And now his plant has just enough time to go down, I think, unless he dies, but Hernando is gonna stay alive for just a split second. Doesn't even matter. He needs to pull out his gun, and who is just gonna run him down on that site? Artisan with their third.
That is so unfortunate. They got caught like on the lip of that edge there and were forced to like burn a couple jumps, and then literally had, I think, 0.2 seconds remaining to get that spike down. But meanwhile, there's a fight happening otherwise. And the rest of their teammates were not around to defend after that spike plant. So Team Artisan picks up yet another round here to stay alive, 2 in a row. And this is now certainly not a bad position to be in for them, as they're still kind of low on cash, but so is Syndicates. They can get a buy down, and they can force Syndicates into a bad financial position, but they have an opportunity to get 3 and even things up 6-6 going into the second half. So far, though, Demon has been really carrying here. I mean, 12-6 has almost as... Oh, is that a sniper sloth in the tree? I have never seen. That was a sniper sloth in the tree, folks. That is indeed crazy. We'll see if that kind of gives us a little bit of a foreshadowing for this next round here. We're looking for Demon to start popping off. There we go. Throwing down that massive volume. Going to be Black Moose pushing in. Perseverance has that wow. Has that judge, but not going to be finding anybody just yet. Spike goes down, and here comes the retake from Artisan. They're going to be coming from almost every angle here, and it looks like they might even try to get in towards the doors area. Hernando starts to get finds that telegraph, but it's Aiko who gets gone creative. Hernando has to back off. There's a 4-on-5 situation here for Syndicates, as they are now struggling to get any kind of angles here. The Viper's Pit's in the way. Aika for 2. Jeba finds one. Perseverance finally getting stuff done with the judge. And all of a sudden, Artisan lets it slip through. They lose all these fights, and Rhythm by themselves is getting 50-50'd. Jeba for 3, and Syndicates stops the momentum of our Team Artisan to take a 7-3 scoreline.
Man, what a tough... Poor guy. He has to turn literally 180 degrees every single other second. I don't know if I would have taken that fight, I would have just lost it because my sense is too low, but that's some crazy stuff. If they peaked a little bit more, maybe there's a chance there, but they're playing that perfectly. The flawless look crossfire, they both show their shoulder at a time, so he doesn't really have a chance unless he wants to reach out to clear the site. Doesn't really need it because no one was on it, but just to confirm. And then this is super clean. Like that's everything that you really want on a site hold. And now Artisan are going to be on the back foot. They're trying for, again, stack. They want to go for a push. Fair enough. Has some help here. There is 1 kill, but he gets the spray down and the stun from the breach. That's why he's so strong. Can't really aggress on that any further. And he has to drop all the way back. Aika is at 26 health. That's a lot of hurt that's been put onto him, and it looks like they still want to commit towards this A. It doesn't even matter that he's here because he's so weak already. And 1 kill. Backs off, very nice quick swap to let him move a bit faster down. And he has a rocket, so it could be a bit scary here, but he's up against 4, and in fact, he doesn't even get to shoot it before he gets eliminated by Jeba. So now Rhythm needs to make some music happen. 3 kills on the platter. Needs a couple 8th notes on each head to be able to take any kill, because everyone's at pretty healthy points of life, other than uncreative, but he's playing very passively, so I don't think he's going to go down first. Jeba perhaps the first engagement. Everyone's playing off of him, and he does get a double sap, but that is the only one so far. And yeah, they just peek right off that first engage. 8-3 now. Syndicate's looking dominating on this map.
They really are. Now, thankfully for Team Artisan, they do have 3 ults ready to go here. Ica probably wishes they had that showstopper back. Didn't even get to let it loose before they peeked and got killed. But they have the res. They've got the Brimstone and the Breach ultimates ready to go. On the other side, though, Syndicates, they could also have 3 ults here. Jaba just gets a single ult orb or a kill. Oh no, Teddy Bear. 15 and 8, 12 and 5. You have an 11 and 6. Syndicate popping off here. And we'll see as that Tour de Force does come out. It's already going to be put into play here. Things are taking a bit slowly. Syndicates knows what's on the line here. And even though they have the advantage, they have the momentum, they have the spike, things are going their way. No reason to force. There's no reason to make something happen that doesn't need to happen. Let it come to you. It looks like they're going to take their time here. So finally, the utility comes out. They're going to push out, but they're going right into the water with the Sharks. And everyone is trading off of each other here. Both raises indeed. Meanwhile, things have slowed down over towards A, because that's really where the spike is going down. And indeed it does. Fernando gets massively stunned there, but no one pushes him, so they're certainly still safe. And this is going to be now a very close situation here. The res comes out on creative, gets Hoon and gets Rhythm. 1 and 2, just like that for a total 3K. Syndicates looking good with Gemma, a 3K of their own. 6 kills thanks to that res, split between the 2 of them. Syndicates will take this first half 9-3. And after that first map, which was Team Artisan's map for a majority of the time, and then Syndicates, even though they brought it back, they still had to get it done in overtime. Like, it still could have gone either way. This map, Fracture, is all Syndicates all day. It is the Syndicates show. 4 unanswered rounds, 2 in a row, 3 unanswered rounds in the first half. Our Team Artisan barely able to piece 3 rounds together. And now Syndicates looking to end this one quickly. Remember, they win this map. They win the best of 3. They win Grand Finals. They win the Pit of Valor Invitational. They show that they are the top Pit of Valor squad around here, and certainly Syndicates can smell that. Their mouths are watering just at the potential opportunity to get that chance. They're only a few rounds away from taking this whole thing.
Ooh, early kill from Jebba as well. Not a great way to start for Artisan. That's raise on raise, so no nades. I guess that's not the worst thing in the world if you're on attack, but you really do want that pushing power. You want that space-taking ability with the satchels, and this is not going to happen right now. He's got the breach at least, and technically the brim for corner clear, but the fact that they lose their only duelist is definitely not the best of stories, especially as he is one of the players that's doing the most on their team fragging wise. But we'll see what they can do. Demon's still here, so might still be okay. Is aware of the spawn position as well. They don't know that there's a shotgun up in heaven, so that could be a bit scary, but he's going to work into this smoke. This could be a great heads-up play, but he needs to actually adjust. They've walked past each other. I don't think he knows. He's going to turn back. Jebba is able to get another kill before he lands a shot, and that is a bit of a disaster. He's unsuccessfully baited the rest of his team. There was an idea there. He does get another kill, so maybe he's able to make up for that, but they're going to vacate that A site and vacate that B site. I've done it again, but they decide to switch up on us again, nonetheless, and Demon does eventually go down. Now it's up to the Sage to try and make a play here. Full HP, able to be one-tapped by a Ghost if any defender on Syndicates has one, but is he able to make it onto the site with time to spare? Just a little bit. He gets that plant down, but still on a 1 versus 2.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Well, I don't know if we can... Right there, little, like, you know on a gravestone where you have their last, like, a quote? Maybe Artisan just need...
Yeah.
It might be time, because that is a... I honestly don't, like, there's no... It's hard to find a solution, especially on this half, because if you guys don't know, in the audience, I almost said Breeze, jeez, Fracture, the newest map, it's slightly defender-sided, just a little bit. I don't know if it's 9-3 defender-sided, but it's a little bit defender-sided, and considering Syndicates were able to win out the vast majority of the rounds in the attack. This is frightening. Artisan go for a force up, so maybe there's a chance if they actually end up winning this, because they know they don't really have a choice. They just have to go for whatever. Their retakes, which are the strongest part of the defense for whichever team is on the defense for Fracture, they just did not work out. Breach ultimate's not successful. Their orbital strikes just didn't work out. Now they actually do have an entry. I don't think Black Moose expected just Spectres on the other end of that push. So they're able to get onto the site, but Perseverance with a pistol takes someone out, and it keeps it a 4 versus 4. Jebel comes in from the back lines, and now it's a bit of a disaster.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it is falling apart here for Team Artisan. Oh, and Jebel gets it done. Steals that kill away from Uncreative. By the way, I believe those things on tombstones are called epitaphs.
Yes, that is.
By the way, is also yeah. Well, trust me, I had to look it up, but also a fantastic Halo 3 map. Epitaph.
Yes.
One of my favorites. Look at that. Look at that scoreboard. Jaba is 24 and 9. Incredible. Perseverance and Uncreative, 15 for both of them. Combined, they are stacking it up. Black Moose and Hernando are, I mean, at this point, they're just happy to be here along for the ride. They've gotten a lot. I mean, honestly, I mean, you can tell that like they're playing the utility game, right? Like their value is making, you know, setting up those kills. You know, that's stuff that the scoreboard doesn't show. So this has been a team effort for Syndicates. They don't want to go to this third map, and honestly, I think this is not too much of a surprise. Is Icebox again? We're talking like Icebox is the map where both teams can sort of figure out what to do and play evenly. Fracture, very much a more volatile map, and if you really don't have it down, things can start to slip past you really quickly. And I think Syndicates has that edge, and they are really pushing it here with this 11-3 scoreline. They are winning a lot of these gun battles. They have utility to spare. Once the spike goes down, things have been working out really well for them, and they're just 2 rounds away from taking this whole tournament.
And what a fashion they do it in as well.
Right there.
This is... Last map might have been a contest, but this one not even close. 11-3. Likely going to be 12-3 unless some ridiculous stuff happens from Artisan, because they only have pistols. There's a pull. That's about 8 seconds burned off the clock. They will have about 20 to get onto the site after that expires. There's an entry, but instant trade for Perseverance. Demon has to chime in for so many, and he's looked so good this entire tournament. And he's still alive, so at least some chance for Artisan to do even more in this round as 2 people from the defense are buying smokes, but Perseverance is going to be good for yet another. Staying alive up in heaven, Uncreative another as well. Rhythm now in a 1 versus 1, only with the Sheriff. He almost finishes that clutch, but Perseverance doesn't quite need to ace, but he's able to do, once again, living up to his name, persevering on this A sites, or B site. I can't believe I've done it for the 15th time in a row, but he did it on A site, Icebox. He's done it on B site. On Fracture, this guy, you can't dislodge him. And he was one of the names you mentioned as well. 19-6 on the Astra. I've said this back when the Astra meta was in play, like when every team played her, and she was like probably the best agent in the game right beside Sova. But she's gotten hit pretty hard. And even back then, it's difficult to frag out on Astra. I've used this analogy 8 million times. You're basically playing an FPS and StarCraft at the same time. Yeah. And this guy's doing it post-nerf. Second frag. What in the world?
Oh, big stun. Oh. And Jaba gets caught out there by the Boombot. So that's like, all right, well, time to go. Let's play off that. And Team Artisan actually not fully aggressing, but they will start to dab a little bit over towards B site. We'll pick up this ult orb, which gives Rhythm their ult. Pretty nice pickup there. And you can see Syndicates. They're like, all right, well, we got picked off, and Artisan hasn't pushed B, so maybe they're going A. And they send 2 agents over there to try and check things out. But Artisan now going underground to either flank over towards A, most likely just to go for a full perimeter push onto B. And then now that they have a full agent advantage there, they're going to do it. There we go. Ult popped. We're going to be pushing out here. Demon caught in within the Stardust. Black Moose and Hoon. Soon for 2. That's massive. Now just 2 members left for Syndicate. Spike goes down, and those last 2 members are joining the party fashionably late. Demon just has to sneak out. Oh, and just cook some crispy like some kielbasa. And Creative goes down quick. And now just 1 player left. Hernando, can they do it? The hero play needs to get 3 kills in a row and defuse the spike. starts to play aggressive, but gets caught off by the molly. All right, you got to go elsewhere. Here's the detour. Hernell instead is actually going to wait it out a little bit here, but that means there's a lot of time being burned. Spike getting closer, closer. It's uncomfortable. Hernell has to make a move here. It's using a lot of time. Moving up forward, pushes in, and it's Demon who gets the final kill. That is going to be it for that round. Artisan staying alive for just a moment.
What a hit by Artisan as well. That is some brilliant stuff that I don't think you see every single day. Maybe it's on me for not watching enough VODs, but the fact that Rhythm goes underneath, he's in underpass, and he ults B site from there. That is absolutely great. You don't ult it from ramp, you don't ult it from arcade. You have no idea where the breach is coming from. You basically hit everything all at once. So there's no you can't teleport past it or whatever if you're a chamber. But irrelevant as it is, they just get on and they get all the kills because everyone's stunned. Very, very beautiful stuff. And love to see that from Artisan. They need to pull out some crazy stuff because that's they're like 8 rounds down even still after that very convincing win. And Syndicates have been winning so many in a row that they just really shouldn't have any issue buying. I'm surprised they're on actually a light buy right now. Jeb is just gonna try for something because they know they just have to make some magic happen, and it's just not going to. Hoon and that breacher, they're good enough on their gunplay just to win out these fights. They get their freebies, so nothing should really be a problem. I'm surprised they're not planting for ramp or something. They're just planting for the middle of nowhere. But I guess they know that their opponents are only on these pistols, and they shouldn't really be too difficult for round the win. They're just charging up whatever ult points they can possibly get. And same thing for Syndicates. If they can get any kills, it'd be very fortunate for them, but they just get absolutely deleted. And Artisan show us that they're here to fight. They're here to play.
Uh-oh. I know it's still a bit early to call anything, but when Artisan starts to get a bit of momentum, especially when they're down, just like Syndicates, they can start to crawl back. We saw Syndicates do it on Icebox, but, I mean, this is literally a mirror of the previous map, but flip, right? Like, Artisan was up 12-5, Syndicates comes cruising back and brings it to overtime. Now, the tables have turned. Syndicates have that massive advantage. Now have an opportunity to be on game point for 7 rounds in a row. And Artisan just needs to do just that. Syndicates just needs 1 round here. This is where it all comes down, where the rubber meets the road. And with full armor and full rifles here for Team Artisan, the same cannot be said for Syndicates. They have that frenzy for uncreative. Of course, they're going to have the tour de force, so they want to get something done. But otherwise, it's full rifles and full armor, actually. So it is actually just of course the difference. And uncreative, actually, I believe, did get flashed. It doesn't matter. Zeka runs right into their reticle there. That's going to be big. It's a 5-on-4 situation until the res comes through from Hoon.
Demon's 1 HP. I don't even know how he lives there. That is very lucky for him to get to get out alive. Maybe getting a heal from the Sage, but that is a very quick response. They know there's a very strong presence over on this site right now on the defense, but still Ike goes in, gets a kill, gets traded out once again, so double death this round, so lucky for him, but at least has made something happen. But that is all of a sudden it. There's no way Demon does this. 1 versus 4. He has to just try and go for a fight, and that is a very quick ending for Syndicates. What a way to close it out. A lockdown on that B site or Fracture, and they have that's it. That is literally the tournament. That's how they win it. The whole thing, everything leading up to this week, all those Pit of Valors, and as well as all the journey that these guys have had, Syndicates, they've had a breeze. Other than that one map of Icebox, they have had just a stroll in the park, going through all the teams, getting to grand finals, finally meeting their match in Artisan, having be up against match point, and still bringing it back and flawlessly sweeping the final 2 maps that they have to win out this entire event. They take the crown for this Pit of Valor Invitational, and what a way to do it as well.
What a way to do it indeed. I was like, all right, do we go to OT for a second map in a row? Syndicates? Absolutely not. I mean, the scoreboard, Jaba, 24-13 with an 81 econ rating. Crazy. Perseverance, 21-8. What a KD from them. I mean, both of those players were really popping off, and they're on the Raze and the Astra. 2 characters that are not meta dominant, but this is what I love about, the new maps that are getting introduced into the game. You do get to open up a lot of these other agent selections that might fall out of favor because of a patch or because other characters become a lot more meta. Astra is one of those characters, and Raze has always been, a here and there pick on these maps. Fracture now comes in. They just don't have to use her. Only Unbind. Fracture might be a place you can use her more. Astra finds a home, after kind of falling out of favor here. So a really solid play. Of course, then you have your two chambers right after that. No surprise there. Chamber, since they've been introduced, has been a power play kind of character that you want to have in your squad in almost every single scenario. Overall, though, fantastic play from both of these two teams. And of course, a huge, huge victory and win to our champions for taking it in two quick ones. Well, two ones. All right, two
Two-
maps. One not so quick, one so quick.
Yeah, that's 15-13. It was about to be quick in favor of
Yeah.
their opponents of Artisan, but they, good grief, Syndicates. It's really difficult to point out any one factor that stood out for them, right? Because their whole team is just absolutely amazing. I guess you could really say that Jeba and Perseverance are killing everyone. But like you mentioned before, Black Moose as well as Hernando. Not only does Black Moose do his utility job very well, but when he needs to, when duty calls, he does exactly what he needs. Because remember, I'm just thinking back to round number 1 as well. 3 of his 8 assists came from that round. The things that you can see on the scoreboard, because he dinks 3 people coming back into that A site as he's plants. Then everyone gets out, and no one's actually looking at him, but he's peeking from the back of the site and dink, dink, dink. He doesn't get a single frag, like literally nothing, but he puts everyone down to 1 HP. That's the kind of help that you don't see, unfortunately. That's what doesn't show up on the KD. It shows up in his A's, but that, I mean, he's getting definite A's in class after this victory because that's a very convincing 13-5. Strength of the Breach, strength of the Viper, strength of pretty much everyone in the team. And once again, unignorable is Perseverance on this Astra. I don't actually know if we have an MVP today. If we do, I hope we will get some information on that, or I will get. I'm probably the only one that doesn't know. But even still, this guy, Jesus, 21-8 on, once again, I've mentioned 8 times already, but the Astra is not someone you see, like you mentioned, Dax. She's fallen out of meta, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on if you're a player or a watcher, I guess. But 3 entries, which like something that I don't know how this happens, but the most entries on any individual player on Syndicates is actually 3, and Perseverance is tied with 2 other people for that top spot. Jebba has 3, top frag on the server. Perseverance is 3, second frag on the server, and second frag on his team as well. Then Uncreative is 3, and then Black Moose is following up 2. Like, almost everyone is doing their job in terms of entries in this map, which is ridiculous. It's not even like they're taking entries and not converting. No, they're converting on like almost every single one of these because they've lost 5 rounds, and the only times where they've actually their deficit in terms of entries to wins are like 2 negative because they've lost 5 rounds, and I think their opponents, if I do the math correctly, they have 7 entries in total. So it's actually up to Artisan not even converting, because I remember as well one of the arcade aggression, they get 2 entry picks from Artisan, and then Demon as well, or excuse me, I think, is it, I don't even remember the names, I apologize for that, but they just get completely shut down. A 3 versus 5-1 even after a double entry. I don't even, like, that kind of thing is honestly, they do that a lot. That is what wins, because when you can convert on the situations that you really shouldn't be doing, either like anti-ecos when you're just on a full save, like how Syndicates just win all the like conversions of the bonus rounds. It just doesn't matter what kind of buy they have. They just take it because they're just good enough as a team. They're able to find the scenarios where their weapon works well for them. They're using the util to put the opponents where they want them as well. That is what separates the good teams from the best teams. And obviously, we're not seeing these guys in VCT today, unfortunately, but one day, we're all working our way there, right? That's the thing. So Syndicates, very well done to them. Congratulations for taking a very convincing 2-0. First map might have been a contest, but they showed their mettle on Fracture.
Absolutely did. And it made for an incredible map and made for an incredible series and an awesome tournament. So congratulations to Syndicates for their victory. Congrats to Team Artisan for making it this far. They certainly walked away with some money as well. First place, that $100 and the 5 MSI Vigor GK50 keyboards going to the first place players. Of course, $50 for second place as well. We're going to give great quick shout outs here, of course. Make sure you check out that GLG lounge in the Rochester area. Make sure you get in there. And this was, a big, by the way, a big part of this, 5 weeks of giving with MSI. So thanks so much to MSI for being part of that. Thank you again for being part of this. And also for all of you out there, Pit of Valor on Wednesdays. If you want to be part of an awesome event like this, maybe get into the next Invitational, check out Pit of Valor right here at GLG on Wednesdays. We have Val and Chill resuming in May, which I believe is on Saturdays, which will be hype. We have a manager and coach only tournament happening soon. And we have the GLG Discord and Twitter, which you can check out to stay up to date on all these upcoming events. That's !Discord and !Twitter in the chat, so make sure you check those out. If you're in the area, also get into that GLG Country Club. Gives you that early access and priority access to a bunch of stuff, select events, free entry to all GLG events with that membership. It's just $10 a month. I mean, you spend more on Valorant skins. You can do it. You can get in there. And if you need to stay, well, I guess if you want to stay warm these days, it's getting a little hot out. But if you want to be nice and swagged out, you want to have that sick look on your feet, get those GLG socks, !Socks in chat. We got purple, we got white, we got black. It fits all your different fits, so make sure you get on those. And for us, for everyone in the back, we've had some awesome time here today. We had Fade, we had Strive in the back, running things, pushing buttons. Of course, Anton here. It's been a pleasure to cast with you as well today. It's been awesome. And for everyone here at GLG, thank you so much for tuning in. This has been the Pit of Valor Invitational. We hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. We hope to see you next time for some more awesome Valorant action. Have a great night.
Makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Ara gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the.